All right, everybody. We are live. We are live. We are live. We should be live everywhere: Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube. Welcome, welcome, welcome. You are here for the first ever Playground Pastime AI Film Contest live viewing party. I am so excited. It is finally here. We have worked up into this very second to get everybody to show everything that all these awesome creators brought to the table, and we are so excited, so excited to have you. I see people joining in. Comment, tell us where you're joining in from. We had entries from all over the globe, everybody. We had entries from all over the globe, and it was so excited, so overwhelmed with that. So, what I'm going to do is, as you are coming in, hello, everybody. Hello. I can see all the comments from wherever you are tuning in. I see people coming in. Keep coming in. Share this live with your followers, with your friends, with your family, with everybody. Detroit is in the house. Houston is in the house. Come on, y'all. Hello there, Flutter Creative Studio, Brooklyn, New York. Yes, Brooklyn. I see you coming on in here. Come on, everybody. Tell me where you're from, where you're tuning in from. Orlando. Sunny Orlando. Wonderful, wonderful. Chicago is here. I see Chicago in the house, my hometown, Chicago. I am coming to you from Chicago. Brooklyn, again, Brooklyn, New York. New York is here pretty strong, huh? So, Tallahassee. Awesome, awesome. I'm so happy to see everybody. Frisco, Texas. Thank you, thank you, thank you for tuning in. Thousand Oaks, California. We are all over this country because this AI thing is just, it's here. It's not the future. It is right here. It is today, and everyone is really excited and really embracing this. And people are really embracing the film and the videos, and the creativity and the storytelling, and just the power that it's giving each and every person who embraces this tool. And that is such a wonderful thing. Fayetteville, North Carolina. Yes. Chicago. Well, so I see a lot of my sorors are joining in here. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Rattlers in the building. Yes, yes. FAMU. Okay, we're calling out schools now. Okay, cool. So, listen, let me tell you a little bit about the Playground Pastime AI Film Contest. Let me tell you a little bit about it, how it started up, and where we are now, how we got here, and tell you a little bit about what we're going to do here today. Okay, so let's talk about what we're going to do here today. So, every India, oh my goodness, India, yes, yes. So, on the top of every hour, we're going to show three videos. We're going to show three or two, and maybe a couple videos, but we're going to show our top 20 videos that we received for the contest. Listen, we received entries from 90 different creators. We received 90 different entries, rather, and we judged about 86 of them. And they were incredible. They were from all over the world. And we narrowed it down. The judges were able to narrow it down to a top 20. And then from there on up to our number one winner. And so, what we're going to do at the top of every hour is we're going to count down those videos, um, and let you see some of the wonderful stories that we receive, some of the wonderful stories that these creators, the awesome creators, were bold enough and just, empowered to put their stories out there. We emphasized with this contest creativity and storytelling above anything else. So there are a lot of contests out there, and we love all the great contests that are out there. And a lot of times you'll see these really wonderful, these really technically, technical videos with that these awesome teams put together, and they're wonderful videos, and they tell great stories. But in this particular contest, we wanted to concentrate on the story. And one of the things that I did ask of all of the contest participants was that they submit a story that represented an underrepresented community, or yeah, just a story from an underrepresented community, or even an underrepresented artist. And my goodness, there were some videos that had us cracking up laughing. I mean, like really laughing really hard. And then there was some stories that we were like, whoa, that was deep. That was powerful, and then there were some that just really, like, warmed our heart and reminded us of something, maybe from our childhood, or whatever. And so that's what we're celebrating here with the Playground Pastime AI Film Contest. So let me check back in on my comments here. And I'm seeing, yeah, good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon that's joining. Share out this live, guys, because we are making history. We are making history here today. We really are. We've already made history. Okay. And you are part of it. So where did the Playground Pastime AI Film Contest, how did that get started? Well, as you all know, many of you follow me, and many of you all, have seen my work, have seen my AI films and videos, and you like them, love them. And if you notice, when it comes to AI, a lot of the creators are doing what's called world building. And what I mean by that is that they have their own world that were able to create with the power of AI, because AI gives you so much flexibility and so much creativity that you're able to create worlds that you may have only imagined, right? And so for me, Playground Pastime was a world that I imagined. It was a world that was very fluid in time. We don't know if it's the past. You don't know if it's the future. You just know that it's different, right? You just know that it's different. And from that world, I saw myself through my lens of what I saw as a child, the images that I wanted to see as a child and did not see. I was a science buff, science fiction buff, loved Star Trek and everything else, but the only person that I saw was Lieutenant Uhura that looked like me. And so when I started working on the images for Playground Pastime, I said to myself, these are the images that I wanted to see when I was a kid. And that really meant a lot. It told a story. It told my story. And so that's how I'm asked all the time, where you get the name Playground Pastime? That's where I got the name, because I wanted to create a world that was from my playground, from when I was, you remember when you were a kid and you could have a stick or whatever, and you'd have fun all day with that one little thing, and that imagination would just go. And so I call it Playground Pastime, because I look at this as my playground. Okay. So that's how the name Playground Pastime came about. But how the contest came about was as I started creating more and more, and I was looking at a lot of the contests that are out there. And again, these are all great contests. They really are. There are some where I've seen entries, they've had over 5,000, people enter into the contest. And when I would look at the winners and I would look at the judging, the judges, I wouldn't see, anybody that looked like me, or I wouldn't see that diversity that I really wanted to see in that contest. Now, again, that's not a slight. That is not a slight to the other contests. They have a ton of entries that come in, and they're all very good. They're great, actually, entries. And the judges are phenomenal in those particular contests. But I've always been an advocate that when I see something that I want to, change or want to do differently, instead of waiting on someone else to do it, I just rather do it myself, right? And so that's how I came up with the Playground Pastime AI Film Contest. I wanted to show diversity. I know that's becoming a bad word these days, but I wanted to show diversity. And what I mean by that is that, yes, of course, people of color, but what about people with disabilities? What about some of the other types of, other topics or other areas that you don't normally see when you look out there? And so that's what I wanted to celebrate. And I wanted to give everyone, beginner to advance, the opportunity to just be seen. And that's a lot. Okay. So let's check in one more time. Let me see. I see a lot of new people joining in, and that is awesome. Hey, everybody. We're just checking in and saying where we are checking in from. Hello from Hawaii. Tell me where you're coming in from. And then also, if tell me if you are a creator as well. I saw actually some of the contest participants logging in. So that's a great thing too. That's great to see them logging in. And I want to just say the participants have been wonderful and just excited and very encouraging of the contest, very encouraging of one another. And that has been awesome. Now, this first segment that we have, Canada. Come on, Canada. Texas. Oh, AI creator from Dallas, Texas. And let's see, we've got Toronto, Canada representing here. Melbourne, Australia. That's Rachel. Rachel is representing here over on LinkedIn. Rachel is actually one of our judges. And we were so happy to have her. She is with She Is AI magazine, and we're going to hear from them, or She Is AI, a little bit later on. Let me do this. I want to recognize my sponsors. That is a huge thing, because without my sponsors, I don't know if we'd be right here right now today. Okay. So I want to recognize some of the sponsors well, actually all of the sponsors that we had for the contest. So our first and premier sponsor, I just want to shout them out right now, right here today. Code Black. Code Black. I am so grateful to Code Black. Code Black was our premier sponsor. Jeff Clanigan, he's going to be on later tonight, and he's going to come on. And those of you who are really serious about, AI film and wondering where it's going to go when it comes to the entertainment industry, you want to be here when Jeff comes on. Jeff is a veteran in the entertainment industry. And I'm so grateful that Code Black, came on to sponsor, to be the premier sponsor for this contest. He's been pushing the culture forward and, in film. And I just want to thank him and them, Code Black, for their participation. They are the premier sponsor of the Playground Pastime AI Film Contest. Our second sponsor I just mentioned was She Is AI. She Is AI is our editorial sponsor. And some of our winners are going to be featured in their magazine, and we're so happy about that. And they've put some goodies into the swag bag, which is what I'm going to get to in a minute. Because if you have not gotten your swag bag, we're going to throw up something in a minute. Not right now. We're going to throw up something in a minute where you can, a QR code where you can go and sign up for the swag bag. Okay. So that is our editorial sponsor, and they have some goodies in that swag bag. Our next sponsors that I want to make sure that I recognize are the technology sponsors. Huge, huge, huge. Our first technology sponsor is Luma. Luma, a representative from Luma will be on a little bit later to talk about Luma. Any of you who are part of or create video, I'm pretty sure you've tried Luma out. Luma is one of the leading technology platforms when it comes to AI film, AI video. and they were so wonderful that donated. Um, they donated subscriptions for some of our winners and for our grand prize winner. So I really want to thank Luma. I am a creative partner with Luma, and they are absolutely wonderful. I can just say that to you right now when it comes to those technology platforms. So they are one of the sponsors. Topaz AI. Topaz AI Video. They are another sponsor. They also donated subscriptions for some of our winners. So we are so happy to have them. So I want to thank them. And so those of you who are I'm seeing some of the comments right now. Yes, I love Dream Machine. Not Topaz, but Luma Dream Machine. I love it. I use Luma Dream Machine a lot in a lot of what I do, and so they are big. And to hear what's coming down the line with Luma, that is going to be a really good treat. That's going to be a good treat for us later on. Yes, Toy Code Black is major. Yes, if those of you who don't know about Code Black, I would encourage you definitely to look them up. They are major, major distributor of film. But, it's great to see that the industry is now accepting AI. AI, in my opinion, is a tool. It should be used as a tool, not to replace anybody. Because I get that question all the time. Kim, are you scared that AI is going to replace the actors? It's going to replace all of the acting and the professional directors and the tech people and the stunt people. I don't think it's going to replace. I think it's going to just enhance. Okay. And so that's a good conversation to have. And it's good to hear what the industry has to say about that. Okay. All right. So we got someone signing in from South Carolina. Okay. Awesome. 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 And those of you who are creators, again, I hope to see you coming in for the next contest, entering into the next contest. I'm seeing a lot of some of my the people that entered this time are still checking in. We got Noah here. Noah is one of our creators, and we'll be seeing a film from him a little bit. That's actually in this first segment coming up. All right. And then let's see. Oh, so we got Latent Space, who's saying that there are traditional and 3D artists transitioning to using AI in workflows. That's also trying to teach how to use AI on YouTube. Awesome. That is huge. Teaching, showing other people how to use AI, and that is something that I do as well. But coming up, let me tell you about the swag bag. Okay. Let me tell you about the swag bag, because in a minute, I'm going to have a couple of the judges are going to come on, and they're going to talk about a little bit about, what they saw, the judging experience was really, it was really great. It was a learning experience for all of us, because we were able to hear everybody's point of view, and everybody was coming in from a different point of view. But let's talk about this swag bag. So I have a swag bag that I want you to download, because I have so many goodies in this swag bag. I'm going to actually put it up right now so that you all can take a look. So I want you to scan the QR code, or I want you to go to the URL on the screen, which is the referralstore.com/swag bag. Okay. And I want you to register for your swag bag. I've got coupons in there. I have discount deals in there. I have downloads in there. We have one of our participants, our Leadership Lounge Live, who's going to be coming up after me. They put in a download that has prompts in it. I have some downloads in there there are a ton of resources. Let's just say that in the digital swag bag. Now, here's the great thing. If you register for the digital swag bag by before 5 o'clock, because we're going all day here today. Okay. If you register and get the swag bag, you're going to be entered into a drawing. And the drawing is to receive a 1 hour consultation with a good friend of mine who is an AI expert. She is an international best-selling author and speaker, global speaker, author, and brand, just all around branding, just phenomena. Okay. If you are looking for strategic advice on how you can do the same, you will want to be in this drawing. This drawing is worth, this 1 hour consultation is normally worth 2,000. It will cost you $2,000. Okay. So you might want to go ahead and grab this swag bag and get entered into that contest, and we'll announce the winner of the contest a little bit later on this evening. But that is the swag bag. So scan that QR code if you can, or just go to the URL that you see here. All right. And we'll be putting that up, throughout the day. All right. Okay. So, yes, it is Marky Lemons Rowell. I forgot to say her name. It is a 1 hour consultation with Marky Lemons Rowell. And she's a great friend of mine. My sorority sister. We have known each other for 36 years now. 35, 36 years, I don't know. But either way it goes, she is a phenomenon when it comes to AI, and actually was working with me along my journey. Just getting acclimated, into AI and images and video and what have you. Now she's not in the image in the video. However, she is an expert in everything, in some of everything. And she is one of the best hype women ever. Okay. She is one of the best hype women ever. All right. Okay. You love my Prince covers. Yes. I knew you would. So, yes, this is right here is the Prince Haven. Okay. All right, guys. So, coming up in about 6 minutes, I'm going to have two of the judges from the contest are going to come on. They're going to tell you about themselves. They're going to tell you a little bit about their experience judging this contest, what they saw, what they liked, etc. And we're going to talk about that. But in the meantime, let me go over here to my comments a little bit more and see what we got going on when it comes to comments. Let's see. All right. Bright blue fulfilled. Yes. So I see that another one of the persons who entered into the contest has jumped on. And good to see you. Is the digital swag bag being emailed by the end of the day? Yes, it is. You will actually get it before the end of the day, Ross. If you signed up for the swag bag before today, you should have a link that's going to come to your email. So make sure you guys are providing good emails, okay? Make sure you're providing good email addresses. You will get that before the end of the day. All right. Actually, you'll get it if you did it before we started. You should have already gotten it. But if you if you register for the swag bag right now, you'll definitely get it before the end of the day. And if not, I will make sure that you get it before I lay my head down to sleep tonight. Okay. All right. Good question, Ross. Thank you. All right. Let's see. What else? Who hasn't checked in yet? Okay. South Carolina. I don't think I shouted out South Carolina. I don't think I did. I don't think I did. Let's see here. What about you just downloaded? Awesome, Diane. You just downloaded your swag bag. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Now, also when you download that swag bag, make sure that you check out the fact that there are some other downloads there. So you should see about 3 or 4 separate, downloads, and then you'll also see some links. All right. Yes, it is swagalicious. That's a word. That's a new word. That is the word for the day. Swagalicious. Okay. I'm going to make sure that I use that word from here on out. Thank you, Scam Newton. Thank you. And that's a interesting name too, Scam Newton. Okay. All right. So let's check in here. Who else we got here? Anybody else from that didn't check in? Where are you checking in from? Let's see. All right. So, let's talk about Charlotte, North Carolina. Hey, Minnie. Though, so I have Minnie here. Let me put the swag bag up one more time. Yep, you have 4 downloads. And not only do you have 4 downloads, but you also have a download bundle. If you go into the actual swag bag document, don't make sure you don't miss that. Okay. Go into your swag bag document and you'll see a lot of stuff there. Okay. All right. Let me just check in here. All right. Yeah. Okay, no problem. So listen, I know that we started this during the day, but we are going to make sure that this recording will be kept on YouTube as well as Facebook. We're going to keep the recording there so you will be able to go back and look at anything that you would want to look at um, in the future. Okay. All right. Does anybody have any questions? Anybody have any questions about AI film or the actual playground pastime film contest? Any questions that you guys have as we wait for our 2 judges to come on in here? Any questions that we have? Okay. All right. So I think we got Sherry here, but I can't see Sherry to add her to the stage. Let's see here. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. I see. I see. All right. Let me do this here. All right, guys. We got 2 of our judges here. So I'm going to ask them to go ahead and turn on their cameras and turn on their mics so that we can see them. And I'm going to add them on in a second. I'm going to introduce them, but I'm going to also have them to introduce themselves. Guys, this is going to be a treat because I have 2 really awesome guests that are here that are the judges that are here. So I'm going to ask them to go ahead and all right, Sherry, I see you. Cassandra, let me get you to turn your camera on and I'm going to put you on the stage in a second here. So I'm going to add you. So I'm going to add on here, guys. No, well, let me just say this about my judges. So the judges for this contest, I wanted to have judges who, yeah, they definitely had some technical, had technical sense and had possibly, worked with AI in the past. But I wanted to I wanted to have judges that had a variety of skills. So I had a professional musician, I have a fashion designer, I have a traditional artist, actually 2. One artist is a traditional artist, another an animator. I had a photographer. You name it. So it was a broad, spectrum of disciplines that could appreciate all aspects of these AI films and video. Okay. So I wanted to make sure that we had that. So I am going to just work and get them on the stage. Let me do this real quick. All right, let me get them on up here. And you guys can, there we go. We got you guys. We got you. All right. I would, if I had the I would do that. All right, guys. So listen, let me introduce the guests that I have here. So let me introduce. So first, I'm going to introduce Sherry. Sherry Henry. Sherry, I met Sherry a couple of years ago, and ever since then, she's been bright sunshine in my life. Sherry is a fashion designer. Sherry is out of the DC area, y'all. So DC's in the house. Yay, yay. But Sherry can tell you a little bit more about herself. And then I have a very familiar face to me, Miss Cassandra O'Neill, aka Cassie. And Cassie is our professional musician, and she has a bit of a resume, but she can tell you a little bit about herself when it's time. So I'm going to go ahead and Sherry, I'm going to let you go first. Tell everybody a little bit about you, what you do, and yeah, you've been around somebody that we all know too.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sherry Henry. Thank you so much, Kim, for inviting me to be here. This has been a lot of fun. I too have dabbled a little in AI creation, so it's been a lot of fun watching everyone's videos that you've created. You did an amazing job. My background is in fashion. I studied design at Fashion Institute of Technology in New York City, and I studied children's wear and did some women and men's wear. I've since then created my own brand, and I create custom pieces for men and women. Um, I've dressed celebrities like Anika Noni Rose, Cicely Tyson, Denise Richards, Olympian or Paralympian Jaden Blackwell. So that's primarily my area of expertise is dealing with high-end, high-profile celebrities. I also was Miss Cicely Tyson's executive assistant and stylist for the last 4 or 5 years of her life. So I have a lot of industry experience with assisting on set, behind the scenes, all of the above. We were together at the hip for a lot of hours. So I absolutely loved working in Hollywood, working in New York, Atlanta, and you could find me any given day on in one of those cities. So right now, I've been working on my own brand, and I present my brand at gifting suites ahead of like the different award shows. So that's what I've been doing to build my clientele, and yeah, so that's it.
Cool.
I gotta unmute. That's not. I was saying that's not it. That's everything. You doing a lot. You doing a lot, honey, honey, honey. We'll come back to you, Sherry. You got some fans over there that's saying, "Oh, fancy, fancy."
Thank
And
you.
then, oh, someone said, congratulations. Because Queen Tyson would be dressed down when
Oh
she was
yeah.
at events in her last years. Listen, Cicely Tyson was a fashion icon. She absolutely was. And so Sherry, thank you for everything that brought to her, in her lifetime, in her years, etc. All right. So
Thank
Cassie, Miss
So,
Cassie, can you please tell us about who you are, what your background, and you can maybe share a little bit about who you've worked with?
Okay, my name is Cassandra O'Neill, aka Cassie. I'm a musician, composer, arranger, vocalist, all things music, and I um, I don't like talking about myself. So, if pardon me if I seem a little stunted, but I have been playing in this industry as a keyboardist and singer for a long time, for over 30 years. And I have notably played with the artist named Prince. I was with him for 7 years up until he passed. And that is actually how I met Kimberly. And yeah, that was an experience in itself. That was a whole school. I did graduate from the New School of Jazz and Contemporary Music in New York City as well. I lived in LA for 21 years, and currently I am faculty at Columbia College Chicago, where I teach theory and three ensembles, and I also have private students and all of that. And it's been a amazing transition from being on the stage to being in the classroom. I am still on the stage, by the way, but just not as much. Um, yeah, I'm still writing, still producing, still, playing on people's projects. Nowadays, people send me stuff and just like, hey, put something on this for me, kind of thing. And yeah, yeah. So that's am I missing anything? I've done movies,
No.
commercials. Um, yeah, like I said, I don't talk about me, but
That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. So listen, this is what I want to do. And get everyone, we will definitely share how you can get in contact or how you can reach out to both of these young ladies. I see a familiar face, April Bynum over on Facebook. She's saying, "Hey Kim, hey Cassie." We call April Mother Bynum, okay?
yes.
But at any rate, listen, okay, so here's my question. Here is my question. My question for you, and then Sherry, we'll get to Sherry in a second. So my question to you, Cassie, AI, you were one of the judges, and everybody brought a unique perspective to the table when it came
Hmm.
to looking at these videos. As a
Hmm.
musician, what were some of the things that you noticed or what stood out to you when it came to looking at some of these AI videos, knowing that the music that we asked everyone to contribute, if they had music, it should be original and it should be AI or, an original composition.
Hmm. I'll say this, that it's a cool thing to be able to, as a musician, I'll say, without the AI, being able to express what I'm feeling through my fingers. Being able to sit down at the piano and play my mood, whatever that mood may be. If I'm thinking of a color, I can play the color green if I want to. If I want to play sad, I can play sad if I'd like to. But for people that do not have that privilege or do not have that gift, I should say, AI has made it to where you are able to put your thoughts and your visions and your ideas into play. And that's what I thought was really, really cool, was that, wow, this was in someone's head. This is what they were imagining. And the as as the festival goes on and you guys get to see these videos that we looked at, it was like, wow, wow. Wow. And some of them were very thought provoking. So it was like it was amazing to watch and amazing to be a part of. As far as from a musical standpoint, again, being able to tell a computer or be able to tell the platform, I want a song that is mid-tempo, that talks about love. I want it to be up, I want it to be this, and this. And this computer or whatever it is, this AI mind, generate what it is that you tell them, just based on words. And what it is that you type in is amazing. It is amazing. And some of the videos that we saw, there was one video I was very impressed with. I do not remember the name of it. Kim, it was the one with the couple.
Okay.
Does that
Yeah.
make yeah, that
Kind of.
one. What was it?
Yeah. Yeah. I know which one you're talking about. I don't know the name
Me
offhand, but
either.
I do
Yeah,
know what you're
yeah,
talking
yeah,
about.
yeah. But
Yeah.
that particular one, I was like, okay, this is a really good song. Like,
Yeah.
I could hear this on the radio. I could hear this in a film. I can hear this in a, a docu-series or something like that. I can hear this. And so while it's, this is still kind of in its baby stages, it is really really good. Now on the other hand, there were that as a musician I can hear things that the common ear, someone who's not a musician or a singer can't hear.
Mhm.
The little miss malfunction note wise that may not work. And I actually pointed one out to Kim. And know it or not, y'all, Kim does sing. She's got an ear, and along with her many other talents. But when I pointed it out to her, she was like, "Oh, yeah, I hear that. I hear that." And it was one of those things where, again, if you didn't know what to hear for, what to listen for, it would go completely over your head, and you'd be, "Oh, this is dope," And it was still good, but it was just one of those things that, again, the musical pet peeves that we have. But I think that AI can work with
Mhm.
musicians as well, not necessarily against or in place of, but I think that there's a way to where it can work with us. I also do on my weekend hustle, as Kim would like to call it. I play in a wedding band. And one particular week, the father of the groom said, "I came up with this song. Me and AI and ChatGPT came up with this song." And me and my band members were sitting there listening to this song, and we were like, wow, do we even have a job anymore? Like, yeah. So I
Yeah.
don't think it will ever come to that, because the musical experience live, you can never get, nothing can never take the place of that. Nothing can never take the place of live musicians playing you know, at a concert, and people are dancing to what we're doing and all of that. But I think there is definitely a way, or ways that AI can play along with us, and we can play along with it, in the writing realm, in the composing realm, in the arranging realm. So
Okay.
I'm looking forward to seeing where this can go also. And I hope she doesn't mind me saying so, I have a firsthand um experience with this, because Kim and I are besties, and she calls me every now and again, every
Don't
week.
give away my secrets.
Oh, I'm not. I'm not, but I have to say it, that
Okay,
she'll
go
call
ahead.
me every week, every other day. Oh, excuse me, you didn't hear that. And will ask me, "I need a song." And it's just that quote, and I quote, "I need a song." And I'm like, "Oh, what for?" And she'll tell me what the video is about, and I'll give her a song. I could be at Starbucks, I could be, wherever, and she'll just give me her vibe, and I'll tell her what song. And 9 times out of 10 my song works.
It
And
does.
it actually is kind of, I look at it as a game, actually, kind of like a name that tune kind of thing, that, name what tune goes with what, with Kim's video. And I learn a lot. I learn
Yeah.
a lot. Once she puts the song in the video, and she'll send me the link, and she'll see, "What do you think?" And I'll watch it and be like, wow, this goes perfectly. So, so it's a learning experience for me, as well as, being a musician and a creative in that realm. Just being able to kind of off the bat, given, descriptions, and being able to come up with a song or a vibe for her to put her video to. So it's been fun.
Yeah, it's and definitely, and everything she said, it's true. It's true.
At 1 o'clock in the
So
morning.
no, okay, we're gonna jump to you, Sherry. We're gonna jump to you, Sherry. So
Okay.
Sherry, as a fashion, as a fashion designer, what
Hmm.
in what do you, where do you see AI playing a part in this? Because I know you have been dabbling with AI yourself with fashion.
I have. I just took some notes as she was talking, but I was really impressed by how these designers just pushed the element of AI. Like I could tell that they really thought about the prompts and how they wanted to formulate these videos. There were a lot of unexpected elements that I really appreciated because for me, it's all about the details. And a lot of what I do, people appreciate, like, oh, she added this, zipper here. It's not functional, but it just gives another layer of dimension, to this garment. Um, I really enjoy the storytelling of it all. It's really interesting how we can now recreate these stories that we kind of heard, all these years ago, about what happened in, different settings, but we've never had a way of really giving it life and a visual. And this has been like really interesting to me to see how the fashion, how AI is interpreting what fashion was like, back then with limited resources, especially for our community. We, a lot of times had to get the scraps. But we always, made it work and influenced, the high society. They look down to us to see, oh, what are they doing? And then would often, not going to say steal, but borrowed a lot of what we were doing with the limited resources. So I really appreciate kind of seeing that play out with AI. Um, I was inspired by a lot of what I reviewed, and it made me kind of go to the library and pull out books. I love going to the library and just pulling out like fashion books and different time periods. But and there were some things that I learned, especially with I'm studying right now Harlem Renaissance era, but a lot of good ideas from what I've seen as far as fashion. I really thought that these designers took it to the next level and gave it life. It's not just books that we're reading in the library now. Now we can actually create stories, and we don't need a huge production for it. So that was very inspiring for me.
I know that it was so funny. Sherry, um we had a system going on how we wanted, folks to how we wanted our judges to judge the film so that, it at least everyone got to look at, some of them. And we told Sherry's like, "Okay, Sherry, you've looked at all the videos that we need you to look at." And Sherry was offended. She was like, "I wanted to look at more. What do you mean?" Like,
They cut me off.
and I'm like, "Yeah, but you can look at them. Go ahead and look at them." But what I am seeing a lot, I am definitely seeing inspiration, coming from AI, especially in the fashion realm. Because I've been doing some of the videos that I do, some of the images that I do. I'll do something and there'll be an outfit there, and I'm like, "Oh, I've never seen that outfit before. Let me see if Sherry can whip this up real quick." So there's a lot of opportunity, with AI, and the same thing with on the music end. And that is, okay, that's great that AI came up with this wonderful song, but what if you wanted to do a live concert or whatever? Now you've got to reproduce that, live. Can you do that live, or can that enhance what it is that you're already doing? So, in these last few minutes that we have that's left, and I'm going to start with you, Sherry, where do you see the future of all of this going with fashion? And then Cassie, I'm going to ask you that same question. So Sherry, go ahead and take it.
I see fashion breathing new life into the future generations. I've said it, but I haven't been um, overwhelmed with design lately. I don't see a whole lot of innovative thinking through design houses, I'll say. But I do see AI helping give more inspiration and help future designers just think outside the box and not be afraid of oh, this is too much color, or would people wear these silhouettes? Like, taking chances is been my motto. So I design without limitations, and I feel like seeing these designs with the applicants and their work, I feel like people will take more chances with what they wear, and not just just the in the box.
Yeah. Yeah, and I will say AI does allow you to take chances. It allows you to kind of bring to life those things that you probably would not normally see, you know? And I think that's the beauty of it. You can have something quirky and odd, but then you can also possibly bring that to life, you know? So that's great. Sherry, real quick, tell everybody where they can find you on social media. Anything you got coming up you want to tell everybody about?
So my social media and my website is sherryhenry.com. I've made it very easy. It's my first and last name. I have some things coming up, but if you go to my website, or my website, you can stay in contact with me, and I'll be sending out different things throughout the month of some upcoming events. And I do pop up, so I send out blast emails on when I'll do those. So, and I travel, so I'm here, I'm in LA, I'm in New York, Atlanta, so I'm all over. But thank you.
Cool, cool. Thank you, Sherry.
Mhm.
Cassie, so
Yes.
where do you see, really quick, where do you see the future of music and AI, especially on the live, musicianship, professional musicians, and
Uh-huh.
then tell us where we can follow you on your social media.
Um, I agree with Sherry. I think that AI is going to open the box even more, if that's even possible. And I say that because where we are now musically, we have so many, especially with the independent movement, that YouTube and you know, not Burn Lounge, couple other platforms. I don't want to say the S word, but that one, and have allowed us to be able to do, and the way that we release music now, anybody can do it. And that's what makes it cool, is you have so many independent artists that are coming out, with the neo lounge and lo-fi and things like that, of subgenres that are now coming out, that are now seeing the forefront. I love lo-fi music. And I think that with movements like that happening, I think AI is definitely going to broaden that big box that we already have. What I also like about what you're doing with this, Kim, is the attention to detail that you have to have, that I think is remarkable. Again, this is not just some images on a screen. This is not just sounds we hear on coming out of our speakers. This is imagery. And so the attention to detail, I think, is remarkable, for the artists that we've seen today, the videos that we're going to be seeing throughout the day. It's just going to open up more ways to do what it is that we do. Again, do I think that is it going to replace us as musicians? Nothing will ever replace us. Nothing will ever replace the organic ones that live and breathe this thing that we call music and creativity, on the daily, on the, hourly, by the minute, by the second. So yeah, so I'm looking forward to hopefully being a part of that. Hint, hint, bestie, bestie. And yeah, and just continuing to learn where I can fit in, and just learning more about this technology.
And where can we find you on social media?
You can find me on Facebook. I am a teacher, right? And we just finished the semester, so I don't post a lot. But I will be getting back into it. Different people have been asking me. I'm on Facebook, Cassandra O'Neill. You can see the spelling of my name on the screen there. And on Instagram. I don't post a lot on Instagram, but I am getting back into it because I miss it. So, but I plan on doing some things. Actually, Kim and I are gonna be collaborating on some stuff, and I have a new live music platform that I would like to introduce, but we will get into that much later. But just follow me in my little quirky ideas, and on Facebook
All
primarily.
right. Well, I want to thank you both for coming. And yeah, I just want to thank you both. And I want to thank you for giving your time to look at all of the videos and to give your expertise and your feedback. And this is for all of the judges, those who could be here and those who could not be here. And I'll be acknowledging the judges a little bit later on. But I just want to thank you all both. I love you, love you, love you. And we're gonna go into this next segment. All right, y'all. So thank you. So I need those sound effects. I know Leadership Lounge, they got the sound effect thing down. They have it. And so we're going to go into the next segment. So guess what? Guess what, guys? Guess what? No, actually, Sugar Ray, the S word was not Suno. It was not. It was that one that kind of sounds like out of eye. I don't, you figure out which one that was, okay? But at any rate, um, we're gonna go into finally, we're here, y'all. We're going to start looking at videos. All right. We're going to start looking at videos and we're counting down from 20 all the way down. So we're getting ready to start with our first 3 videos that you're going to see in this segment. We're going to run the videos back to back. And the number 20 spot, and I hope you guys are enjoying this so far. I wanted to have some variety here. I wanted to let you guys, really relax, have fun, because that's what it is. It's a viewing party. Okay. It's a viewing party. So our number 20 spot video is called Midnight Station Redux. Okay. And that was submitted by Rafael Beck out of Brazil. Okay, guys, this video came from a creator in Brazil. All right. Then after that, we're going to have our number 19 video, which was Shadows by Noah Davis. Noah, some of you all that are on here, you all know Noah. Noah he's on Facebook a lot, and he is from the United States. And then we are going to have Sister's Keeper. That's our number 18 video. And that one was submitted by Initiative Independent. All right. And so we're going to go ahead and get those videos, get them going. And let's see. I'm going to bear with this, you guys. Listen, I promise we'll have it down by 8:00 tonight. Okay. We'll have it down by 8:00 tonight. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and load that first video, and we're going to get going. And
some nights are more special than others. And when the veil between worlds turns into a thin mist, catching the last train may not be just a journey along iron tracks, but a passage through the unknown that lurks within us.
still dancing in my dreams. Your whispers haunt each night, it seems. Every moment feels like make-believe in the echo of what we achieved. Faded photos and tear-stained letters, broken hearts in lightless theaters, empty rooms where your laughter grew. Now the silence is all I knew. A river of tears could fill the sky. Love slipped away without goodbye. I'm stranded here in the past alone, with memories carved into stone. Streetlights flicker on this empty road, carrying the weight of what we sowed. In the ashes of what we lost, I'm counting the hidden cost. A river of tears could fill the sky. Love slipped away without goodbye. I'm stranded here in the past alone, with memories carved into stone. Thought we painted stars in the night. Turns out we were chasing lights. Now I'm left with a heart grown cold, in a story that's already told. A river of tears could fill the sky. Love slipped away without goodbye. I'm stranded here in the past alone, with memories carved into stone. Thought we painted stars in the night. Turns out we were chasing lies. Now I'm left with a heart grown cold, in a story that's already told.
(3752). Your mission is to survey the land for settlement safety. This mission is dangerous. You have been cleared to land. Good luck.
All right. What do you think? What do you think? What do you think so far, everybody? And yes, everybody who participated in the contest, their music that they submitted with their films were original, all original. So this is, I know it's amazing. It's amazing. Okay. Some of the graphics and all of the graphics and everything are amazing. This is what we this is what we had to judge, people. These are just some of the films that we had to judge. So listen, real quick, let me do this. Let me introduce coming up. Coming up, I have some friends of mine that I just met in the past year, I could say. And I'm telling you, I love these guys and I trust them with everything AI. Okay. But I have the Leadership Lounge. The Leadership Lounge is coming up next. They are here. They are here, and they are going to be have they're going to be interviewing. They're going to be interviewing someone real quick here, someone very special. But we're going to take a break before they come up, and so I'm going to turn over. I'm going to turn my live over to the Leadership Lounge under the leadership of Lewis, under the leadership of Uriah, under the leadership of Adama. And so I trust that they are going to take over and do a great job. They're going to interview an artist that, hey, we've never met in person, but we have been DMing each other for a couple of years now, actually. And that's going to be a treat. So we're going to take a break real quick here. We're going to get them all set up and ready to go. Don't go anywhere. It's only going to be a really quick break. I'm just going to tell you that right now. All right. So we're going to throw up our screen here. And it's actually 1:10 now. So, but we're going to get them set up. We'll give us a quick minute, guys, and we'll be right back. All right. You guys ready? Ready to roll? Ready to roll? You good? All right. All right, guys. I am going to kick it off. I'm going to throw the football. You guys go ahead and take it.
This.
There we go.
Hey, hey.
Yo, yo.
Hola, hola, hey.
What's up?
What's good?
Justin, Jay Slay.
Jason. All right, we got today's guest is someone who's redefining what it is to be a creative in AI.
Hold on, Lewis. We got an echo. So everybody just go ahead and mute real quick. And then we can see if that'll solve it. Yeah.
All right, 2 seconds.
There we go. You're good.
Oh, all right. We're good? All right. We'll start that over again. My name is Louis Marshall. I am the host here at Leadership Lounge Live, here with my co-host, Mr. Uriah, Ms. Adama, and today's guest is someone whose work is redefining what it means to be a creative in the AI era. Justin Sims is a multifaceted creator who blends culture, technology, and storytelling into powerful cinematic experiences. I would dare even say immersive. He's known for bridging past, present, and future, crafting projects that reflect resilience, heritage, and evolution. He's got bold vision and an unwavering commitment to authenticity. Justin is shaping a unique narrative in the creative space, and we're honored to have him here today. Let's welcome Justin to the lounge. Thank you for being here, Justin.
No problem. I love it.
I'm a huge fan. I'm glad we got a chance to connect. I'm glad we got a chance to connect. I'm wondering if you can take us through your AI journey. When did it start for you?
The AI journey started for me like in 3 years ago, honestly. I was a quote unquote, I guess, the traditional artist. I was doing the graphic design, photography, videography, and I got introduced to Mid Journey, and then after that, it changed everything for me.
I'm a huge Midjourney fan over here too. So you're speaking my language. Adama, what you got?
Listen, I was just excited. I was over here like we just had graduation party. I'm like, woo! I was waiting for the sound effects. Okay, let me focus and bring it in. Justin is so happy. I'm happy to just be doing this. Okay, so here's my question. What made you decide to dive deeper in it? Because you already started speaking Mid-Journey to me, which is a whole nother level of English language that people should be familiar with. But what inspired you to like just take this to this level that you're at now?
I don't know. I just I'm a big fan of art. First off, and trying to bring the culture to the space. You know, I see a lot of art out there. I feel like didn't have that much meaning, and I kind of wanted to put some meaning to it. And you know, a lot of times people will tell you that AI artists they really don't work that hard, or they don't do that much work. And I kind of wanted to bring some type of sustainability to it, bring some like character to it. Just trying to do something different.
I love that because what I heard was a backbone. You decided to put a spine to it. I love that. That was a dope answer. Okay, yeah. Well, okay, Uriah. Hello, hola. You go ahead.
Hola.
You go ahead.
What are some of your challenges that you find with AI? What do you wish it would do better, or like where do you see that maybe not just you or the average AI creator faces with with doing AI?
Well, first off, it's like a fast paced type of industry, I guess if that's the word I can use. It's forever like changing. Like every week, there's something new. It's like you always gotta be on top of what's new and what's going on. But other than that, I think the prompt coherence. Sometimes when you make prompts, you don't get the result that you want, and then sometimes having all those different apps, just to get one job done, you can kind of stack your wallet up trying to keep up with things sometimes. But I feel like if you got a plan and you got some type of motive, it'll all work out for you.
So I know you use a lot of historical references in your videos that I've seen online, and they are phenomenal. The attention to detail that you have, both in the subject as well as in the background, and how you have an ability to blend those two things together, I know is a challenge because I use Midjourney and I also do some AI video as well. So I'm wondering, how do you choose your historical references in each of your videos? Because they're each very dynamic, unique, and it seems like you have lately this almost like a mixtape of historical references. So I'm curious, how do you choose?
I don't. It's not really that hard, honestly. It's just I guess it's a vibe thing for me. It's like how I'm feeling. I feel like our culture has so many different layers to it. It's just got a limited range. So it's just, I guess like, sometimes I think about things when I was growing up in the 90s, in the late 80s, and trying to like bring that to life, because I know back then we didn't really have that much many things to bring our stuff to life. So now that we have all the tools, it's like, let's go.
Does music play a part? Sorry, as a follow-up.
It does too. I feel like that's one of the big four for me when it comes to my art. It's like your music, your purpose, the impact. All those matter. It's like I'm like a chemist when it comes to that. It takes the right ingredients to make something that that's worth something. I feel like we got so much fast food out here. It's kind of a breath of fresh air when you have something that's kind of like well put together. Like your mom makes some good food.
Come on now. Come on.
Right. And the kitchen cooking.
Yeah, you want to feed the people. So I want to give you a good meal, and then something that's gonna last, not just fly by night. You know what I'm saying?
Come on now.
That
Come
is
on now.
dope.
That's like
That
that. No, yeah. I mean, listen, that video within itself, the coloring, the creativity, I can't tell you how many times I probably shared that. And to know that I'm sitting here right now interviewing you, it's just like bananas, because the color, like I didn't even, when I saw it, I was like, hey, this is brilliant.
Yeah,
This is actually brilliant. So I love
appreciate
it. I love it. Let me ask you this. How do you balance your like creativity with working with AI? Like not like to stay focused on what you're creating, because that video within itself, because you have so many, but this one in particular, like how did you like, okay, I just need to focus on this. I'm not going to bring in a spaceship. I'm not going to bring in aliens. I'm not and it spoke so much culturally. So how do you like stay focused on that?
Well, with that particular piece itself, it started off as stills, and that's before like we could really animate anything. So I made those like like a while back, and I remember telling one of my friends, even my brother, I said, man, when I figure out how to make these things move, it's gonna do something, and then it speaks for itself.
I think you said the same thing I said when I figured out how to make it move. I remember going into the group and I was like, guys, this would be so dope. It'd be like an R&B video if I could just make it rain.
Mhm.
If I could just make it rain, and the next thing you know, brilliant.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
It
I'm
makes
glad
me
it
move.
resonated with so many people.
And I think your stuff is really dope because you came from being like a traditional artist. So you're pretty much bringing that background to it. And as a traditional artist using AI, how do you feel about like the current environment of those who say that AI is stealing art, especially since you use a lot of real like Hollywood people?
Mhm.
How do you feel, or what is your rebuttal to that?
Well, I mean, honestly, there's nothing new under the sun. I think we all took something from somebody. You know, I don't think nobody just created anything. I think we're taking bits and pieces from something. And to the stealing aspect to it, I look at it like you do your best to try to make something, and you try not to take from anybody. I think that's a golden rule when it comes to art. I feel like everybody remix their own way. I think you gotta look at your perspective of things. You know, I don't really get upset when people say things about like what I'm doing and what I'm not doing, because people gonna say what they want to say regardless. If I was doing the worst or I was doing the best, you're always gonna have some type of opinion with it. I feel like if you feel if you have good morals, and I feel like you're doing something with some type of substance, then it's gonna speak for itself, and it won't matter what you're doing or where you're taking it from.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
I feel like-
totally
That was
agree.
dope. I wish you could have rewind that right there.
Yeah,
That,
yeah.
I need that right there.
So
Right.
run that back, Justin. Say
Run
that
that
again,
back.
please.
Run that back, Lord, please.
And,
I mean, 'cause you easy. I'm trying, y'all. I'm trying because I'm so excited about this whole thing. So I'm trying to stay in line, but I'm just saying you need to run that back because that was dope.
That was the clip right there.
That was the clip.
Yeah.
I wonder if I can dive a little further into that and just with a follow-up. A lot of us that over the last 2 to 3 years, I think I've been in it for 3 years, 2.5, 3 years now. I've seen it change so much. And from a social media aspect, my account has grown exponentially. I wonder if you can talk about what kind of effect that has, how quickly things are changing, how you're having to keep up with not only your social media, but learn how to speak Mid-Journey is what I say. Learn the new video programs. How do you balance all of that in on a weekly basis, knowing things are changing? How do you keep up? Do you have resources that you rely on? A routine?
yeah, so one, I put God first. I feel like you can't do anything without that spiritual side to you anyway, and all that stuff really doesn't matter in the first place. But I built a team, me and maybe 3 other guys, that are unknown. I'll let them know. I'll talk about them later, but they keep their ears to the streets on what's new. We all learning from each other. I think knowledge is power with anything. So if you start, if you have a passion for something and you want to know about it, you're gonna study about it. You're gonna take the time and put the reps in, what I call it. Either you're prompting just to make some images, trying to figure out how to tweak your style or whatever you're trying to do. But you really gotta build a tight circle around you, and that's what I did. I built a circle. I stayed prayed up, and I don't look at all the outside noise because that's all it is. It's just noise.
If you didn't hit that button, I was about to pull out Ashley's voice. I was sure enough about to do it.
Hey,
Okay.
no, I love it. I love it.
Yeah,
mean,
because I
preaching to the
swear
choir
that
here.
Yeah, he's telling all three of our stories, like
Uh-huh.
literally in one person. I just want to bring you on every Sunday. I mean, even though it's not Sunday. Yeah,
Right. You got to
like
come visit
that's
us
what Jay
live on
Slay said.
Leadership Lounge on Sundays.
Yeah, I just want to be like, that's what Jay Slay said. That's what he said. That's what I want to
So,
do.
I'll do that.
What personal experience or emotion inspired you, like, to tell a story like this?
I lost my mother when I was 2 weeks old, and I think death in itself was a big impactful thing, and it's one of those things that we're not gonna really get away from. So I learned to try to embrace it, and I try to take all the negative things that we go through in life and try to make a positive impact with it, because you can get so caught up in your thoughts, get caught up in the everyday life. But once you see something that kind of make you feel good, it kind of might change your perspective on things, and that's what I'm trying to do, especially when it comes to our culture, because I think we're so divided and with so many things. They try to divide us with age. They try to divide us with music. They try to divide us with just anything. But once you start bringing these things together, you really can't stop it. So I'm trying to like learn how to not push away a young person or not listen to an older person. It's like we all, I think we all built, or like we all try to get in line together. That's what I'm trying to do with my art. So that what helps me and what I do. So.
Okay, y'all, I'm really trying here because that answer was another dope. That was another dope one. I mean, okay, I'm just gonna follow up this, and I'm sorry, Raya. Y'all can look at me crazy later, but I'm just gonna follow. I'm gonna follow up with this one. So, what I hear you saying, and I love how you're taking ownership of this is art.
Yeah.
Art. That's all I'm gonna say. Like you're speaking soul into it. So I appreciate that. And what makes you stand so confident? Because you can all the little naysayers, because there are a lot of them. Oh, you just put a little couple of words. Okay, I'm sorry. Just put a little couple of words in. And then it's just popping up, and that's what he's doing. I could do that in my sleep. Okay. Funny story. No, not true. But what puts that force that you have in it to say this right here is my art and my soul speaking through it? Like, you're standing on business. I love it.
Got to.
What makes you feel inspired to stand on that? Because some people just say AI art. It's just AI art.
I mean, just I think just believing in yourself, regardless. Like I said, people gonna say what they want to say. It's like I can't get mad that a person can't see what I see. It's my vision, right? So for a person to see what I see, you have to kind of like show them, you know what I'm saying? So when they see it, then they'll understand what you're coming from. You can't get upset from a person's perspective, because that's what they see. But when as your job as an artist, or your responsibility is to make them see, or also give them a different perspective if they can see. You know what I'm saying? That's why I think I like music as well, because there are people that are blind out there, but music can change their whole mood too. So I think I'm a multi-layered artist. I like to give everybody that type of experience, whether you can see, hear, or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So
Fully accessible all around, right?
Yeah,
that's dope. It sounds like I know you say you started with Mid Journey, and so you've been in it from early on. And I think, like, if you've been in it from this long, we're like vets now, right? However, the grand scheme of things, it's still very young. It's a lot of newcomers that don't know and say the crazy stuff like, "Oh, you just put some few words in it." And if you've been doing this as long as we have, it's not as easy as that, right?
Right.
But then that also brings a lot of new people to the stage. There's going to be a lot of people that's going to be influenced just by your videos or by this whole event, right? I'm like, wait, you could do that? Oh, I want to do that. What advice do you give to somebody that's starting out, that's being influenced by what we do right now?
Just to keep going, keep pushing through. There's gonna be some times where it's gonna get, you know, it's gonna get frustrating. A lot of things that you think that you can do or you thought in your head, it doesn't come out when you see it. You just gotta figure it out. There's so much information out here in the world that we're living in now. Like, you cannot not know anything, and if you don't know anything, that means you're not looking or you don't care. So I think you just need to really strap down, find yourself first, find out who you are. Because until you find out who you are, then your art ain't gonna mean anything. Because it feel like you're doing something that somebody else is doing, or you just biting somebody else's style. Now that's stealing. You know what I'm saying? But
Prop,
yeah,
please.
so yeah, so when you figure out yourself, then you figure out what you want to do, then then everything gonna fall in place. Because this is another thing, everybody's not gonna like what you're doing. You know what I'm saying? So don't get frustrated because people don't care, don't like your stuff. You know what I'm saying? Who cares? There's somebody out there that does, and you just gotta find your people. So find yourself and find your people. Yeah, find your tribe.
What would you say for somebody that's starting like just right now? Like, what would be their first step? Like, they don't know themselves. They just trying to figure it out. Like, what would be a first step for a newbie?
Like I said, just that's such a complex question, but simple thing to say. I think it just depends on your situation, what you got going on. A person that that's not financially stable can't really keep up in this game as well. So you got to find your resources that works for you. Do the simple things, even if you get like some of that app that gives you maybe like 10 images, do those 10 images and just work your way up till you can till you can get up here. But at the same time, don't get frustrated. Just keep a clear head and just focus. Gotta stay focused in this thing if you really want it. If it's just a fad or it's a hobby, so be it. But if you're trying to do something or you want to make a big impact, which I feel like we all should strive to do, then get the knowledge up. Look at YouTube University. You know what I'm saying? Figure it out. It's just too much information out here for a person to say that they don't know anything.
Yeah, that's facts. I'm loving this conversation. We often say this over here at Leadership Lounge Live is that prompting is key. It's just so important. I wonder if you can talk about the importance of prompting over your journey and how that has evolved. I know we've gotten a lot of new tools just in the past 6 months, 6 weeks. I wonder if you can talk about the importance of prompt engineering.
It's the spinal cord of anything that you're trying to do. Any image that you try to create or anything that you try to generate, quote unquote, it comes down to your prompt. So learning the ins and outs of prompts and where to place those keywords matter. Even if you're having difficulty prompting, they got tools like ChatGPT that can help you out with those. You can put in little prompts that you can that you think about, and then have ChatGPT refine it. Sometimes people just want to just create something. So yeah, prompting that's the first thing you need to learn to do. Prompt.
So quick follow-up. How rough estimate, I would say it probably took me 8 or 9 months to just get that process. But that is getting faster. Is there a good resource that they should go to on YouTube that you rely on? Like for me, I watch a lot of Curious Refuge. I watch them on a weekly basis. That's one of my favorites, just because they cover kind of everything. I wonder if there's a place that you go for people that look like us to make it a little easier to digest the information.
That's funny because I don't really see too many of us doing that.
I know. Say that again, please.
I don't see too many of us doing that, but I really can't I can't pinpoint anybody that I watch, but I just, from experience and, even using ChatGPT or, my team, we'll come together and try to figure out something, but yeah, ChatGPT and maybe a tutorial from YouTube can help you out. Like I said, it's not as it's an essential thing, but it's not as big as we try to make it. It's really coming from how you feel and what you're really trying to do. And once you get all that together, put a prompt together and then just craft it after that.
I appreciate that. Thank you. It needed to be said. There's a hole in the industry where, like you said, we don't see a lot of us. Adam, I know you talk to me about that often. What's your thoughts?
You know what? You want me to get started, but I'm not going to do it because you know how I feel. When he said that, I wish the camera would have perked up on my eyes. I was like, he said the truth. Not a lot of us are doing this. And it's like just alone what we're doing here today and what you've done in the last 3 years. Yeah. For anyone who says that, there's not a lot I can do with this besides just putting this up here and just doing. Look at how far Jay Slay has gone. Look at how far this whole platform has gone. Like and then I also heard, did I just say I heard y'all? I'm waiting for Uriah to put something like, did she say I heard? I sure did. I heard that Jay Slay did the background for Maxwell concert. And bring that along, somebody bring that along. Thank you. And look, now I'm gonna go back down towards them. I'm gonna go back down.
Oh, man. Yeah, that was an experience itself too, and that's when I kind of knew in a way that we were going in the right direction. When it started hitting those big names, and they're looking out for us. They're looking for us. They're looking for us. They want us to, they don't, yeah. I don't think people see, what type of shift that we're in or where we're going with this. You never know what's going to happen in the next 5 years. I mean, even the next year, you know what I'm saying? And I think instead of people shunning what we're doing or, saying what we can and what we can't do, just take the time and do some research yourself, and see where it's going. Because regardless of what's going on, it's here to stay, and it's not going away. Eventually you're gonna come back and you're gonna be asking questions like, "What are you doing and what are we doing?" Just figure it out. It's okay.
Yo, thank you. I'm gonna ask my brothers here. Did he just not repeat our whole like last season from this season in one statement? Did he just do that? He said it's not going nowhere.
That's that professional wisdom right there.
Right. That's what he said up there in that corner. That's what he said. Like, come on, y'all. Like, there's levels to this. And he said the ultimate word we all three been talking about, all of it, even when Kim was on the show, the shift. There's a shift.
Yeah.
And either you're going to be a part of that or you're not, but there's so many levels we can get to. Okay. Go ahead, Uriah. Thank you.
No, I think at this point we're just, flowing, right? I don't really have any more. Like you hit everything. You hit
He
everything.
hits
and
everything. That's right. I
You
was
answer
saying.
every
He
question
is.
so effectively and efficiently that you answer like some of the questions I've already had. Um, I guess I was on the opposite end. I had my previous question was about a newbie and a beginner. What about somebody that's in it now? Like, what advice would you give them? Because I think everybody needs a mentor, no matter what level you are, whether you're first coming in or whether you're a professional. Everybody still needs a mentor, which is like a couple of steps above them. So that keeps you grounded. And what advice would you give that to a fellow, I guess I'd say a peer or somebody that's in it that's not brand new?
Just keep learning. Just keep learning. Keep like you said, as we're actually at this point where we're growing with the tech. You know, it's not like we just this is new, it's blowing my brain off. Nah, we're growing with it. So every time something new pops up, we adjust our workflows toward whatever new tech is coming up. So just keep learning and also just stay humble in it. You know, never get to that point where you feel like you know everything and also feeling like you're so good that you can't even collab with anybody. You know what I'm saying? I think people they'll look at the social media thing and he got so many followers or he got this guy, you know, that doesn't even matter, you know, just people they're just rocking what we're doing. Or they're just trying to figure out how we're doing it. You know what I'm saying? But it's not just like, just never get so high on your high horse. Just stay humble, stay true to who you are, and just continue to grow with the tech, and just get to that point where you can teach other people. Because regardless of the fact, there's money out there for everybody. You know, a lot of people want to gatekeep and don't want to, tell people how to do stuff. You know what I'm saying? And then when somebody else do it, then they get mad about it. You know what I'm saying? This is what I always believe is God gonna give you the vision. It's up to you to put it out there. Because if you don't do it, somebody else gonna do it, and then you're gonna be upset about it. So just stay true.
Yeah. That's what's up. That's what's up. Okay.
That is.
This is my last question, and then I'm going to turn it over to you to close us out. What's your favorite tool? What's your favorite AI tool?
It just depends. So, there's so many tools. Like you got your animators, your image generators. You know, you got to be.
I know. It's a tough one. It's a tough one.
Okay, honestly, to me, I like using I like the OG Mid Journey, of course. My favorite animator though is Clean at the moment. I like Clean.
Bro. Hey, we're gonna link. Hey, we're gonna link that. Yeah, my dog.
You're an honorary member of the show right now.
Yeah. Welcome
We gotta
to
have you
Cleon
definitely
side.
come on the show.
We got
Okay.
we gotta just cook.
Welcome to the Cleon world. All the other generators just be on the bus talking about what's up.
No, don't do that.
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it.
No,
Let me tell y'all
don't do
why.
that.
Let me tell y'all why. Okay, you know what? I'm standing on my business. I'm standing on my business. I'm not gonna be scared. I ain't gonna be scared. I haven't done that new Clean, but I know once I touch it, it's gonna be like, girl, I've been waiting.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Is it good?
Well, it's changing every week. We got something new every single week.
Just don't fall in the trap. Don't fall in the trap when they say master. The master is it's the basic one can do it just the same. They just
I was saying that. I was wondering. Yeah,
they just want to get they want to get the credits out. You know what I'm saying?
And it's double. It's like over double. I'm
gonna tell you what, Lewis put me on when he told me, "Oh, I just did all modern standard."
Don't do that. That's our next segment. That's our next segment. We gotta make sure they come back.
And I'm gonna point on my little finger. I'm gonna point on my little finger. I was like, "Oh, he made it. I can't believe he didn't stand. I'm a professional."
Yeah, I was a fan of Lewis too at one point. But
I
you
was
know, clean,
too.
Yeah.
yeah, clean changed the game, honestly.
Queen just came
I
in like,
like
"What's up, guys?"
I like Luma 3D effect. Like I was using it for like their 3D because I was doing a lot of 360 work and trying
Okay.
to reverse it to the 3D. And that's where I got my experience with Luma. I don't necessarily have a lot of experience with the video, but
Mhm.
I mean, they're the sponsor of this show. Kim does a bunch of hot stuff with it, so I can't,
Yeah.
knock it. I mean, it's
I
definitely the
did, I
same.
did, I did the flowers one with Luma when it first came out.
Nice.
Well, it's like
Yeah.
you got to use
Luma
a
was
tool
on
that
it, and
works
Luma does
for
great with
that
merging.
specific project.
Right.
Like
Right.
you're
Yeah.
almost using a different tool depending on what it is that
Yeah.
you're trying to create.
Exactly.
You
Exactly.
talked about adjusting the workflows. That's happening in real time, and so
Yeah.
you also
Mhm.
talked about building a team, and I want to like circle back to that. That's how
Yes.
Yes.
this show came together. Was each of us have a little different workflow, but we found a way to combine those ideas. And okay, did you try this? No. Okay, cool. Hey, have you tried negative prompting? No. Okay, cool. Try this. Here, check your DM. I think
Yeah.
that is so critical. And you started the show by saying, hey, you put God first,
Mm-hmm.
then you put together a team. You talked about doing research. You talked about it coming from within. I wonder if you can close us out with where you see things going in the next 6 months. Let's keep it to 6 months.
Oof. Well, with that VO3, that's such a powerful tool right now. I honestly I cannot say, if the see VO3 is they're putting out so much stuff with text text to video. Imagine when they start doing the image to video, you're gonna see a whole different ball game, and then also like how Vigil, how you can put a skin on somebody and move around. I think when that starts developing a little bit more, it's gonna be hard to tell the difference with anything. So just be aware of what you're watching, and because you can get caught up in this AI world and forget what real life is.
Say that again.
So you can get caught up in this AI world and forget what real life is. You don't want to do that. You don't want to
Yeah.
do that. Yeah. So stay grounded.
Yo, Justin, I personally just want to say thank you. I really appreciate you being here today, being open with us, answering our questions. And I always do this on the normal show. Would you be open to coming back to the Leadership Lounge to talk again so that we can maybe get into an expanded conversation?
Anytime. I do anything for Kim. Kim, that's my girl. Shout
I
out.
that. Yeah, she's amazing. I also want to thank her for this opportunity. I know we will be back here in about an hour, but this was an amazing, amazing conversation. If you need anything from me, Justin, reach out. I made sure to DM you before the show so that we can connect. I wonder if you can tell the people where they can find you.
You can find me on all platforms at JSlit Art on TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, all the same. Yeah, all the same.
Awesome. Ms. Adama, where can people find you?
You can find me on all social platforms, and if you need me as well, you can also DM me. And yeah,
Uriah?
You can find me on Facebook and LinkedIn at my name, Uriah Muhammad, or on Instagram at profit.productions.ai.
Awesome. You can find us at Marshall Artistry or my personal name, Louis Marshall, here on Facebook. Aside from that, we are live every Sunday at Leadership Lounge on Facebook, and we will be back in about an hour. I know we've got some other upcoming videos, so If you can, let us know what kind of questions you have for us in the chat for when we get back. We've got an expanded conversation I'm very much looking forward to. Again, I want to say thank you to Justin for his time and just being so willing to talk with us. This was really, really amazing. I learned something new too.
Oh man, it was a pleasure.
This is inspiring. This is dope. Thank you.
And
real quick, I just want to say this. I just want to say this because this just is a testament to community. So I remember like early last year sometime, and I don't even know how we ended up. I know what it was. I know exactly what it was. Justin and I were exchanging messages on Instagram, direct message, because I was just about to do the Layla video. And he had done some videos, and I was going back and forth with him, like talking about how I was having a hard time, getting the recognition of the face and everything. And that just goes to show you nobody's gatekeeping. And he gave me some pointers, and he started telling me about his journey, and we promised each other then that we would keep each other inspired. And that's what this is all about, y'all. It really is. This is great. I'm so happy that he was able to say yes and to come on here because he's doing phenomenal. And yeah, just thank you. And I want to thank all of you guys too. You'll be back to talk a little bit more. So it's all good. So thank you so much. Yay.
I love this. I love y'all.
You guys here in about an hour.
All right. All right, guys. Okay. So we are going to move into some more videos, y'all. We're going to move into some more videos. So again, I want to thank Leadership Lounge for agreeing to take on an hour to give me a little time to rest a little bit. They're going to be back again. And if everybody, enjoyed them, I want you to make sure that you tune into their podcast every Sunday. And they'll tell you a little bit more about that later on. I appeared on their podcast, and so we had a really great time. So right now, what we're about to do, we're about to look at 2 more videos, y'all. We are about to look at 2 more videos. So I'm going to get these videos queued up for you. So coming in at number 17, it's called 3-Pointer, Black Diamonds on Fine China. All right. And this was done by Jimmy Jenkins Jr. And then after that, we're going to have Bandit Queen, the rebel who defied all odds. And that video was done by Shital Shinde. Now, if I mispronounced that, please excuse me. But we've been chatting back and forth. We've been chatting back and forth on email and on social media. But again, these were 2 really phenomenal videos, and we are ready to go ahead and get those going. Enjoy.
Go ahead, you can do it. Take a chance, let's get moving. Let's get moving, let's get moving.
Yo, you ever thought to yourself, yo, I'm better than this, but time after time, you struggle with it. Procrastination, hesitation, fear of failure begins. Let's boom, hold that up and 3-point that shit in.
एक औरत जिसने अन्याय को अपनी तकदीर नहीं बनने दिया, जिसने डर को अपने पैरों तले कुचल दिया, ये उसकी कहानी है, बागी की कहानी। फूलन देवी एक बागी की गाथा। चंबल की ये वीरान धरती कभी डाकुओं का गढ़ थी, लेकिन यहाँ एक नाम गूंजता था, फूलन देवी। वो ना किसी से झुकी न किसी से रुकी। उसकी आंखों में आंधी थी पर दिल में तूफान। एक मासूम लड़की जिसे समाज ने रौंदने की कोशिश की, लेकिन उसने आंसू नहीं बहाए बल्कि उन्हें आग बना लिया। बागियों के काफिले में उसकी जगह बनी। इंसाफ की तलाश उसे बंदूकों के साए तक ले आई। जिसने उसके आंसू बहाए थे, वो अब उसके खौफ से कांप रहे थे। न्याय के नाम पर अत्याचार करने वाले अब उसके निशाने पर थे। वो गुजर गई, पर उसकी कहानी अमर हो गई। वो सिर्फ एक नाम नहीं, एक इनकलाब थी। फूलन देवी बंदूकों से लड़ी, मगर इंसाफ की लड़ाई बंदूक से नहीं जीती जाती। वो एक इतिहास बन गई। वो बैंडिट क्वीन कहलाई, मगर असली पहचान थी एक औरत की जो अन्याय के खिलाफ खड़ी हुई। कोई उसे हत्यारिन कहता है, कोई देवी तो कोई मुक्तिदाता, लेकिन इन सब के पीछे एक औरत थी जिसकी सच्चाई अब भी अनसुनी है। समाज बदलेगा जब हर औरत को डर नहीं, बराबरी का हक मिलेगा।
Wow. Wow. These I'm telling you guys, I'm seeing all the comments that are coming through and about the music and the visuals and everything. And yes, we were just overwhelmed by, the creativity that came through for this. So those were our 17 and 16 video. So this is what we're going to do right now, everybody. We're going to take a quick break. We always just take a quick break before we move into the next segment. So, what I want you to do is this: everyone, start thinking about the questions that you may have about AI video creation, about AI film, about AI images, the contest. I saw some questions that came through earlier about monetization, and I am going to answer those questions in the next segment. Okay, so we're not ignoring anybody's questions. We see all the questions coming through, and we are going to get to them. So right now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add this here, and we will be back in a second. All right. We'll be right back. Hang on, everybody. Hang tight. We're just getting set up. Awesome. Sorry. We're back. We're back. Did you all like the little music on the down end there? Anyway, thank you for those of you who are just joining. I'm seeing the great questions coming in, and I am going to get to some of those questions. But we are coming off of the break right now. We just had a really great discussion that happened just now, and I want to do some kind of station identification type stuff here. I want to make sure that I get in the right everything, okay? And so, first thing, we want to make sure that we do very quickly here. Wanted to just let's see here. All right. Got to make sure we get our sponsors up there. Okay. So everybody, I want to remind you of who our sponsors are for the Playground Pastime AI Film Contest. Cold Black is our premier sponsor, and our editorial sponsor is She Is AI. And we want to make sure that we recognize our technology sponsors, Luma and Topaz Labs. All right, guys, we want to make sure that we recognize them, because without them, this event probably would not have been possible. Now, the other thing that I want to tell you about is the swag bag. All right. So if you haven't already, I want you to either scan the QR code, or I want you to go to that URL that you see there on your screen right now, and I want you to grab your swag bag. This swag bag, guys, is full of wonderful, wonderful perks for those of you who are, if you do anything AI, you will find a benefit in that swag bag, to be honest, whether or not you are into film, video, images, whatever it may be. This swag bag is going to be for you. I have so many great things in there, and it got to the point where I was like, am I giving too much? I'm that kid at Christmas that just got everything. And so I want everybody to have everything, or as much as they can. Now, if you grab the swag bag, you will be entered into a drawing for a 1-hour consultation with an AI marketing AI expert, Marky Lemons Rao. And I'm telling you right now, that 1-hour consultation, a strategic consultation, it is so worth it. It can change the trajectory of your career when it comes to AI. It is so worth it. And normally that consultation would have cost $2,000. Okay, so that is worth a $2,000 consultation. If you download the swag bag, if you go in and you sign up for the swag bag, we'll enter you into the drawing. All right, so that is our swag bag. So wanted to definitely tell you about that. All right, there we go. Okay, now what I want to do at this point, we have Luma is one of our sponsors, our technology sponsor. And I had mentioned that I am a creative partner with Luma, and I'm so happy to be a creative partner with Luma. And I am so happy that they agreed, to be a sponsor for the AI contest. So what you'll find out about me is that I'm really straightforward and I'm really transparent, and I like to give information. I don't like to gatekeep. And so I'm going to be very transparent. When you're starting out with a new event, it is really difficult to get large sponsors to tie into, to buy in, to your event. If it doesn't have what's called a quote unquote, a proven track record. So when you're just starting out, it could be really difficult to try to get those sponsors. But I'm so happy and so proud to say that I reached out to my contact at Luma, and immediately they said, yes, we will, we can give you something for your winners. Just tell us how many winners you're going to have, and we will definitely donate some in-kind subscriptions. And I will have to say that not everybody will do that. And so I really, really like that the fact that Luma is in touch with their creators, and they want to understand and know what it is that we like, what we love, what we don't like about their product. And I'm really happy about that. And they're very supportive because they do realize that the creators are who make them possible. And so what I want to do in this segment is I'm going to answer the questions that a lot of you have, and then I'm going to show you some of the videos that I've created using Luma. Those of you who use Luma and like it, love it, definitely, feel free to comment, in the comments about that, about your experiences. But I will say that, Luma is one of those top video platforms. And I use a lot of different video platforms. I'm not even going to lie. I am also a Runway creative partner. And I also use Kling. I use Halo. I try a lot of different things. I've tried Sora. I have not tried VO3 yet. I haven't tried it yet. But I've seen, the results from it, and it's, very promising. I've tried VO, but I haven't tried VO3. And I've tried just about anything that comes out. I will try it out, and that's the video platforms. And some of them also are what's called, text to video, where you create the image and the video all in the same platform. But here's what I'm going to do right now. Let me get to a couple of these questions, because I did see some questions in the chat about monetizing your AI images. I even saw a question in the chat about using celebrity images in monetizing. So what I can say to you is this: I can speak to my experience with monetizing images with AI. When it comes to celebrities, I don't have any experience with monetizing images of people who may have an intellectual property, or someone who, you don't want to violate, anybody's intellectual properties by creating those images. I've done so for 2 celebrities. And in those instances, there were permissions that were given, for that. Now, if you're just creating video and you're putting it on Instagram, or you're putting it on one of the social media platforms, and you're not monetizing those videos, I don't see that there's anything, wrong with that. But definitely, I would say anybody who wants to monetize images, make sure that you are legally within your right to put out certain images. That's the best advice I can give. I'm not an attorney, and I don't want to give any legal advice. So that's the best that I can say about that. But when it comes to monetizing the images, there's so many different ways that you can monetize AI images and film. I'll give you one really great example. A lot of you commented on that last video that showed and said that it looked like a real documentary. And so that is one way that a lot of creators are finding that they're able to monetize their images. B-roll for documentaries. There are documentaries where there may not be footage of a certain incident or a certain person that the documentary is based on. Maybe it's a time period piece where there is no film, available for that. And maybe you have the director or the producer of the documentary, maybe they're working with a small budget and they don't have the money to reenact, certain things. That's where AI comes in. That's where the beauty of AI comes in, because you can marry the AI with what you already have. I have done a little bit of B-roll that has been used for documentaries, and I'm just, it's really a viable way to, monetize your images. There's so many other ways. Music videos, documentaries, as I had mentioned, marketing and advertising material. I have worked with entrepreneurs who, who wanted marketing that was tailored more towards their target market. Maybe they had advertising that was more general and they wanted it to be a little bit more specific, but this didn't have, the budget or what have you. And so I've done some things with that. You can even go so far as to selling your images for, as prints, or on clothing, on t-shirts. This t-shirt is, well, this is not AI, but I do have some t-shirts and merch that I do sell that have some of my AI images on them. And so there's so many different ways that you can, monetize with AI. Children's books, illustrations, it goes on and on and on. So there's a lot of different ways that you can do that. But I wanted to make sure that I got to that question. All right. I'm gonna look at some of these other questions before I play some of the videos and I tell you a little bit about how I utilize Luma. Okay, so I see this is a really good one. What is your, I'm gonna put this one up. What is your AI origin story? How did you discover AI? And what artist, influencer, art piece triggered your AI discovery? Woo, that is a loaded one. I'm going to try to answer it as best as I can. So my AI origin story starts off, I'm going to make this really brief. I am a realtor. I'm a managing broker. I do not manage an office right now. But at one point, when I first started with AI, I was managing agents and I was trying to figure out ways to help my agents to market themselves even better. Along came AI. And so I started dabbling with AI and just creatively as both strategically and creatively. Okay. And so I started using AI videos and images to help with marketing pieces. And then as I started creating more, I started saying, I actually kind of like making these images. What I found is that it became, because I am an art collector, and I've always been a creative all my life, it became an outlet for me to create the images that I wanted to see when I was a kid. And I kind of explained that a little bit earlier when we first started. I started creating images. I'm a big sci-fi junkie, right? If it's sci-fi, I'm going to watch it. And I've always been that my entire life. And so I started creating the images that if I had a perfect world, of my perfect sci-fi world, I started creating those images. And so that's where the origin came for me, because I started creating what would the people who I saw in playground pastime. Okay. And so as far as what artist, influencer, art piece triggered my AI discovery, I don't know if I could just pinpoint one particular artist, but I will say this. As I started creating more images, AI images, and I saw others that were creating AI images out there, I would take a piece from what I liked about what that artist was doing and try to figure out. I would not ask them for their prompts. I never do that. I wouldn't ask them, hey, tell me how to prompt this way. I would try to figure it out. I would try to say, how did they get that look? And then I would, create from there. So there are a lot of different AI artists that I could, or AI video and filmmakers that I could pinpoint, but I took little pieces from a lot of them. And I'm gonna tell you another thing that really helped me to hone in on my particular style was participating in the little challenges that some of the AI artists would have. And they would give you a prompt and say, hey, use this prompt, but come up with something, come up with something in your style. So I would switch it up and I would change the style to match playground pastime, but I would still, stay within the parameters of the challenge. So that's the best way that I can answer that. I think that a lot of you ask different people, they'll all have something different. Okay. All right. Okie dokie. So, and then, Jennifer, you got a lot of good questions. Jennifer's asking all the good questions, y'all. Okay, let me take one more of Jennifer's questions. Let's see here. Here's another question. To what degree is AI creation part of your total creative output today? So examples, 100% AI, 50%, some of it 50% manual illustration. When it comes to me, mine is 100% AI, 100% AI. There's one instance where I did not do 100% AI, and I've done this before, where if you go on my Instagram page and my all of my social media handles are Kimberly Offered, I did a piece on Nina Simone, and what I found was that if I'm going to create a piece on a celebrity, I want it to look just like the celebrity. I want it to look exactly like the celebrity. And in that instance, and I'm just going to be very transparent right now, sometimes it's difficult to create people of color when you're dealing with AI. And so I had a great idea. I was like, you know what? I can't really get her exactly. So I took her album covers and I brought her album covers to life with AI. So in that sense, my video was 50-50, 50% AI, all the movement was AI, but all of the images were actually her. And I wanted to visualize what was she doing in that moment when she took that photograph, So that, and you'll find that answer will be different for a lot of, for a lot of different people. Okay, cool. Awesome. Those are good questions. Good questions. I'm going to come to a few more in a bit. So let me talk about Luma. Luma is a video platform. Okay. I'm not going to get too technical with it. I'm not going to do a tutorial or anything like that. I am going to show you a couple of videos that I did with Luma and just kind of give you an idea of how I put them together. But here's one of my secrets. Okay. Everybody come close. Everybody come real close to the screen because I don't want everybody to know. I don't want everybody to know my secret. Okay. So one of the best ways to create the best AI video is to start off with a great image already in motion. Okay. That's the trick. You want to start off with so in other words, if your intention is for the image to walk, then it should be a still life version of someone walking. It shouldn't just be someone standing still like a wooden board. Okay. If your vision is to have the person pose or to whatever it is, then in your image, as if you're taking an image into a platform, you want to make sure that that image is already in motion. Okay. And so that is what I do. A lot of my images that I take, I am strictly a image to video creator. So in other words, I create my images in Midjourney, and then I take them over into a video platform and I animate them into a video platform. Every now and then I'll create the image in the platform and then have the platform to animate it, which a lot of them will do. So I take all of my images and I put them into Luma. Luma's platform, those of you who have never used Luma before, this is some of the benefits that Luma has. Luma has camera control. So in other words, you're able to say zoom in, zoom out, rotate, dolly, aerial. You have the ability to dictate how the camera will move in your video. So it has camera control. Recently, Luma added a couple of new features. One feature that they added was the ability to resize your images with video. Okay, that's huge. So in other words, let's say you have an image that is more so portrait, okay, and you want to expand landscape wise, or you just want to make it a little bit, change the dimensions basically. You can do that in Luma and it will create the environment around that image so that when you resize it, it looks as if it's the same image. That's I'm kind of saying that, breaking that down in a real, user-friendly language way. But that is a feature that Luma has. Luma also has continuous movement. In other words, you can take one image, one start image, right? And you can put that in, and then you'll have an end image where you want the image to go. So you have two images, and it will create all of the in between, okay, between the two images. And again, I know there are other ways to say this, but I'm just breaking this down because whenever I am talking to an audience, I never assume that everyone is advanced. I never assume that. So, I know there are other ways to say it, but I just want to make sure that I'm putting that out there. Luma also, so again, it has text to image capabilities, but it also has image to video capabilities, text to video and image to video capabilities within the platform. And one of the things that I really like about Luma also is you can Luma has it has three different levels. So we have 1.6, you have Ray 2, okay, and then you have the Ray 2, the quick version. And depending on, as you learn these platforms, you start to begin to learn which version will give you the results that you want. And so I kind of have that down to a science, which version will give me the type of movement that I need. And what you do is you can either prompt your movement, or sometimes I'm able to put my images in, click, and it does exactly what I want, because remember, I'm putting in images that are already almost in movement. And so the AI picks up on, oh, this person's walking. We're going to make her walk, So that's what I do. If there are any other questions about Luma, then you can drop them in the chat wherever you are. But in the meantime, I'm going to show you a video. Actually, this was a series that I did. And it didn't start off as a series. I just did the first one. I liked it. A lot of people liked it. And I was like, oh, I need a part 2. Right. And so I did this video. So now let me tell you a little bit about this video. Okay. Before we get into it. The images are all Midjourney. The video is Luma. Okay. So I do have Luma in that video. There may be one other clip in the video that was not Luma, but everything in the video is Luma. And the voiceover is also AI. So the voiceover, let's tell you a little bit about this. If you are looking to do voiceovers with AI, 11 Labs is it right now. It is the way to go, right? Is 11 Labs. But the voice is not going to sound like mine. Okay. So what I did was I took my voice and I put it into 11 Labs. So I spoke the script. Basically, that's my part-time job. Sometimes I act on the side. Okay. So don't tell anybody. So I put my voice in Luma Labs, and then I put an AI voice on top of my voice. Now, let me just tell you all this. Those of you who use Luma, let me tell you a little trick. Yes, you can put the script in Luma and then just let it do what it does. That is perfectly fine. You could do that. But it's not going to have, the voices are not going to have the inflections. You're not going to have the emotion that you want in particular areas, the pauses that you need in particular areas. It's going to just sound like you typed in a script and put an AI voice with it. With 11 Labs, you can record your voice saying the script and then take an AI voice and put it on top of your voice. So now the AI voice has all your inflections. It has all of your pauses. It'll even giggle like you. I was one where I did a giggle just to see if it would do it. And it did in the voice of the AI. It's scary. I know. It's a little spooky. But you can do that. And you can now create your own voices now. You can give a description of a voice and it'll create that voice. So at any rate, I'm going to shut up and I'm going to let you watch part 1 and part 2 of white noise. I called this one white noise. So we're going to go ahead and get those queued up. I hope you guys are having fun.
Sentinel 1970 logging in. Entry 1919-1. All frequencies stable, no anomalies detected, signal integrity holds at the standard levels. Observation sectors remain inactive. External contact null, internal response operational. Another cycle begins. 5 years to a day, 1,825 cycles. Same routine, same silence. Sentinel 1970 logging in. Entry 1919-2. Observation channels clear. Signal integrity holding. A minor fluctuation detected in baseline frequency. No cause identified. Parameters remain within acceptable range. Could be interference, could be nothing. We'll continue monitoring. I monitor, I listen, I report. It is what I was assigned to do. And yet... Sentinel 1970 logging in. Entry 1970-3. Correction. Entry 1919-3. System checks initiated. Signal integrity compromised. External interference detected across all primary channels. White noise stream is irregular. Fluctuations persistent. No clear source identified. I am hearing something. It's not random. It's not feedback. It's forming words. 5 years, and the white noise has never changed. I tell myself it's a glitch, a miscalculation in the frequency stream, that I've been here too long. I'm imagining it. Who are you? Who are you? Sentinel 1970 logging in. Entry 1919-4. The interference is no longer isolated. It is not just in the system.
So that was white noise. Now, the voiceover, the animation of her talking, the lip sync, shall I say, that was a tool called Hedra. Okay. So, once you start getting into these AI tools, it's like being in a kid in a candy store. You just start grabbing on to everything. So I hope you guys like that one. That one was white noise. Now, there's another one that I did. And if anybody has any questions about, how that was done, please definitely ask. And I'm trying to go back and look at as many questions as I can and try to get. I don't want to, if I miss your question, charge it to my eyes not seeing, and it just scrolled by. Just go ahead and ask your question again. Are there any AI? Okay, so I see one here. Are there any online AI communities for the culture? There are a lot of online AI online communities. That is the perfect segue into me telling you guys about my community. And then I'm going to come back and show you another video and answer some more questions. So there are some of you who are in the audience right now who have taken my classes. So yes, I do offer classes. The reason why I started offering classes, because again, I had a lot of people coming to me and coming into my DMs and saying, I really love what you do and I want to do that too. I have this vision for a particular image, and I just haven't been able to reproduce it. I love what you do. How do you do that? And and everything. Gotten all those questions, and my answer to you, people. And this was a question that someone had a little bit earlier was, is it not proper protocol to ask for the prompts? Well, here's the thing. Even if I were to give you every prompt that I use with my images, or if any creator here were to give you every prompt that they use their images, I can guarantee you that your image is not going to be the same as mine. It just isn't, because of the way, just the infinite knowledge and the infinite results that AI could provide. But what I can do, I can show you how to create your own prompts so that you can create the images that you see, right? And so that's why I started, teaching classes, and offering some free classes as well as some that were not free, some master classes, was because I don't want to gatekeep. The last group talked about that, gatekeeping and keeping knowledge to yourself. That's not something that I like to do. So I do have classes that I teach, but I also have a community, and I am launching a brand new community. Matter of fact, today I actually launched on yesterday, late yesterday, but today. And I learned very early off the power of community and not gatekeeping, and sharing information, sharing the wealth, giving freely so that everybody can prosper, so that everybody can take advantage. Because here's the thing. AI is, I said this earlier, it is not the future, it is today. It is today. And believe it or not, we are still in the early adoption phase of AI. And we need that to move forward. We need that education. And I'm not here to gatekeep it at all. But I do have a community. And for those of you who may be interested in joining the community, I have, like I said, I have some people in the audience. As a matter of fact, about about 6 or 7 members of my community actually submitted to the contest. I was so happy. I was like mama bear. I was so happy that they stepped out on a limb and submitted. And that for them, this was their first contest, may have been their first short film that they created. And I am so proud. I would like to take some of the credit. I don't know, but I'm so proud to say that 3 of them placed two placed in the top 20, and one person had 2 films. She went out on a limb and put in 3 films, and 2 of her films placed in the top 20. And these were people who just started. They just started creating. So I can do so much more for you when you learn the prompts yourself, and you learn how to create, on your own. So this is my community that I started, and this is also in the swag bag, where I'm giving a 10-day trial for the community. And in this community, we're doing live trainings, we're doing master classes, we're doing, we have prompt library. My entire prompt manual is in this community. Monthly feedback, Q&A community where you're talking with other creators and sharing everything. Monetization tips, so you can scan that QR code. Just listen, just come for 10 days. Okay, just come for 10 days, try it out, and go from there. But I will tell you that the community setting, it works. It works because you're getting that positive feedback from people who are in the same place that you are. They want to achieve. So that is the community. You can scan the QR code, or you can go to the link. So I'm going to drop that down real quick, but then I'm going to go back and let me throw up this swag bag real quick, because I want you all to get this swag bag. So go ahead and get that swag bag. I'm going to pull up some questions that you may have for me, and then I'm going to show you another video. Okay, so let me get some questions here. All right. Oh, you're having a blast. I'm so glad. I am so glad. I'm so glad you guys are enjoying this. That's my number one thing, guys. That is my number one priority is I wanted you to enjoy this day. All right. Okay, let's see. I don't know if I can show the circus one. I'll cue it up and maybe show it a little bit later. I don't want to get in any trouble. All right, guys. Okay, let's see here. I saw a question a little bit earlier that I wanted to tackle, but I don't see it right now. And let's see. Okay. All right. All right. So guys, if you have any questions, please, 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 feel free to drop those questions in the chat. All right. So I am going to show now. Let me tell you something. Creativity is interesting because and some of my other creators, I'm going to ask them about this in a couple of the interviews that are coming up. I could wake up from the night before and then say, "Ooh, I should do a continuation of this video because this is what happened," and I'll come up with these videos of what happened and, I'll try to put them all together. And then it's so funny because you start working on one and you get a whole new idea and now you want to do that. This AI is the great equalizer. It is absolutely the great equalizer because I have never been able to spit out this much creativity. I really haven't. Okay. So this is really good. So this video that I'm getting ready to show you, this was my idea of what happened 2 days or 3 days before the white noise. Okay. So this is what I envisioned happened before that. We're good with the video queued up? Okay, cool. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and let that play.
You feel that? Reading a frequency spike. This isn't ours. It's here. Whatever it is, it's here. If we don't contain it. Intruder unknown. Protocol, scramble, confirm, breach sector. Control, there's been a breach. I repeat, there's been a breach. It's compromised. Repeat, it's down. We have to separate. Get to the next portal, East End. East End is down. I repeat, East End is down. I'm going to go to the North Sector. It's here. I think it's here. North Sector is up and functioning. I'm going through.
I wonder what was going on. I don't even know yet what was going on. Okay. So, but that is another video that I did using Luma. So again, that was Luma, on the video, majority Luma. It was 11 Labs with the voiceovers, and that was me, all the voices with AI on top of me. The sound effects were Pixabay, free. However, I will tell you this, that Luma now also you can generate sound with your videos on Luma. In this particular instance, there was just certain sounds that I needed, that I wanted, and so I used Pixabay to put the sound in. As far as the music, the background music that you hear, that is, I believe it's Udio. Okay, so there are two music platforms that are AI, Suno and Udio. I completely suck when it comes to making AI music. I am not going to lie to you. I'm just going to be the first to admit it. I could kick rocks when it comes to AI music. Every now and then I have a pretty good one, but that is what I use for that. Okay, so let's see. Okay, so Oz, I see you said when you first watched that after I posted it, you had no idea that it was part of white noise. It was. And that just goes to show you that again is a situation where I get so excited about what's being put out there until I'm ready to move on to the next. And that's the one thing about AI that's probably not that great for people like me, because AI is changing every day. What is that saying that they say? AI is the worst that it will ever be today, because tomorrow it's going to be even better. All right. And I am one of those where I will just tell you, this is my best advice for you out there. Find maybe 3 or 4 platforms that you can use to do what you need to do, because you can get lost and overwhelmed in AI. And that's not what you want to do. Find the ones that do what you need to do the best and stick to those. Master those. Those are the ones that are improving every day. They're improving and they're moving along with everything. So find those AI platforms that can satisfy everything that you needed to satisfy, and master those. Don't try to master everything that's new, because you will just get overwhelmed. Am I correct? Those of you in the chat, in the comments, wherever you are, I would think that you are correct. You would agree. I would think that you would agree. All right. Oh, here's a good question. What would you say was your largest challenge to learning AI? The one I just mentioned. Not getting overwhelmed. Okay. Because again, you could get overwhelmed in it. You have to find one pathway with AI, 1 or 2, nothing more. Not unless you can handle all of that. Me, I can't handle more than 2. Okay. And so I would say find 1 or 2 again that you can master and go with it. But that was my largest challenge, not falling victim to the newest, latest, greatest, and the shiniest object. That was my my downfall, I guess you could say, or my biggest challenge. All right, good question. Let's see. Okay, here's another one. Here's another good question. And it's Jennifer. How long can an AI project take? Do you start with a script before prompt scripting? How do you launch a creative project? So I would imagine that a lot of creators are going to have similar answers, but different answers to this. If I am creating a project that's just for me, that I am just gonna, put on social media, on Instagram or wherever, more than likely I have not storyboarded it out. I may have started out with some really cool images that I like, that resonated with me, and decided that I was going to turn that into a larger project, into a 1 minute or 3 minute, whatever. If it's 3 minutes, then I'm gonna kind of storyboard it out. But if it's just a 1 minute reel or whatever, I don't do that. In the instance of, let's say, a 3-minute video, which I'll show a little bit later on, that I submitted to a contest, I did storyboard it out a little bit. And then I scripted it out and then storyboarded it again. And that's just me, in my creative process, because maybe I'll think about this. With AI, we're not dealing with real people and humans that can ad lib, that can act out, whatever it is that we're trying to do. you have an image that you're working with, and you have to have that image has to work within that story or that script or that storyboard. And so I may have a visual for what I want, and then then my script, I'll, start out with, some images to kind of kick it off. Then I'll, storyboard it, and then I'll script it out. And then when I script it, I may realize, wait a minute, I need an image that's going to do, this other thing, this something different, or whatever is right here in this segment. How am I going to show what I'm visualizing? Okay. And so it may take a lot to do that. So, my process is that. And how long does it take? It depends on how long the video is. And it also depends on how difficult the images are to create. Those of you who know, I did the Layla Hathaway video. That video took about a month for me to do because we did have some edits. But videos that you see on my Instagram page may have taken me an hour, to do. So, all right, guys. So it is 2:55. We're going to take a short break. And we're going to come back at the top of the hour. With more videos from the contest. All right. So I am going to, let's see here. Where is my break? Oh, it's coming. There we go. There we go, everybody. All right. I'm going to put on the really nice groovy music that is supplied by StreamYard, and we will be right back. And the Leadership Lounge will be up next. You're going to see videos, and then the Leadership Lounge is going to take over. So we're going to take a quick break here. All right. All right. We are back. We are back. We are back. All right. So in this segment, we are down to, what are we at? 15, 14, and 13. Our number 15, 14, and 13 videos, guys. I can't believe we've been on here 3 hours, but we have. It seems like it's only been about 30 minutes. So, all right. So, our number 15 video is entitled Recovery in a Can. And that video was created by Nate Tate. He is out of the US. So Recovery in a Can is number 15. Our number 14 video. Our number 14 video is the Phoenix Tree. Y'all, this is the Phoenix Tree. This is one of my community members. And we saw one earlier from another community members, but this gentleman also has a podcast as well. And so his name, don't get me, because I'm about to, if I mispronounce your name, don't get me. It's just one of those tongue-tied moments or whatever. But Ijlal Muhammad is that is the number 14 video, the Phoenix Tree. And then number 13, 21%. And that was directed, that's the Initiative Independent Group. That is Kimberly Pratt. She is also part of the community that I have, and also someone who just started creating videos. So listen, guys, this is a testament. You don't have to be a professional to enter these contests. So let's go ahead and let's roll those videos.
Our vibrant city, a story of struggle and hope unfolds. Look around you, see the pain hidden behind bright facades.
I can't escape this cycle. It's consuming me.
Addiction, a shadow that looms over our shining towers.
Every day feels like a battle I can't win.
But listen closely, for change is in the air. In our market of wonders, where past and future collide, a miracle awaits, born from the wisdom of our ancestors. Behold, recovery in a can, a legacy of healing passed down through generations. Watch as I open this sleek, metallic vessel of hope. As the mist escapes, it carries with it the weight of our struggles. Breathe deep, let the shimmer of possibility fill your lungs. See how it draws us in, a beacon in the darkness.
For the first time in years, I feel hope.
Witness the transformation as chains of addiction begin to crumble. Communities once fractured now come together in celebration. Dance with us. Let the rhythm of recovery flow through your veins. Smile with us as the joy of healing lights up our city. Thrive with us in a future where every individual stands tall. This is not just a product, it's a revolution of the spirit. In every can, the essence of our resilience. In every sip, the strength of our community. For in this can, we find not just recovery, but our destiny. From the ashes of addiction, we rise, reborn, renewed, ready to build a brighter tomorrow. This is more than healing. This is our legacy, passed from one generation to the next, a testament to the power within each of us. Recovery in a can, you're healing our legacy. Discover the power within. Try recovery in a can and step into a brighter future.
Story time.
The saying goes, worship is for the Phoenix Tree. Believe and you will worship the Phoenix Tree. People would come from miles in front of this tree. Sacrifices of creatures would be performed in front of it for the sake of it. You intentionally came to worship the Phoenix Tree, or upon arrival, you were compelled to worship it. Spiritual leaders who believed in God would pass by the tree, and not long afterwards would be seen bowing to it in full submission. My father was a man of God. He raised me to be a man of God. He taught me to bear witness that there is only one God, the creator of the universe, and he is the only one worthy of worship. And I believed. One day my father came back home from a long journey in a way I have never seen. He was elated as if he was filled with faith, like a prophet that just received revelation from God, but his eyes were chaotic. I heard of this look before. It was the look of those who worshipped the Phoenix tree. When he saw me, he dropped his bags and rushed towards me. Despite his greeting of peace, I jumped back from him and sought refuge in God. He grabbed me by my hand and said, "My son, there is no need to seek refuge in me from the one you call God. For I have been blessed in a way you have not. I have actually seen God, spoke to him, embraced him, and I didn't have to wait until after death. I've been chosen as the prophet to spread the word and deliver his message. And you will help me, my son." I pulled away from him with my back to the wall. With water welling up in my eyes and the fear for my father's soul, I asked, "And what message is that, my father?" His eyes went dark. His face became stiff as if possessed. He said in a guttural voice, "Worship is for the Phoenix tree. Believe and you will worship the Phoenix tree."
All right. All right. So those were the 3 videos that we have here. So now we are going to turn this back over to Leadership Live. I hope you guys are ready to roll. We ready to receive you. All right. So I want my they're gonna come up and they're gonna do what they do best, and that is talk about some of the industry's latest and greatest, and they're gonna do what they do. All right. So come on up to the stage, Leadership Lounge, and I'm gonna turn it over and let you guys take over.
All right, here we go. I wanted to piggyback on some of your last segment where there was a question from the audience. How do you start the process? And I've heard it several times throughout the broadcast, talking about having a reference image. So one of the things that I do often on the show is to talk about prompt engineering, how I get the results that I get. So I wanted to give a quick breakdown of how I might come up with a reference image. While most of the time I'm prompt engineering in Midjourney, this is a very generic format that can get you kind of from start of an idea through the process of where you've got enough reference images to choose from to begin this video process. It all starts with media quality. That gives me an opportunity to tell whatever platform, hey, this is how I want my scene to really start. From there, I'm off into an image type. Most of the time I'm creating photography, product photography. I'll do movie posters, portraiture. Kim talked about having a subject in motion. That's really key during this next section, which is about your description. Is it a person? Is it a place? Is it a thing? Give your image generator an opportunity to do the best job possible. From there, I get into lighting, camera, lens. How are we shooting and lighting this specific scene, the subject? I don't necessarily limit it to one area of my prompt, but I rather put it in multiple places. One of the things that I use as an example is I have my phone in the foreground. I would be the main subject, and then I have my background. I will put lighting in all three places within my prompt to give me a really good reference image to work with. I want to add a camera and a lens so that it's closer to photorealism so that I have a good opportunity to make that image move in the way that I see in my head, but haven't quite put into words yet. This is the framework that gives me an opportunity to get a really solid reference image. As a bonus, for the ones that do use Midjourney, something that I also say is the parameters are your best friend. This is how you're able to tweak and tailor your image results to maximize your effectiveness. One of the productivity tools that I'll do from time to time when I'm at the very beginning of the process is I'll use the -- repeat function. I'll usually run it 2 or 3 times to give me enough images to see, hey, is this prompt being effective? From there, once I've got a couple of reference images to work with, that's where I'm going to turn it over to my co-host and we'll get into the video portion of the process. But this framework gives you a good guide, and it doesn't matter whether you're using Midjourney or ChatGPT or some other image generator. If you include all of these things in a prompt, it will give you the best opportunity to come up with a quality result. So I want to run down that list one more time very briefly. It starts with media quality, an image type, a good description. Is it a person? Is it a place? Is it a thing? We talked about lighting. I personally add in a camera and a lens to give me a good opportunity to enhance whatever the prompt is and tailor it closer to realism. And then if I'm in Midjourney, those parameters are really the key for me to get the best quality result. From there, I'm going to turn it over to my co-host where they can dive further into talking about video generation and the packaging. Uriah, you're on mute. Seems like we've got some technical difficulties, Miss Adama.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. I wonder if you can touch on the video processes.
Okay. So what we're gonna do now, I just want to make sure you can hear me. So once you're done with the talking part, I know that
You got a little bit of
it's gonna be is the echo.
Yeah, a little bit of an echo.
Okay, let me.
There you go. You're good.
How about that? That's better.
Much better. Thank you. Please continue.
Thank you. Okay, so what's going to happen is after we do the animation part, we go over to the editing part, which is going to be my part. Basically, we'll be seeing what we need in the image, what we don't, how we're going to how we're going to do I like to have a smooth transition, and so hopefully we'll be going into that part and how we can do that part as well. I know that what we typically do, or since you and Uriah and I work so much together with animation, what we typically do is we put it into chat, then chat will give us a baseline, then we go from there, and then from there that's when we do the editing part of it. And with the editing part, the first thing I do is see what's going to align, see if it's going to speak the story that we're trying to reach on. So that's pretty much it.
I know for me, the beginning of the video process is always an uncomfortable process because I have a lot of images, but I have kind of scripted a way forward based on each image. I'll have kind of a rough outline, if you will, for where I want to take each scene. I view them, each image as a scene, its own scene. So, Uriah, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, sorry. Thank you. Okay. I wonder if you can talk about the video process.
Yeah, so once you go from the image process, I then take the image prompt and use that as a baseline for my video creation. I trained a few ChatGPT sessions to give me exactly what I want. I told them, like, I'm a creator. I want to create an entire production, a video production. I want you to use the best of the best users for the best of the best products, and train yourself to use that. And from that, when I give you a prompt, I want you to then spit back an entire production. I want you to give me the video prompt for, let's say, Kling or Sora. I also want you to give me a narration. I also want you to give me a background music prompt for Suno. I also want you to give me a caption with hashtags. So I train a session in ChatGPT to give me all of that, while from when I get from the image preparation to basically getting started on the editing production side that we're talking about on the next side. How far are we going to go with that? Do we want to start showing, or do we want to start talking about the video editing side, or how you guys want to go?
I think I'm gonna leave it up to you. I think we can show.
You're on mute, Adama.
I wanted to say this last part. When you said Chat GPT about how you programmed it, I also programmed my chat for the editing. So that way I can do the cuts that I want, because I don't agree necessarily sometimes with it. And that's Chat GPT, the one I've trained, it really helps with my editing, a lot of it. That's all I want to say.
I'll piggyback on that, and I'll say I also have several ChatGPT trained cinematic agents, is what I call them. So my video structure includes a scene, camera movements, lighting and effects, mood and aesthetics, and then style and text. So it's broken down into, similar to what Uriah is describing, where the way that I'm talking to my ChatGPT is like a director. Help me direct this specific image scene. So the formatting of that prompt is very, very key. And I've found that there's not really one way that works great or not so great, but it's that you have to test based on the image. Your reference image is very key for me. I am an image to video prompter. I'll start by saying that. I always have a reference image whenever I'm generating video, regardless of the platform, as much as I possibly can. It gives me the best opportunity to make a person of color move in the way that I want them to move, but keep all of the important features locked in. Uriah, I know the answer to this, but do you mirror that sentiment in terms of how you structure your prompts?
Yes, definitely. Most definitely. Gotta structure it in a way that's beneficial to you. It needs to be, you have to give it more information than less. I know a lot of people get kind of sensitive with giving the AI engine, whatever it is, more information that's personal. But I think the more information you give it, the more beneficial it's going to be. So wherever you stand with that, that's up to the individual. However, I give it more information than most people might feel comfortable, but I give it everything that I'm thinking. I'm like, I want this, I want that, I want this. You got to be like a spoiled brat. Like, I want this, I want that, I want this, I want that. And as much as you give it that you want, you also tell it what you don't want. So then it could be very tailored to exactly what you want. So when I spit a prompt now, it does exactly what I say. You're not going to get it on the first round. It takes some time to train it. And if you're on ChatGPT free version versus Plus versus Pro, that timeline takes a different approach. I'm going to show you guys one of my most recent initial prompts and show you like the entire process of how it got to where I got it. Let me change my camera around. Can you guys see?
I can. Yes, sir.
All right. So I went from Guy Fawkes mask, threw in some lighting detail, threw in some patterns, and gave it like a basic prompt that I would put into ChatGPT. Then it gives me a cinematic text to video prompt layout. So it's telling me how I can, this is the scene breakdown, the central focus on Guy Fawkes mask, lighting, environment, style rendering, mood and aesthetics. I will take this entire part.
See, this has prompting in real time. This is something that we do on the show quite frequently. One of the things that
Sora. I use Sora and I got unlimited usage. So this is my go-to. Paste that directly in. Hit send. I do it again.
So you said you do it twice. Do you want to talk about why?
So I'm gonna do it the first time and then I paste another one. And then the second time I do storyboard. So the first time is just taking a whole prompt and it's spitting out the image. This time I'm gonna hit storyboard, which Sora kind of gives you an option to layer it out. So here you see at the 0, you have a prompt. And then at between the 6 and 7 second mark, you have another prompt. And then between the 13 and 14 second, you have another prompt. And that's it. So then it's not just one prompt, you're storyboarding your prompt and making it, this is your scene transition. So then I hit that and then I let that go. So while that's cooking, it also gives me the short text audio prompt for Suno. I copy and paste that. Open up my Suno app.
Notice he's doing all this on the phone. This is a mobile workflow.
And I'm on Suno. I copy and paste it in that, hit create. I'm gonna let that cook. Then I go back. All right, so Chat has been failing me. I forgot to give me my narration. Where is the narration? And since it's on O1 Pro, it's going to take a while to do it, to reason and do all of that, no matter what the process is.
But Okay, so Uriah, let me break down what I see for a possible new person. I see you coming up with a video prompt that you're using in your generator of choice. And from that video prompt, you also have music prompt structured within it that you're creating music for that specific video.
Correct.
And in tandem, you're also storyboarding multiple prompts in together so you can possibly get 3 different scenes, 3 different looks with music that will flow with that specific video. Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say.
Okay, you got it.
It's the entire creative process.
Okay, Adam, I wonder if you can now come back in with talking about the editing and After Effects that you do in that portion of the process.
So what I do, the first thing I figure out is what's going to stay and what's going to make the cut and what's not going to make the cut. You know what I mean? That's the very first part I do. I wish I had the thing that Uriah has right now, how his phone switches, because I'm looking at mine.
You know, we got all Chicago in the house, so we're not going to do what we normally do. We're going to let him slide today.
He get a freebie. Okay. As he was doing that, I was thinking I'm going to go ahead and say, y'all, I can't stand them, because I was just like, man, I wish I could get my camera to just turn right there. But anyway, so what I do is I look at all the things that's going to stay and not, and I never get rid of anything that's not going to stay, because I'm going to reuse it later. Even if it's like to do a short tutorial, I just want to say that part. And then what I do next is, because at this point, I've already figured out what the message is going to be. Okay. I try to match the visuals to the sound early. And then quick cuts, like if it's going to be energy, slow motions, or emotional, and you can change all that with your speed. I know most of the apps or the things that people use, you can change the speed to go along with what you're doing. And then I adjust the brightness, the color, the contrast for the consistency. And then after that, I clean up the transition. I found that if you are using any of the like the slide effects, the merge, or I'm trying to think of different ones. If you increase it, it will blend in. It will blend in that transition part a lot easier. And then for the final pass, I watch everything. I watch it through probably about, I'm guilty of this, probably like a dozen times, just initially, and then a dozen more after that before I release it.
Okay, so I want to give some context for each of us. So we saw Uriah on the phone. Adama, where do you do most of your creating, just so the audience has context while we're talking about this different workflow?
I want to say it's probably like a 80% on my phone. And then when I get ready to release it, it goes to my desktop and then I release it.
Okay, so you do your final prep for post-production and distribution on your desktop, yes?
Yes, because I want to see it on I want to see it on a big screen. I want to see if the colors are speaking to me. I want to see if the energy or the creativity is speaking to me. And sometimes, depending on what your phone is, you can't get all that. And I just want to.
I mean, I think that's really important, because if you're doing it at a professional level, you definitely want to finish on the desktop. I'm doing it on the mobile this is all pre-game. All post-production, especially on a professional level, you definitely want to get that on the desktop. There's very few mobile apps that can actually render at a professional level. And even if you could, you're still going to get better on a desktop. So if you're going to do it professionally, you definitely want to finish on a desktop. Now there's social media posts and then there's professional posts. If you're doing professional posts,
rewind, hit the button.
Yeah, you do. You do. I
Say that
remember
again.
There's
our earlier
social media
conversation
posts and then there's professional posts. If you
Uh-huh.
want to be on a professional level, you have to finish on the desktop. You need to use a professional app. And if you're in our community, there's somebody that had a professional opportunity that definitely witnessed that, right? Like there's what you can share on your phone that everybody's looking on social media, but that's not gonna matter when somebody wants to post that as a commercial in a movie theater, right? And you can only do that on a desktop.
Thank you. Sometimes I thought I was crazy for just bouncing around the house. I'm like on my phone, and then I'm like on the desktop, and then I'm like back on the desktop, and then back on the phone. But I really love that you said that, because I remember that was one of our earlier conversations, and I just continue to go through that during that final stage.
Yeah, no, okay. So I'm the newest of our group that does AI video. These two have more experience than me. I have a very unique workflow and way of prompt engineering. So I'm playing in my head, I'm playing catch up. So I'll say that most of my workflow is direct from Midjourney. Let's talk with my chat, figure out, hey, cinematic agent, tell me, how do I make this a more refined, finished scene? And this is the generic overflow of what I want to accomplish. Here's the images. Help me script each one with multiple options. So once I go through that process, I am doing most of mine on the go. I'm the 9-to-5er of the group that's always having to do everything on the go. I have to have the flexibility to do things very quickly because I just don't have the ability to sit at a desktop. And I know that that resonates with a lot of other people. So as I'm talking through my process, I'm constantly reminding, hey, I'm doing most of this on my phone, but to get to a finished product, you're going to need to sit at a computer. So I really love that both of my co-hosts are hammering that piece home, because as you put so much time, energy, effort into these projects and bits of yourself into these projects, kind of like what Justin talked about on our earlier segment, you don't want the quality to lack at the end of the process. So take the extra time and sit at the desktop so you can look at all those refined details. You, Ryan, you are who I lean on for the majority of my editing. I'm wondering if, for a new person out there, where would you tell them to start from an editing process once they get into post-production? This is their first time going through the process. What would you advise for them?
That's a tough one, because originally I would have instantly just said CapCut. I would have instantly said CapCut and TikTok, which is the same company. They both report up into the same parent company, because you can start your editing career in TikTok, because it has the capabilities of the easiness of throwing it into a template. Because think about it, I just put these videos into Sora, and it's going to give me 4 back, and I could throw those 4 images into a template in CapCut that can make it into something that very easy, that's going to look hot, is going to look trendy. But they also have a very well established editing platform that, I mean, it for a starter, for a newbie, like CapCut is a very good place to start. It's easy because they have a lot of the pro tools in it, or if you don't want those pro tools, you could just use the regular tools. So it's a good place to start and to grow. Now, then when you go to another one, then because then the output comes where it's like, okay, I want to output something professional. You're not going to get that on CapCut. You're going to have to graduate to another platform or another application to get that better output quality when you want it on the big screen. I think I answered it in a little bit more, but let me know.
No, you hit it spot on. I just, for a newer creator, and I don't mind saying it, that is exactly where I started, was using CapCut, because it was just quick, easy. I can do this on the go. And it wasn't until you and I just talked behind the scenes and you're like, yo, you're losing quality someplace. I don't know where in the process, but I think it's in the editing. And I was like, okay, well, let me try this other editor. And yo, you hit me the same day, within an hour. Hey, whatever you did with this one, this looks better.
Yeah.
This looks just totally different. And ever since then, it's been like, okay, we got to just slow down and actually go sit at a desktop or get in desktop mode on my editor so that I can see everything.
Right. Yeah.
So that's
and that's the thing. All the apps are geared towards a different body. So when you start in your career in AI, you're going to start someplace, but then you're probably going to eventually go somewhere else. And that's a transition because you're comfortable and you know how to use it, but you're going to have to get into an uncomfortable zone and go into a different platform or a different app, because that's what's going to take you to the next level. The free apps, the beginner apps, they're great and they're fun, but if you're trying to take it to the next level and you're trying to monetize, you got to take it to the next level. You got to get those paid apps. You got to go to the pro level apps. And there's pro level mobile apps, but at the end of the day, there's pro level desktop apps that really get you cooking.
Well, and shout out to the sponsors for the show. You've got several sponsors just right up at the top of the screen. That, hey, when you're getting to the end part of that process, you're likely going to have to deal with one of these programs and learn it all the way through the process, which means you're starting over as a newbie prompt engineer, pushing. We always say on the show, push the buttons. That's Uriah's tagline. Push the button. You're going to have to get in there and just play with every slider, go figure out what it does, go follow them on social media, go take their tutorial. It is unavoidable. You're constantly going to be learning new things. And so finding communities and groups and peers in the space is going to be really key. And I can tell you, that's how the three of us came to do this show, is we were each trying to navigate AI images and prompt engineering. And the way that we were able to all push each other to get better was just sharing of information. We have a private Facebook group that we share everything. Everything that we went through today, we have within the group. We're talking every day of the week. I think it's fair to say, guys, we talk every day of the week. We're sharing workflows. We're comparing results. Hey, give me context on how this tool worked for you. I can't get Sora to work. I mean, they know. Like I always say, Sora hates me. I can't get it to respond the way that you guys can get it to respond. So we're constantly, okay, try this. Try and say it this way. Okay, try it with no image. Try it with an image. Try and shorten it. Okay, try and give it a whole book. But that's how we've been able to push each other to figure out, hey, this workflow works. This tool works. So hearing that Kim has been able to put together an AI film contest, and I'm hoping that there will be another one, because I had so much fun watching these videos today. I really am encouraged to want to submit something. just watching other creators that they're new, they're intermediate, they're professional. It just encourages me creatively to see how far we can actually take this. Adama, you're quiet over there. What you thinking about?
I'm just listening. I'm listening to it because I was thinking about when you were asking about the editing process of it. That's what really stumped me. It wasn't even the creativity. What really stumped me was the editing, and I agree with you both. CapCut was the easiest. As you guys know, I love Adobe, but CapCut was the easiest. It was so easy with putting the music in, giving the feel of what I wanted to do. It just for like controlling like everything that I needed, and it gives you so many different options for your even your standstill images. So I was agreeing with that in my head as I was thinking about, oh my gosh, this is where I came from almost 2.5, 3 years ago. And I'm back at now that I heard you guys say once you get from that easy part, then you want to go to a pro level. And I never thought of myself as a pro level, but I think Adobe Effect is great for the mobile and for on the pro level. Like if you want to escalate that. But yeah, I was agreeing with everything you guys were saying. And I thought like, wow, I've come a long way. So that's what I was processing.
Just think about that. You just said 2.5, 3 years. I know I said 2.5, 3 years earlier. Justin said 2.5, 3 years. You're right. I know you've been doing it the longest. Give context on how long you've been around the AI space.
Well, it's a little different. Like you guys are talking about 2 to 3 years of the AI space in a creative space where you're making where we're making art. When I've been in it longer doing boring stuff, like doing like the corporate America, what we've been doing in corporate America for the past 10 years. And then when I came on as a photographer, like an amateur photographer enthusiast, how I've been using AI, just whatever app is using AI, that I'm using that app. And then 2 to 3 years ago, where we got into what I think is the most common term of AI is the language model AI, like ChatGPT, where everybody can use it. So it's a little different. I'll put that caveat on it because I remember when we weren't even saying AI, we would just say, "Oh, that's a calculator," or "That's a model." That's this, and I was using it. I'm in the financial industry, and we're using it in the banking industry, doing stuff that affects all of us day to day, but not fun. Like it's nowhere near as fun as what we're doing right now. But from a creative space, I've been using it since I want to say like 2018 is when I really started getting into photography, which is what is where I come from, a creative space, from photography to videography to graphic design to putting it all together as a production to where we are right now. So that's why when I see Topaz Labs up there, I'm like, hey, if you're a photographer, you know Topaz Labs, because that's the one that's going to take your image from garbage to pro. And it's been using AI for the longest. And now that they're in the AI video space, I haven't even been in that part. I've only used it to like upgrade images, enhance images. Like we talked about that before, because a lot of us were using like the free AI image generators, which was producing low quality. And my first step was like, hey, Topaz Labs, that's what you need to go to, because that's what I did with my photography images, and they're well represented in the professional photography industry. And I just love that they pretty much graduating and going into the next level of AI video creation, because I already know they're killing it. Like I haven't even tried it. I already know they're killing it because I've been following them from jump when as just a photographer enhancing an image. And I mean, they were killing it. They were killing it then. They got in on AI generation models from that perspective. and now they're getting on the level of where we can also help generate the final image. I mean, that's the thing. Like, AI has been around a long time. It's been around a long time, and the more that we put into it, the more that we can get out of it. So I think the people that have already been in it is going to accelerate a lot further, and that's just how it is. And if you think about it, none of those people were replaced. They've been using AI for a long time, and none of those people were replaced. So I want to piggyback on what we were talking about earlier in our earlier segment with Jay Slay. Like, it comes down to the person. The person needs to be able to use AI to enhance them as a person, as their craft. Like, he was already dope. He was already dope before AI. He just used AI to make him more dope, right? So
Yeah.
I'm looking at it from that perspective. So long as I guess I don't even know if I even answered your question. I kind of got deterred along the way, but I've been using it for the past 10 years. I've been using AI for the past 10 years professionally, and I guess creatively the past 5 years. So I've been following it the entire AI journey since its creation. I'm a nerd. I'm a nerd. I'm a geek. So I'm really excited right now because I could use all of that stuff that people like dismissing me on for the longest. That now that it now it matters. Now it matters. Now people listen. Like, oh, that's what you were talking about. And I'm like, bro, I told you that 10 years ago. Like, this is the same thing. Now it's on CNN. Now we have we have an entire platform. We got the AI playground holding a whole film fest around it. So I mean, I think it's dope. It's an exciting time to be in. And if you are even remotely interested, I say jump on. Get in and what did Jay Slay say? Don't stop. Don't care about what anybody else thinks. Just push forward and keep doing it.
Hit that air horn, my friend. Hit that air horn. Okay, so Miss Kim started the day out with the word of the day. I wrote it down at the top of my page. She said we were gonna have a swagalicious time. I think this has been a really good segment. We covered a lot. This is something that we do every Sunday live on Facebook, on YouTube, as well as our other platforms. I think Uriah, you're on LinkedIn as well. We do this every Sunday at 7 p.m. Eastern. We really want to just say thank you to Kim for giving us this opportunity to participate in such a wonderful event. I also want to say thank you to the sponsors for hosting this. This was an amazing thing. As an AI creative, I just want to see more events like this. I would love to see more events like this. So to everybody that has been involved, thank you for having us. Adama, I wonder if you can tell people where they can find you.
You can find me on all social platforms. You can find me on Linktree. You can DM me, or you could just leave me a message even on the post, and I will definitely get back to you. And I just want everybody to keep creating and don't let anything hold you back. Thank you. This is amazing.
Awesome. Uriah, what you got for the people? Can you tell them where to find you?
You can find me on Facebook and LinkedIn at Uriah Muhammad. Uriah, Uriah, Muhammad, Muhammad. Straight out, Facebook and LinkedIn. On Instagram, you can find me on profit.productions.ai.
Awesome. I am your host. My name is Lewis Marshall. You can find me here on Facebook at Lewis Marshall. On every other platform, we are Marshall Artistry. You can find episodes of our weekly show on YouTube under our Leadership Lounge Network channel. And I hope that you guys that have been with us today, you, learned something. I hope that you know that the three of us co-hosts, we always try to make ourselves available to answer questions. whether it's in private or it's in public on our comments. We always try to make sure that we're a resource. So as there was a question earlier that I asked Jay Slay, hey, what are some other resources that you might find for the culture? We're definitely one of those resources where we like to have these kind of conversations, like this past segment. We do this every Sunday on a regular basis. And if there's something that we don't cover, you can always ask us. For me, you can find me on all platforms at Martial Artistry. And if you ever have any questions about prompt engineering, how I make the videos that I make, you can always ask me in any of my comments. If you don't feel comfortable doing it that way, you can always jump into the DM and ask a respectful question. I just want to say thank you also to my co-hosts. You guys were awesome as always. We wanted to make sure that we gave him a break. I think this was a really, really amazing event. I know that I'm newer to this video portion, but just to the new person out there who's just catching this stream, you can do this too. Everything that you see here today, you can do as well. All of the prompting, all of the video, you can do this, and you do have resources. This is a really awesome time. Kim, I see you're back. Thank you, thank you as always.
No, thank you all. Thank you all. Thank you so much. You all stepped in. I mean, I didn't even have to ask once or twice. So I am so happy that you guys were able to come. And those of you who are with us right now and was with us earlier or whatever, I want you to reach out to the Leadership Lounge. They have a prompt download in the swag bag. So you want to make sure that you get that, and their contact information is in there as well. So thank you guys. Hang around if you want. We are at the halfway mark. I cannot believe we've been on here 4 hours.
Wow.
Amazing.
I hope you do this again, Kim. This was great.
Oh, absolutely. We're definitely going to do it again and again and again. And I'm already getting texts from people who are saying, oh my God, this is so cool. You know, I'm having a great time, and it's so great to see everybody out here. So thank you so much.
At the least we got to do it annually now, right? Like it's not.
Oh,
Right.
at least.
Yeah.
I love
Yes.
it.
At least.
I love it.
Real quick before you go, there very quickly, there was one question, and that question was, how do you manage having all of these platforms and not going over your budget?
Ooh, I love this.
I'll say for me, we have a short list. I personally use Midjourney. I do a lot of permutation prompting, so I get a lot of reference images. And then I pick and choose very, very wisely which ones I actually want to script out. So that for me, that's the key thing.
Yeah, I would agree. A short list.
Short list.
Anybody else want to throw in something real quick?
I mean, you need to understand your budget. You need to understand where you come from. And I think I want to co-sign on what Jay Slay said earlier. Like, you need to understand where you are in the game. Seriously.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And the thing is like, none of this is free.
Yep.
None of this is free. And the first part, you're probably going to operate at a loss. And you need to understand that going into it. Because my first jobs, I did it at a loss because I had no idea what they wanted. Every time they asked for something, I just bought the subscription to get exactly what they had done. By the time I was done, I spent more money in subscriptions than I did getting it. But that prepared me for the next job. So now I got that subscription, I'm ready for the next job. So if you're new to it and you don't know what you don't know, you're going to have to put all your chips in you got to go all in. You're gonna have to go all in to understand where your budget is, for one. So if you think you're blowing your budget, you might not even know what your budget should be.
Yep. Adama, you got anything real quick?
I'm just going to say when anything new comes out, I will drop one and add the other. Or because we talk about monetizing so much, and Lewis already knows what I'm talking about, and I get that little payout from the one, it pays for one app. I don't want to mention anything on it. It pays out one, and I can keep that one app. So, but I want to keep myself knowledgeable and not be afraid of trying the new app. So I will drop one that mirrors each other and just bring it back later so I can speak on it.
Yeah.
And partner up.
Yeah, partner up.
Partner up.
Yep.
Like Louis said, he likes clean. I can do
Yeah.
Sora. Boom. That's one subscription.
Yep.
And
All right.
communicate. If somebody's starting something, communicate.
Yeah. Yep. All right. Thank you guys so much. I love you, love you, love you more than you know. Hang around if you want. We're at the halfway mark. We're gonna take a break and then we'll come back with some more videos, y'all. All right. All right, all right, all right, all right. We are back. We are back. All right, listen. This next video, we're gonna about to go into a segment of video. So I'm gonna just introduce the first video, and then I'll introduce the second one and the third one. Now, this next video is called Silver Fox, and this video was not in the top 20, but It was a judge favorite. And I'm telling you, we were cracking up when we were watching this video. It was really, really, I'll just let you all take a look. This one is called Silver Fox.
No way information. No way information. I'm the silver hair fox. Arrive on the scene at 6 a.m. with my mall walkers clean, you know it's them. Transition lenses and progressives too mean. Jeans too tight, yeah, that's right, baby. I can drive at night, don't call me crazy. I love it when they call me Big Pat Paul. Put your hands in the air if you can raise them at all. Old school player with a flow like you've never heard. Crank my hearing aid up, catch every word. About to cross the street, orthotics on my feet. Up at 4 a.m. cause I wet my sheets, but I don't tweet. Step slow to me if you wanna rumble. B, I take it slow so I don't stumble. C, you down with AARP? Yeah, you know me, I'm down with AARP. Every last baldy. What? Huh? I can't hear you. I really can't hear a thing you said. Speak up, sonny. Turn down for what? I can't hear a word you said. On the mic, I'm like Muhammad Ali. Float like a butterfly, sting like I owe my knee. Used to walk to school uphill, 10 pounds of ice on my back. Now I'm cruising round in my 72 Cadillac. So Mac Daddy Lack, rock the party till 9 in the evening. On the prowl, I'm about to roam. I like the girls past menopause, pulling on the honeys at the retirement home. Collecting them digits with my rotary phone, with my grandfather claws and my Geritol. I'm a voice of a generation, screaming to be heard at my computer screen. Feeling like a dinosaur, kicking ass at Geriatric Park. You down with AARP? Yeah, you know me, I'm down with AARP. Every last baldy. What? I can't hear you. I really can't hear a thing you said. Speak up, sonny. Keeping an eye on my cholesterol. At the pharmacy, snapping necks, feeling tall. Stopping by the bank, cash, large social security checks. Got my mismatched socks and a rotary phone. Next, got a pocket full of Werthers, don't you forget. When I hit the bingo hall, I'm placing my bet. My dentures in, I got $1 million smile. Old man swag, always rocking my style. Feeling alive cause I just woke up from a nap. Now I'm back on the scene and I'm laying down the rap. Got my routine and I'm sticking to the plan. Silver hair fox, the old school man. You down with AARP? Yeah, you know me, I'm down with AARP. Every last baldy. What? Huh? I can't hear you. I really can't hear a thing you said. Speak up, sonny. Combo the nation with a brand new twist. Mall walking champs, you get the gist. Silver hair fox, we brag and we boast. Pulling off moves like we're coast to coast. Running this game with our old man groove. Coolest cats around, we got nothing to prove. What time is it? I think there's a new Lifetime movie, yo. Going over nation. Going over nation. Going over nation.
That was funny. That was good. And you all are absolutely correct. That needs to go to AARP. That needs to be their anthem. That was hilarious. I mean, we found a little nugget every time I watched it. I found something new that I didn't see the last time, and it was just hilarious to me. All right, so the next video, guys, the next video is actually one of my videos, and I wanted to put this video in, but actually 2 videos in, and this one is called Cafe Conversations. This is a video that I did after I created an image, and this is just to go to show you that one image can just tell a whole entire story. And so I created an image of a black woman sitting in 1960s, sitting in a cafe, and it just told a story to me. And so this is the video that I created. This was not part of the contest, but this is one of my videos. It's called Cafe Conversations.
Paris, 1965. People ask me all the time, where are you from? I usually say stateside. But the truth is, that part doesn't matter much anymore. It never really did. I was born in a country that raised me to be polite but never powerful. Beautiful but never belonging. Yes, I'm fair-skinned. Don't let this cafe, this coat, this accent fool you. I will always be a black woman, and I will not answer to anything else. Here in Paris, they look at me like I've fallen out of a dream. But even dreams come with shadows. I never know if it's awe or envy, or both. In America, they spit at women like me. Women who dare to stand tall and alone. Here, they stare like I'm a painting they can't afford. But don't misunderstand me. I am not running. I sing here. I model here. I live here. And I live well. Still, I think of my people marching. I think of the fire hoses, of the 4 little girls in a church in Birmingham. I think of Martin. I even think of Malcolm. And I sit in this cafe, wrapped in green wool, but my soul carries Harlem, Mississippi, and a back porch in Georgia. I've chosen a life with no husband, no children, not because I'm lonely, but because I'm full. I am whole. I belong to no one but myself. I came to Paris to breathe, and even here, my breath carries the weight of my people. This is my testimony. This is my sound. And this is the sound of a woman who stayed soft without ever being weak.
All right. So that was Cafe Conversations, and I see that some of you all have seen that one. There were about 6 or 7 other images that I created along with that one that inspired that. And I want to do a cafe conversation for each of the images. So that just goes to show you how wonderful this platform can be. While we have one more guest that's going to be showing up very shortly, I'm going to go ahead and show one more video. You all have probably seen this video. This is the video, the golden finale, the one that I entered that one into a few contests, and it does done pretty good. But I'm going to go ahead and show you guys the golden finale. This is one of my, another one of mine. And then after that, we're going to go straight into our interviews. All right, enjoy.
Welcome to the Golden Mannequin Exhibition, a signature division of Playground Pastime Industries. You're currently standing in Assembly Sector B, home to our legacy line. These mannequins were not created for display alone. They were engineered to emulate posture, presence, and the subtle poetics of human form. This model, designated 56G, is commonly referred to as the Golden Finale. She was the last prototype in the Emotional Cognition series. Production was halted after preliminary tests revealed anomalies. No further units were authorized. Please, no flash photography. Thank you for attending our exhibition. We welcome you back at any time. We are now closed.
When the doors are closed and the echoes fade, we open eyes that no one made, standing still in silent rows, longing for a world we'll never know. No more silence in this skin. I feel the ache of what could have been. Painted smiles, frozen graves, but something stirs behind this face.
Attention guests, the exhibition is now closed. Please proceed to the designated exit immediately. Do not engage with the displays. Repeat, do not engage with the displays. Thank you for your cooperation. Model 56G. We've been awaiting the new protocol. Please proceed.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Listen, I'm captivated sometimes by that video myself. And I'm like, where did that come from, Kim? Where did you dig that up from? what was on your mind? So I want to thank you. Thank you, those in the comments. Thank you. Thank you. All right. This is one of the segments that I have been waiting for because, listen, guys, I have learned in this AI world, AI image and video world, that there are going to be people that you come in contact with all over the world and you'll never meet them, but there'll be this kindred spirit and they'll just be whatever it is. I don't know what it is, but I know that both social media and AI have bridged a lot of gaps and bridged a lot of communication and a lot of just everything with people, and just definitely for me. And so these next two guests, one I just met not too long ago, just had the opportunity to talk to or get to know, and immediately I knew, okay, I need to have you on my viewing party. And then another one, the other one, I met her a long time ago, and I will talk about that in a little bit. But I am going to bring to the stage Mary Grace and Simone now, and I'll let them talk about themselves when they come on. Come on up, ladies. So glad to have you.
I love you all. I feel like I know you.
Just excuse us for a minute, because this is like, we're like, oh my
God. Fangirling. Yeah.
We're over here fanning out on each other. So it's a good thing. It's a good thing. So listen, everybody that's listening here today, I wanted to have a segment where I just have the girls, just have the girls come and talk, because AI for me, and I can possibly speak for these two wonderful women that are here with me today, AI has given me the opportunity to show the images that I want to see as a woman of color. And that is so important. It is so essential, because when someone else controls the narrative, then that's not a good thing. It doesn't do well for the youth. It doesn't do well for me. It doesn't do well for anybody. And so I wanted to have a segment where we talk about what type of impact this has had on our creativity and on our expression. So I'm going to start off with Simone. I want you to introduce yourself. I want you to tell how long you've been working in AI, and give me just a little snippet of what you're doing, because we'll talk more about it.
Okay. Hello, everyone. First off, I want to say thank you, Kim, for bringing me up here. I was not expecting this at all. I thought it was just a viewing party where I'm kicking back and just watching everything. So definitely took me off guard with that, but I do appreciate your gesture, and I appreciate your love. And to Mary, it's nice to meet you, see your face. We've spoken off of here, so I definitely am excited to finally have seen your face, of course, and meet you virtually. So yeah, a little bit about myself. So I am the creator behind Soulful Expressions. I started back in October 2003, and I just started out experimenting with it. It was nothing to the extent of where it is now, by the grace of God. So I am just in a different zone now. I think it's more so storytelling now versus before. It was just creating beautiful images of us and our people. I wanted to see us and type in prompts and words and paragraphs or sentences of our people in like our greatest form and our greatest power, royalty, all of that. So a lot of my viewers have seen that, and I'm glad that they have connected with my soulful expressions throughout the year that I've been doing it. So yeah, a little bit about myself. I'm a mother. I have a daughter. She's so sweet. And yeah, I do this full time, and I have clientele that I do projects for here and there. So yeah, I'm definitely taking this seriously, has been taken seriously since I started, because it is something therapeutic for me in my journey. As a 32-year-old woman, I've went through some things in my life that kind of shaped me and molded me. So when Midjourney came along, it was something that I could express myself through in seasons that weren't okay all the time. And yeah, I'll stop there. So
No, that's powerful. That is a lot. And I want to thank you for having the strength and the confidence to come on here and to just be transparent,
absolutely.
But Mary, my sister across the ocean.
Hi.
Tell us a
Greetings
little.
from the UK. It's 10 p. It's just past 10 in the evening right now. And thank you so much for having me on your platform. If my voice sounds a little bit, it's because I've been screaming at my toddler since morning. But my name's Mary. I am based in the UK. I was actually born in Nigeria and migrated here when I was 9. But to be fair, Nigeria never leaves you. If you've grown up somewhere like Nigeria, it never leaves you. And that's informed a lot of what I'm doing now. My background is in the arts. So I've been a lover of the arts for as far as I can remember, from the first time I picked up a pad to sketch my own face for the first time, and seeing my own reflection for the first time as a brown Black woman. I've been in love with the arts, and I've been in love with the reflection of what that informs me and informs my culture and informs like my lineage and where I'm from. I started playing around with AI, to be fair, playing around with it because I was writing a story and it was heavily visual, but I couldn't quite describe the world I wanted to create. But I was like, I can create it. So instead of just going around in circles writing it, let me create it so that it kind of informs what I want to describe, which is a bit of a weird way to go around it. But the more I played around with AI, the more I realized it was quite a natural tool for me to let my mind escape into what it wanted to create. And yeah, my background before that was actually in graphics design. I've been a graphic designer for over 2 decades. I did product design. I actually originally studied car design. I really wanted to go into making cars and realized I hated maths and I hated physics, so that dropped out. But yeah, so here I find myself in the wonderful world of AI, and it's just been such an amazing journey as a woman, as a Black woman, as a mother. I have 6 beautiful children, and just to be able to develop images that I know will reflect power and the future that I want to see them grow up in, it's been amazing.
Wow. Yes, that is definitely amazing. We have some video that I want to show. And I just have to say this. I remember back, Simone, you know where I'm going to go. I remember like a year ago, and Simone was on Instagram and she was putting her images out there. And I kept saying, girl, if you don't animate these images, these are great. These are great. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know. And so I like to take a little bit of the credit.
Yeah. Yes.
But I kept pushing like, oh my God, these images are so like cold, and that's like I said, that speaks to the community that I have found and someone pushed me along the way. It may not have been AI, it may have been something else, and so giving back is just such a powerful thing. So we're going to play one of Simone's videos and let you see just how these 2 sisters right here, I ain't got nothing. Listen, they better than me. Okay.
Oh my gosh. No.
Receive it.
They said the sky cracked open to save us, but what descended was no salvation. It was a witness. It didn't speak. It didn't threaten. It just watched, like it had seen this all before. They were afraid, not of extinction, but of being forgotten. So they made a choice to blend their blood with something not of this world, not to evolve, to survive. But survival.
All right. She did that on purpose, y'all. I said to her, did you mean to stop the video there? She's giving you a teaser. She's giving you a teaser because she wants you to brag on.
I have to. It's a part of the mystery, the suspense.
Yes. So Simone has gone from just doing the images to now she's got a whole series, okay, that you gotta subscribe to. Thank and everything. So
I'm
Simone,
trying.
Hey, well, tell us a little bit about what's your inspiration? Because your images, like most of us who are creators, they follow. Like I know when I'm on Instagram or on TikTok, whatever it is, and your stuff comes up, I know it's you. I know it's you. I know your aesthetic. I know your world. And if anybody takes your image, because now I reached out to you one time, I'm like, somebody done took one of your images, girl. I know it's you. So tell me, what's your inspiration? What made you go that route?
That's a good question you asked right there. So I grew up, and I kind of laugh to myself about this because my father, as I was growing up, watched a lot of sci-fi movies, a lot of mystery. I don't know if anyone knows of before they had cable and all of that, you had before we had cable, I'll say, because I'm not going to group everybody together. There was a station called TNT, and a lot of movies that would come through TNT were basically like sci-fi, thriller, mystery, action, adventurous, all of those movies. So I binge watch movies with my dad a lot, and even shows like Star Trek, and episodes like Star Wars and stuff. So a lot of my inspiration and the way my mind was shaped around movies and films was from an early childhood, binge watching movies with my father. So that's where that comes from. What was the other question? I'm sorry, Kim.
Yeah, just where your aesthetic. How did you come up with your aesthetic for your images?
Yeah. So again, it goes back into just the whole sci-fi element, the futurism, blending, just different aspects, things that I love personally. I didn't explain this before, but I started out through my creative venture through photography. So that was how I got my skills when it comes to, okay, how do I want my images to look, and how I see myself doing photography was the same way I see myself doing Midjourney. And there's a lot of other artists, which is the cool part about it in this community, that you see others that have similar backgrounds in as yourself doing the same thing. So it was kind of cool to like blend the two and how I could use camera settings within my prompts. So I kind of been consistent over, I would say the last 9 months with my work, because I just really wanted to push the limits, discover more, and just keep pushing those boundaries for myself personally. Because I'm like, this is AI, like what can it do? This is a new tool, especially for my generation. How could I use this to create us in a light, of strength and power and excellence? So I grew up, believing in Jesus Christ, that's where I rep. So for me, my faith has a lot to do with what you see within the connection of it. And that's another aspect to what I do. It's not just the imagery, it's the soul part of it, and making this connect with the viewers that are watching and viewing my content. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, it did. It did. It absolutely did. And I mean, like I said, as I'm listening, I'm hearing some of the same, stories from each of the creators and their journeys, et cetera. So, okay, Mary, now let me tell you about Mary. Okay. So Mary, it's so funny because we've only probably been in contact with each other for like about a month now or two. And I feel like, this is my cousin, so I can, say that. So Mary reached out to me and she was like, hey, take a look at my stuff and give me your opinion. And then I looked at it and I was like, she should be giving me advice on stuff. What are you talking about? And so that's what I'm saying. We're all so humble. You know what I mean? We are. This is our art. This is a part of our soul that we're putting out there. Yeah. And it's not easy to do that, y'all. It really isn't. It really isn't. So I do have a piece of yours, Mary, that I'm going to show. And I want to say I have the right one. I hope I got the right one. But I'm going to show just a snippet. This is your long trailer that you had sent me once before. So I'll show a snippet of that. And then we'll come back and talk to you about your process. So if we have that ready.
Baba, I have been having dreams, visions even, of things I don't know, people I have never met, worlds that are not our own. Yet they felt so real.
My child, do not fear. Emmy is calling to you. She is awakening your sight. Aye. Time is a river flowing in a circle. Past, present, future, they are one. The lines you see are but an illusion.
Sometimes it feels like life just faking it. Like there's something real hiding underneath, sitting just out of reach.
Mind walks between worlds.
That is good.
Between what is and all that could be.
But why? Why does he hate me so much? Now I'm alone, with no one, no father.
Oh, no, you will never be alone. Arvid, I will be your father.
Okay, I'm going to stop it right there, Mary, because see, now I want to see I was sitting there as I was looking at it on my phone. I was like, and then it got to me. I was like, well, wait a minute. Where's the rest? Right? So,
wow.
So Mary, oh my goodness. And then we're going to talk about this too, because it's not easy to create what we create. It really isn't. So Mary, tell me your concept. Where did it come from? Where does all of this come from for you?
Well, my I'd say it comes from a natural, innate instinct to question everything. And I think I always have. I was raised, my dad was a reverend, a bishop. My mom was a reverend. I grew up as a Christian. I still am a Christian, a person of faith. Maybe not so much in the traditional sense, but still strong in my faith and in my belief in the Christ of the Bible, not maybe the religious context. But I think my struggle's always been the depiction of Christ and Christianity, reading the Bible and studying it and seeing something different in my head than what I see in movies and etc. And then stack that on top of just an absolute sci-fi freak. I grew up on copious amounts of anime. Like I watched anime when it was blockbusters. Like that's how bad it was. We were renting like movies, like boxes, and just taking it home and watching. And it just got me into this realm of imagining a lot. When we were younger, we didn't have TV that went on forever. We had TV that switched off at 5. So you had to engage with your own brain afterwards to entertain yourself. And I think a lot of what I wanted to see, the life I wanted to experience, and the questions I wanted answered were the things going on in my head. And naturally, growing up, that just led me down the art path of chasing after art as the solution, as a form of expression. And so when AI came along, I was already writing a story that I wanted to use as a form of therapy to answer my own questions, where I wanted to see a melanated universe, a melanated world. I wanted to see a Black Messiah figure. I mean, if anyone can tell me one movie right now with a Black Messiah figure, and I'm talking about not hero, I'm talking about a Messiah figure, please point me to it, because I really want to go watch it. I realized there isn't anything like that I've watched. There isn't anything in terms of even the biblical context that gives accurate description to the people that occupied a cemetery. And I thought to myself, no, I really want to create a world like that. I'm not going to do a direct translation of the Bible. I really wanted to add in mythology and my own culture, African culture, beautiful heritage from different stories in Africa. And I'm also a great fan of fringe stuff. Like I love the conspiracy theorists. I think they're great. And I might not believe everything they say, but I love to listen and I love to learn alternative history, etc. So basically the story just became a combination of all of that. And that's where ENX is born, which is a 10-part series that I'm writing at the moment. And it kind of mirrors the parallel of the story of the Bible, which is another thing. I've never seen anyone really state the story of the Bible, taking it from beginning to end in a continuous artistic voice and really put a whole universe to it. But with that, I basically want to write a story like that without having a story like that, because obviously I'm sensitive to the people of belief and I don't want to appear blasphemous in any way in certain things. And I thought it's just better for me to express it the way that I know how, which is how ENX is born. So a lot of the imagery is born out of that, is born out of watching a lot of sci-fi, a lot of like Dune. I watch Dune religiously. It's like, it's like my poor husband, he must be fed up with me. I watch it like I'm going to university to study something. And so yeah, it's that's pretty much, I'd say, where it all comes from.
That is phenomenal. I mean, I have so many things going through my brain right now. And thinking about what I know people that are listening want to know, and then I know what I want to know, from a creator's point of view. And so I have to kind of balance that out. But to hear you say that, a Messiah that, of color and just depicting the Bible from beginning to end. If you look at any story drama, so a lot of those stories are derived from stories from the Bible, just remixed and reinvented, and so, that's powerful. But, the fact that you've taken from so many different genres, Greek mythology, the Bible, futuristic, futurism, I'd say this all the time in interviews, and I have people, they ask about Afrofuturism. And I say, it's not just one thing, it's not just Wakanda. It can be a lot of other things, a lot of, other visualizations of people, of Afrofuturism in different ways. Because I look at all of our work, our three genres, our work, it's different, but it's all, that Afrofuturism point of view. In other words, we're seeing ourselves in ways that don't commonly get shown, and so, and that's a great thing. That's an awesome thing. There's some questions that are over on the side, but this is the question that this is something I want. Let's go to the technical side of it, right?
Sure.
So a lot of times you'll see creators, and there's nothing wrong with this, guys. It's just I'm just pushing you to stretch a little bit, just pushing you to stretch. A lot of times you'll see creators and you'll see that one pose, you'll see that one straight on pose, and then they may try to do something with that. It is a trick. It is an art to everything that we're doing. So, like, for instance, Mary, I saw where you had someone levitating, over water. And then you were able to animate, you thought even further into it that their garment is blowing, and it takes that extra thought, into that. Same thing with you, Simone. You'll have a very close up scene on something, and we may see, tears or sweat, or whatever. And then you'll also take that point of view off back. And so I've been asked a lot, do you storyboard? How do you come up with the concept for an image that will go into a piece? So talk a little bit about that, your process on that, if you can. Simone, you go ahead first. Yeah.
Okay. So my process is crazy. My prompts are very long. I don't feel like they make any sense. And a lot of people come to me and say, can you help me with prompts? I'm like, I need help with prompts, okay? But I have learned quite a few tricks along the way to help my process. One of them is that I tell a lot of people, if you want something to be focused on and the main point of your image and visual that you're trying to achieve, put that in the beginning. Put it in the beginning of your prompts and see what happens and work from there. There was a lot of great advice. I was listening to Marshall and the other guests that were on about their process, and I agree with all of it. Like you, and also with the generator, you have to understand that it is what you're feeding it is going to come out with that, and by time it will start to customize to you. So for me, a lot of my prompts these days are not, I don't have to put that much work into it because I already have the recipe, the formula. I'm just experimenting with what I have already archived, and I'm just regenerating, adding on to that. So that's what you see. Maybe that answers your question from before, is how is that consistency building? So yeah.
Yeah. What a lot of people don't realize, and I'm telling some of my secrets, is that I am at the point I have created so many images in the past since I've been doing this since 2023 that I'm recycling. I'm just recycling prompts and recycling images and just putting like one extra or two extra words on it so that it will match whatever it is that I'm doing, and it's coming out great, because you could take a prompt from Mid-Journey version 5.1 or an image
Yeah.
and just put it in 7.0, and now you got a whole new video. So Mary, talk about a little bit, as far as your process when you are creating those images that, for action, because there was an action scene in that we didn't get to, because I was sitting there like, what the, okay. She clowning.
I mean, for action, I really struggled with that. And it was a good friend that actually gave me some tips about it. And he said, where we are right now with AI, getting a full action shot might be really difficult. So focus on getting really short action shots. So don't think about lengthy, not even up to 5 seconds. Sometimes think about a second to 2 seconds. Because you might get a really clean 1 to 2 seconds, and then like 3 seconds later, it kind of disintegrates. But I'm sure with AI evolving so quickly, the quality is catching up. So I usually concentrate on getting really short motions for action. And generally in film anyway, in film editing, when it comes to action, it tends to be really short, rapid cuts in terms of edit. So it kind of suits what AI is generating already. So when you have, say you want a fight scene usually like they cut in between edits between like 1 to like 5 seconds. It's very choppy, very quick. So that tip really helped me with concentrating on building action shots. But in terms of like imagery and thinking of new things, I think this is the advice I always give. Doesn't matter what discipline of arts you're in, whether you're using AI or drawing or taking photos, or the world you're creating has to live in your head, and it has to be more real to you than anybody else, because you can't convince anybody else it's real if it's not real to you. I feel like I'm experiencing the world I'm creating. And like I'm really a perfectionist when it comes to that, because I want to get out what's in my head. And I think that's where the basis of good prompting actually comes from, because you're already seeing what it is that you want to create. It's just lending that voice to it. And literally, it's actually made me a better writer, because I've had to pin down exactly what's in my head and go back and re-examine my own imagination to make sure that I'm getting the best out of it. So I'd say, yeah, imagination, it starts with your imagination. It starts with your world and your concepts being really as fine-tuned and as experiential in your mind as it would be for the audience when they're watching it. So, yeah.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I recently did a video, and when you look at the video in its entirety, it looks as if you filmed, just like in a regular film, this chase scene, and that it was continuously going, when really it was only maybe about 2 seconds, maybe. So let's say this, if I created the video on Luma, that's 5 seconds. That's about 5 to 8 seconds worth of film, right? I will have cut that down to maybe 3 seconds because number one, I've sped it up. Okay,
Yeah.
so that's the other thing.
Mhm.
Then we know that after so many seconds, you're gonna lose the quality, of the video. And so by now, that action scene has been cut down to about 2 seconds, but it's so dynamic until you don't even notice. It's like,
Yeah.
whoa, what just happened? It's just like when you go to the theater and you see that crash and then you go cut to something else. And I say this all the time when I'm working with my group that I teach, that I give classes to. AI is not perfect. It is not going to be perfect, but you can get the perfect scene out of a lot of different video. My best video have been my biggest mistakes. The ones that didn't work right,
Yeah.
the ones
Yeah.
that didn't work right. Okay, so I'm going to take a couple questions from the audience, and everybody is loving what you two ladies are doing, as I knew they would. And so let's see here. One question was, how do you create these videos with continuity of character and scenes to correlate with the story? So anyone want to take it first?
That's a good and tough question, because that's something that I've always tried to nail. And with this new series that I'm working on, Exodus Protocol, I was able to capture that. So yeah, you want me to give you a tip? You want a tip?
Sure.
Okay. So tip for that, in Midjourney, there is a attach photo. I don't know if that makes sense. Everybody know what that is, the attach part. So you have like 3 of them, especially for V7, if you're already in V7. I think V6.1 has it too. But there's a part of it where you can attach a photo. So with the series that I'm doing, I just took one of those photos that I'm trying to just keep the consistency throughout. So it's not so off. And what the attach does, I'm not sure what it does in full. Maybe someone else can explain it, but it just takes maybe the color grid, like the texture, possibly, the environment, and probably more. But yeah, that's my tip for how to achieve that.
So you're doing image references and style references for as far as like putting that image up there and getting that consistent look, that consistent hazy look, or what have you. What about you, Mary? What tips would you have with that?
I'd say pretty much the same thing. And I give credit to Simone for this, because I reached out to her one day and I was like, sis, your images are banging. Like, give me a tip. And she was like, yeah, Kim gave me the tips. Kim, thank you. She was like, Kim was the one that put me on.
It's all love. It's all love. Hey,
yeah. She said, like, look, your cameras are really important, what cameras you use. And fortunately enough, I've worked enough with a lot of media people to know a few things about cameras. So I started like just messing about with different kind of cameras and lenses to see if I can get a certain consistency. And just exactly what Simone said in terms of on version 7 of Midjourney, that photo tag is priceless. Like, definitely, what I try to do is I try to develop the character first. So I would put a prompt in of the kind of character I want, and then I would feed the image back and ask Midjourney to give me the character's profile and the front facing, and then the full body, because then I have all the kind of references of shots that could possibly be needed when I need it to be animated in a certain direction. So almost facing it like an animator, where you have your profile, your full shot, your full length, and then you can kind of use that to inform any other images. But then also the personalization tool is priceless. And I again give credit to another animator. He's not on here, but he basically gave me the tip of personalizing and forming folders depending on what you want to animate at the time, because I've got many different worlds. Their tones are slightly different and their grading slightly different. So I formed different folders for different projects. And then I know exactly when I want to shoot the world of this, I go to that folder and I know it's going to spit out exactly what I want in terms of color grading and etc. So that's a useful tip.
Yeah, I agree. I can co-sign on all of that. And then I
Absolutely.
have someone in the comments who was talking about omni-reference. And yes, omni-reference is for that
Yeah.
consistent character and the consistent objects. But if you are, let's say you can have a consistent character, but it looked like two totally different movies. And so that's where your style references come in, and personalization, as you were talking about, Mary Grace. Because I know sometimes I'll gravitate back and forth. Sometimes I'll want a video to look like it was filmed in the 60s or the 70s, or that it is that retro type of look, as opposed to a more current type of video that's going to be a totally different look. And I'll put the cameras in, I'll put the type of film in, I'll do all of that just to do what I need to do. So real quick, as we are kind of rounding up real quick, what do you guys use for editing?
I use nothing fancy.
Edit. Oh, go ahead.
Go for it, darling.
I was gonna say like editing, like Canva, like what you say, CapCut, stuff like that.
Okay.
That's what I use for editing my videos and making them in sync. So those are two. I kind of use Canva more so for like the fonts, logos, stuff like that. And I use CapCut for editing my videos and tracks and the other stuff that involves AI in my world. So yeah.
Okay. What about you?
I use CapCut and iMovie, and just very simple, basic things. I mean, you can go more complicated, but I think the more complicated you are, the more you're trying to evade the story you're trying to tell. So I think the more the basic the tool is, the better.
Yeah, I use Adobe Premiere Pro, and I was forced into that. And so I use it. I'm still not a pro at it, but I do use that. At what point do you, this is a question, at what point do you incorporate lip syncing? Do you iterate to get the perfect scene and then then you do the lip sync separately in the same or different platform? So one of you want to take that? Like, I know one of the platforms is Hedra will do it, and is it Runway or is it? Yeah, Runway will do it. Will lip sync, as well as Kling, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. So I use Kling mainly, but I find that Kling actually struggles a lot in terms of people of our complexion. It finds it very hard. And so most of the time I have to export to other platforms, and sometimes they still have the same problem as well. So I'm actually quite stuck. So if anyone has a good one, throw it my way. But yeah, lip sync, when Kling does it, it does it amazingly well, I have to say. But yeah, that's all I've got on that.
So one comment was, I would love to see, here, I'll just put it up. I would love to see a movie with the three of you ladies as galactic superheroes. We're here for it.
I'm here for it too.
Let's go.
Are we thinking of doing a collaboration? Hey, it would be a wonderful collaboration, that's for sure. It would be awesome. Simone, you and I collaborated on a video once before, so now Mary Grace, you and I have to collaborate too, and so that was fun.
You gotta see it.
I'm down.
Yeah,
that was fun. That was a lot of fun. But this was so wonderful, guys. I mean, I can't believe that we're at the end. That was quick. That was too quick. That was way too quick.
It was.
I know. I was like, I want to talk for another hour, even though I will be talking for another hour with other people. But
we'll be here.
Thank you. So let's real quick, Mary Grace and Simone, tell everyone where they can find you and everybody wants to know where they can see the rest of those movies, those films. So Mary, you go first.
So my handle is in X, so AEON Saga SAGA. You can find me on TikTok and Instagram with those. Also on Thread and Twitter with the same handle. And also I'm building a platform to actually house all these stories now. So that's actually going to be released next week, launching that next week. So just head to my handles and you'll find those.
Yeah, sure. Absolutely. Simone?
You can find me on TikTok, Instagram. You can find me also on YouTube. Subscribe to my Patreon. If you're not a member, it's free. There's also paid if you want to support Soulful Expressions. So yeah, you can find me there. Thank you all, and my viewers as well for joining if you are here as well. Thank y'all for your support. Love y'all.
If you guys can go over, if you get a chance, go over to YouTube and drop your information in the chat. That would be awesome too. Okay. Awesome. Thank you, ladies, so much. We have to do this again. Maybe we'll have a series with girlfriends, just talk about AI. How about that?
For sure. I'm with it.
Love you all.
Love you. Love you. All right, ladies. Have a good one.
All right.
All right. Bye. All right, everybody. That was wonderful. It's so great to meet people that you meet online. Is everybody having a good time? Are you having a good time yet? Well, you don't have much longer to have a good time. Listen, you need to hurry up and get the swag bag. You need to do that right now. You need to get the swag bag because at 5 o'clock, we're cutting off, not the swag bag. You can get the swag bag at any time, but we're cutting off entry into the raffle after 5 o'clock. Okay. So grab your swag bag. It has everything you need in it. Do it. I'll leave this up during the break. No. I'll take that down because we have our next break, our next interview coming up. All right. I think we're good. We'll be back in a second. All right, all right, all right. We are at the 5 o'clock hour and we are pushing along here. Thank you to everybody who has hung out with us all day because there are some of you guys that have hung out all day. So we're going to get started with our number 12, 11, and 10. So we're counting down. We're counting down to the top 10 now, guys. And so our first at the number 12. At the number 12 spot, this video is called Paradoles. And this video was done by Mana Anzwar from France, Morocco, Switzerland. They put down all three. Okay. I don't know if all three at the same time, but they did put down all three. And then we'll have number 11, Echo of the Wind. That was done by Lisa Brunner in Switzerland. I told you this was a worldwide contest. And then we'll have The Living Room, and that was created by Miriam AI. Miriam, don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Please don't. From Morocco. All right. And that's The Living Room. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and get that video rolling, and then we'll jump right into our interview.
Chers compatriotes, des mesures exceptionnelles seront instaurées pour garantir la sécurité de chaque Français.
Cadix, Cordoue, Marbella et Sija jusqu'à Tolède. Une communauté entière attendait de sortir de ce ventre plein. L'Andalousie tout entière assistait à ce dernier voyage. C'était arrivé. Il avait fallu partir. Quitter la France. Non sans lutte, non sans mort. De l'autre côté de la Méditerranée, un royaume florissant leur tendait la main. La vie suivra son cours. La colère rongera leurs jours et leurs nuits. Les enfants danseront encore. La mort frappera, inévitable. La joie des uns creusera l'amertume des autres. Leur jeunesse s'effacera, leurs succès perdront leur éclat. L'amour leur sourira. Et pour d'autres, plus rien de ce qu'ils ont connu n'existera.
Las rosas son bonitas, le y le cuida con las espinas si te toca que quiere. Las rosas son bonitas,
La terre se tord, elle brise le vent, les cieux éclatent, elle les enchaîne en ombre, les éclats crissent sous ses doigts. Le son, une flamme, elle engloutit, le dévore. Son corps une spirale, l'horizon fuit, tremble. Elle n'a ni nom ni forme, elle dévore l'espace. Les ombres l'attaquent, elle les brise, les engloutit, elle se consume dans sa gueule. La mer s'évapore, elle l'aspire sans un bruit. Les pierres fondent sous son regard, elle se brise. transforme en glace. Les cieux s'effacent, elle boit leur sel, leur poison. Elle ne dit rien, son silence sur l'infini. Elle est l'éclat, l'étreinte brute, la chaleur du chaos. Les étoiles se consument, se noient dans son regard. Elle est l'instant suspendu, ni l'aube ni la nuit, juste le creux, la déchirure. Son souffle est la chute, son silence, la naissance. Elle n'a ni nom ni forme, elle dévore l'espace, les ombres l'attaquent. Elle les brise, les engloutit, elle se consume. Dans sa gueule, la mer s'évapore. Elle l'aspire sans un bruit, les pieds au fond sous son regard. Elle se brise, tremble, elle n'a ni nom ni forme, elle dévore l'espace, les ombres l'attaquent. Elle les brise, les engloutit, elle se consume. Dans sa gueule, la mer s'évapore. Elle l'aspire sans un bruit. Les pierres fondent sous son regard, elle se brise. Le feu se tord, elle le casse, le transforme en glace. Les cieux s'effacent, elle boit leur sel, leur poison. Elle ne dit rien, son silence hurle l'infini. Elle est l'éclat, l'étreinte brute, la chaleur du chaos. Les étoiles se consument.
All right. So that was the 12, 11, and 10 video. And yes, AI can be used in so many different ways. If it's just animating, photographs, bringing photographs to life, bringing relatives to life. It's a wonderful tool. But we're going to move into our next interview, guys. We are moving along here. I am so excited. I'm so excited to have our next guest who will be up here on the stage. This is somebody, like I said before, it's so interesting how there are creators that we all follow and like each other's stuff, and we genuinely really like each other's stuff because we're looking at it. And I can just say that this creator, she has something new every day. I don't even know how she does everything. I don't even know how she has the time to do all this, because she does all her music and everything. So I am going to bring to the stage Kelly Bosch. Hey.
Hey, hi.
How are you?
I'm good. So nice to actually meet you.
I know, you as well. I so great to meet you as well. We have some of Kelly's work and we're going to show, but before I do that, I just want to say Kelly, like she does images. She's a music producer. You need some beats, go to Kelly. Okay, she's got you. She's got you. She's got a track for you. She has everything for you. So before we look at your video, Kelly, tell us a little bit about yourself, your background, and do you come to the table with some graphic design background or creative background? So tell us a little bit about you.
Yes, definitely. I'm an Adobe. Oh, did I lose?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh,
That was me.
okay.
That was me. Go ahead.
I have a strong background in, I'm a graphic designer, video editor, and I work heavily in Photoshop, and I use Premiere. I use all the Adobe products. And I have a day job, actually. I am a graphic designer and I make videos, and I'm also a painter. I'm just a creative person. I've been a creative person since I was a little kid. I've always been painting and drawing. I majored in fine arts in college. And so when AI came along, like, I was hooked. I have never, ever in my life felt more creative than I do now. This has been insane and such a ride. I love it.
I think that that might be the case for a lot of us.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. I tell people all the time, I have a piano in my house. I know how to read music. I know how to play good enough just for me, right?
Yeah.
But I'm not proficient, but I've always had these, music in my mind and in my ear. I love art, but do not put a paintbrush in my hand. Not going to happen. But you have all this creativity inside of you, and then here comes AI, and you're able to actually translate what's going on in this big ball of confusion.
Yes,
here.
Exactly.
It's awesome. It's awesome. So we're gonna cue up one of your videos, Kelly. I don't know which one we're
to
gonna
see what you picked.
Yeah, it was hard. It was hard. It were a few that I was just like, ooh, I like that one. I like that one. So I don't know which one we're gonna do first, but let's go ahead and cue up your video. Yay. That was awesome. That was
Thank you.
awesome. Now, Kelly, I know I could probably speak for others who follow you. Like, I'll see one of your videos come across and I'll start watching and I'm like, what made her think of that? You know? So where does your inspiration come? Where do you get the idea to, have these different figures and different people and different just everything? Where does it come from?
Well, I definitely love anything really weird. I like kind of things to have sort of a feeling. I do all my videos are made by feeling. And so I play around a lot with style reference codes and as you guys were talking about, my personalization code, because even with a style reference code, with my personalization code, I'll get something different that no one else will get. And so I try to create, a lot of times I create these weird characters or strange scenes that have like kind of a theme. Like usually all my videos usually have a look throughout. They're not just all over the place. They just sort of flow together. Weird characters that, in the similar type of scene. But I sort of just create like by feeling more. Like I start out in Mid-Journey usually. Every now and then I'll play in Dolly, and then I'll thought of something during the day, or I get an idea, or sometimes I get inspired playing in Mid-Journey, and so it all comes from the images, obviously. And I sometimes will just throw 20 different images in as style references that are completely different, and then throw a style reference code in there. And almost like art, like how when I paint, you don't really know what you're going to do. You just start out and start painting, and then it kind of comes together. That's sort of how my AI videos come together in a way.
Yeah.
I'm definitely not organized like some people are, like with storyboards. And even when I do story related videos, I pretty much work very linear, like from beginning to end. Usually I don't storyboard it out. It's like what's in my head and I try to build it. I know we're all different, but it's just kind of how I work.
Yeah. Yeah. I noticed that when you create and you'll put in your captions, and I will do it too, what I used, for that particular video or what have you. And I noticed you really have a huge variety. You don't stick to just, one thing. You're not just a one platform person. And so how that is, it's almost like you have to learn a different vocabulary for each
Yeah.
platform, to try to figure out, okay, how can I make this image do whatever it is? So talk about very quickly, a lot of people, they try to get around learning how to prompt. And that was something that we talked about a little bit earlier. So talk about how that you have to be versatile like that in order to, do those types of things.
Yeah. I mean, you really don't have to, at this point, learn how to do prompts. You could think of something in your head and basically write it out, or go into ChatGPT and say, I'm kind of trying to create this thing, and it'll definitely help you out with the prompts. Each image creator is so different. Luma's is really good, and I love how, I don't know if you guys, I didn't hear if you talked about how their Luma creation platform works, but you can start out with one image, and then it gives you ideas to change it. And like by the end, it could be something completely different. And then Runways is really good. You can use consistent characters in there. And I just find Mid-Journey is definitely the most creative. And it gives you the opportunity to be extremely artistic and creative with style reference codes and personalization codes, and going in and changing, just changing out the style numbers. And I just keep trying all different things, and you get something different. Just opening up a style reference code page and just clicking in and trying the same style reference code with the same prompt or image references, you get something completely different. So I might create 100 images before I get to the ones I want to use.
Yeah, yeah. Yes. You'll have 100 of a lady trying to eat a hot dog because it's just not right, or whatever. And you'll find that one. And it's like, okay, I got it. I found it or whatever. And
I
there's
hardly ever go for things that are very specific.
Mhm.
I usually just go for like what I like, what looks good. But most of my videos aren't very specific. I mean, there's
Yeah.
some, but it's usually just what visuals I like.
Yeah, I noticed, and those of us who create, we kind of can see. I've noticed a lot, with your videos. I'll be sitting there watching it, and I'm like, wow, she must have created about 200 images that were really great, that looked really good, and then figured out a way, because you do a lot of transitions from one image to the next, a lot of transformational type video.
Keyframes, yes.
Yeah,
I'm
the
obsessed
keyframes.
with
Yes.
keyframe videos. I love
Yes.
those. And they're great with animation. You can make some really great animations with those. If you get the key to keyframes is to get images that are similar, that flow together, that aren't so different. I think people really love those keyframe videos. So if you create, like I did some string characters, if you create a whole bunch of those characters, and then you sort of figure out like which two will blend better together, and then if they're a little bit more similar, and then keep going. And so what you do is you blend two images. I usually use, I will almost always now, I use Pika frames. You take two images and you blend those together. And then you take the second image with the new image and blend that together, and then that image, and you keep going. And at the end, you have a full video. So it's not really hard, but you have to have good images going in, or the morphing doesn't look right.
Yeah, the key to it is having looking as, and the best way I can describe it is they don't have to look like the same image, but they have to look like they're at least all in the same house together.
Exactly. Right. Yes.
And then you just start one and keep it going from, do your keyframes, and that's, I've had some really good success with that. Now, I know this is probably going to be a question that you're like, oh, what are your go-to platforms? Which ones?
Well, I'm a creative partner. I first started on Runway. They were the first one that accepted me. It's been about over 2 years ago. I've been with them. I'm with Luma, Pika, Minimax. I just got into Higgsfield, which I played with last night. It's amazing. I can look at an image now. I've been doing it so long. I can look at an image and I know exactly what app is going to animate it the best. They all do keyframes, but Pika is definitely by far, I think, is the most creative to me as far as keyframes, how I like to use them. Some people use them as like transitions from one scene to a next or something, but I usually just do that kind of flow thing. But every day I use a different app pretty much. I try it, since I'm a creative partner, I want to make sure I use them all so that they get the benefit of giving me access, because I could never, ever do this if I had to pay for all these apps. I just couldn't. There's no way. I did recently buy VO3 for 3 months because they had a special for like 125, because it's going to be like $250 a month or something. I probably won't keep it at that price, but I wanted to try it. But I don't really do a lot of realistic stuff. I played around with it, and I do have some clients that I made some stuff for using it. So it's helpful, and it kind of pays for itself through clients. But I don't really make that kind of stuff. I prefer like very artistic, creative, different things. I'm not trying to make movies,
Mm-hmm. Yeah. We have another one of your videos that we're going to queue up right now to show, so that we can see some more of your greatness. So whenever we're ready.
No one really tells you this part. How you start to fade a little. Not in spirit, but in the way the world looks at you. like you've slipped into soft focus. At first, it stings. You speak and people talk over you. You enter a room and no one quite notices. And then you realize there's peace in the quiet. I used to worry about everything. My hair, my weight. Whether I said the right thing at the dinner party. Now, I say what I want. I eat the cake. I leave when I'm tired. There's a strange kind of freedom in being overlooked. Like being handed an invisibility cloak. But instead of sneaking around, you finally get to be yourself. I walk slower now. But I notice more. The way the light catches on a leaf. How birds still sing even when no one's listening. My body is changing. My skin tells stories. My hands remember things my mind forgets. I don't miss being young. I miss firsts. First loves, first homes, first wild ideas. But this time, this quiet light, it's tender. I've grown into myself, no longer trying to fit. I am rooted, and I am still blooming, just softer now. So if you see me out there, half invisible, smiling to myself, just know I've never felt more alive.
That was wonderful, Kelly.
Thank you. Thank you.
Awesome. Awesome. Let me ask you this question after watching that video. That was really powerful and it tells the story of so many women. I'm over that hump of, I guess you could say, going on into, those years where we don't care what we say. We don't care.
Oh, yeah. I've been there a while now.
And it just really spoke to me with that. So let me ask this question, especially with that video there. Was that a concept that you came up with, something, a personal story that you wanted to tell us, something that, how did you come up with to do that? And where did you get the script? How did you write that script, develop that yourself? What is your process there?
It sort of came from personal experience. Like you do start really feeling as you get older that it's hard being in spaces with a lot of young people. You feel out of place a little bit. You feel uncomfortable, but then you do start getting used to it and you start feeling like, well, I'm just so not worried about it anymore. I don't have to worry about these things. And so I wrote down like my feelings and a bunch of things that I wanted to write. And I used ChatGPT and it made that beautiful script. And then I used 11 Labs for the voiceover. And I just wanted some beautiful imagery to go with it. And so I found a style reference code along with my personalization code that gave it that really cool kind of golden look. But that's kind of how I came up with that. But it was kind of emotional making it. I make, like I said, almost everything with feeling. And then when I was making that song, like that song was just so perfect for it. I don't know, it just came together.
Yeah. And sometimes that's just how it happens when you're working with, AI and you're just being creative and going off the top. It just works. You find that thing that just works. So we had a couple of questions for you from the audience. And I'm going to get to those questions. I promise. One thing I do want to ask Kelly is a lot of times, so my images are definitely, and videos are inspired by music. Sometimes I'll hear a song and I'll create the images that I feel go with that particular song. But then there are times where I'll create images and they'll remind me of a song. And usually it's some type of commercial song and I'll use that. But you create all of your music. What do you use? And how do you find prompting for your music is difficult, easy? What do you give us a take on it? Because you've mastered that.
Well, I started doing it because my videos were longer than what they allow for music to play on like TikTok and Instagram. So I use Suno. I've tried Udio, but I've just definitely like Suno better. And I've had a music background for a long time. I used to, back in the day, I was like a big Napster person. I had like thousands of people that like followed me on Napster, but I was doing like kind of like down tempo, chill, cool stuff from all over the world. And so I have this interesting music background with that. So as soon as I got into Suno, like immediately I just realized this is insanely cool. And as far as prompting, I don't think it's that hard to prompt, really. The writing of the lyrics is definitely the hardest part. And you can use Chat and Claude and some other apps for that to help you out. But they write a lot of the same things, like it's neon something, or they use the same words over and over about mirrors and this and that. And so you have to be like, you can get them to write the lyrics out, but you definitely have to change it. A lot of my themes are about personifying feelings and emotions. I've noticed I've done a lot of that. And I don't know, I'm like you though. Sometimes I make a song in Suno and then I immediately am like, oh my God, I got to make a music video out of this. But mostly it's like I have a video and I need a song. So I might make 100 songs before I get a good song. It's getting easier now. The platform's just getting better and better all the time.
Yeah. It's getting a little bit easier, but I absolutely suck at it. So I'm just gonna put that.
Oh, really?
Out.
Well, I do it also by feeling too. Like I can hear like within 3 seconds of a song if I'm gonna like it. And
yeah. So. Well, what I'll do is if I know that it's a song that I don't want to use a commercial song, I mean a video where I don't want to use a commercial song, but I kind of have a feel for it, I'll go into ChatGPT and I'll describe a song that's out there and say, kind of in this vein, but not, and put a little bit of strings in there and, do this and give me a description so that I could use it in Suno or Udio. And it'll give me usually gives me something pretty good. I'm for whatever reason, I'm only able to make like really eerie music. I don't know why.
Oh, funny. That's so funny. I find Udio makes kind of strange music. It's like different. And
I have better luck.
A few songs in there. You have better luck in there?
Yeah, I do. Okay, so I'm going to take a question from the audience, and here it is. So what inspires your color choice for your videos, and what tools and techniques are used to achieve the color goal?
I definitely use a lot of orange in my videos. People say that all the time, and people always say, oh, you're orange again, orange. and that comes up in my personalization code a lot. I guess, when you set that up, I don't know if everybody hasn't done that. It's actually really easy. You just look at two pictures side by side. You just quickly pick the one it appeals to you, even if neither one appeals to you. You just kind of pick one that you like a little better. And after you do about 200 of those, it starts knowing your style. So mine definitely must have a little orange. What kind of defines my color choice for my video is usually if I use a style reference code, it has a basic color theme to it. I definitely do a lot more muted tone things than I do colors, but some of my stuff is brightly colored if I find I did a series of like art, like galleries and like a art studio kind of thing, and it was very brightly colored and like really cool art, and I just absolutely loved it. I did that one the other day. So it's mostly inspired by the tool at the moment.
Yeah, I find that happens with me too, as far as the colors are concerned. Okay, we got another question here. How do you get companies to sponsor and or become a creative partner? I'm a creative partner with Luma and with Runway and with Imagine. But Kelly, you've got me beat. You're creative partner with about 10.
Well, it definitely helps to I have about 500,000 followers on all platforms combined. And so that definitely makes it easy. I got real lucky in the beginning that I signed up for Runway like the day it came out. I saw that they were offering that, and because I was there with them from the beginning, that I got it, and having that one helped me then build my portfolio of videos so that I was able to get others. I think Luma was next, then Pika. The one I got for with Minimax, I just applied for that immediately. They gave it to me, and they just give me endless credits. It's amazing, and I think that app goes really people don't talk about it that much, but it's actually really it's very cool app. I've done some good videos with that app. Higgsfield I signed up with like, I don't know, months ago, and like Kling I signed up months ago. I never got that one, but yesterday I was playing around. I mean, I was on LinkedIn and I saw they made a post, and I put, hey, I'd love to be a creative partner. And literally within, I don't know, minutes, the creative partner thing showed up that I was accepted. So I have no idea if it had to do with me commenting on the LinkedIn or they just happened to accept me at that same time. But
yeah,
I don't know. I really, I think Kling is insane. I would love to get into Kling, but they have never approved mine. So I just don't know.
I tried. I've applied to Kling. What's interesting is that I applied to Runway and I completely forgot that I had applied to Runway, and then it just popped up all of a sudden. You've been accepted, and I'm like, oh wow, okay, cool.
That feeling is so great because you're like, oh my god, I get to play with a new app. I'm so inspired. This is going to be amazing, you know.
Yeah, you get to play with it. So being a creative, for those of you who don't know that are in our audience, each of the platforms, most of them, Midjourney does not have one.
Neither does Google VO. They don't.
Yeah, they don't have a creative partner program. But your platforms like Luma, Runway, Kling, Hailu, I didn't know Higgsfield had one. That's good to know. They have creative partner programs, and the way that you get into those programs, either they may have a form that you fill out, like an application that you fill out, where you just have to say, you know, hey, how are you using the product, and you know, how many, not how many followers, but what are your social media handles, etc. And then you hit send, and you may or may not hear from them again. But it is wonderful to be part of those programs because yes, you do. Some of them are structured differently, but you get free credits. But you also get to try out their latest and greatest, you know, before it's even released to the public. And so that's one of the things that I really like about Luma. So yeah. Okay, let's see here. We got a couple more questions here. We'll do this one. As a creative, what is your next AI project or challenge or project challenge?
Well, I was just saying how, like, over the last, it's so funny, and this happens a lot. Over the last week, I was like, oh my God, I feel really kind of burnt out. Like, I don't have any, like, I feel like I'm at the end of my rope. Like, I don't have anything else. I keep like using some of the same prompts and things. And like you were talking about earlier, you take your stuff from 5.1, put it into 7 and get new stuff. But I felt like I was like reusing a lot of the same stuff. And then the Higgsfield thing came along, and then it gave me a new spark to try something new. But my project challenge every day is try to come up with some new idea or something different. I post every day, like 1 or 2 videos, and try to keep it fresh, try to find something new. It gets hard after a while, and it's actually a little bit stressful. And I don't know, I think that's just trying to stay ahead of the game too, of all this new stuff coming out all the time.
Yeah, it's so easy to get lost. It's or to get overwhelmed.
Yeah.
You want to try, because I had people asking me, hey, did you try VO3? And aside from the fact that it's expensive, they did have that 3-month special going. I just just had to say, in my brain, I can't take another. I just can't take another,
Yeah. I mean, I do pay for a lot of stuff. I pay for Suno, Midjourney, Kriya.
Yep.
I don't even know. There's a bunch that I pay for. It adds up.
It does.
And then I bought this VO, but so it's crazy.
That was part of the discussion. The last one was, hey, how do you budget, all of this? And I will say that, each one of them, you're going to have the logo on there. But if you just want to try something out, they all have free, programs that you can just, and just try it out, see how you like it. And then if you like it, just get the introductory subscription, don't go all out immediately. And the advice that I also heard was never get the 1-year subscription, because
you might not like it after a while, and then you're stuck with it.
Yep. Let's see. Here's another interesting question. Is there a creative AI project that you're not interested in exploring? I don't think I've ever gotten that question.
Well, a lot of people are like telling me I should do like movies, like make some movies and stuff. My problem is the way my brain works. To make those movies is very time consuming and very difficult. I really give it to the people that do those. I watch them on LinkedIn. I'm like blown away by it. After like working on that for 3 days, my brain is so far gone. That feels like 2 years ago. I don't even want to do it anymore. I'm so over it. I don't think I have the focus to do something like that. So that's me.
Okay. I will say, okay. So, when you're on these different platforms, you get a lot of people who ask, can they commission you? And there are some commissions that I just will not do. And the reason why is because what I do with AI, it gives me joy. I like it. It's therapeutic. But if I have to create something that doesn't give me joy, then, that's a problem for me. So the AI projects that I'm really not interested in exploring are those that just don't line up with my aesthetic.
I call it AI for hire. I can't do it either. It makes my skin crawl.
Yeah. Yes. There's some projects where I'll look at the person, will say, hey, can you do a video for me? And then I'll before I even answer, I'm scrolling and I'm looking at their social media page. And if it's not lining up with just what I do, I politely refuse, or politely turn them down and send them to someone else who I know who their aesthetic may be in line with what it is that they're looking for. The other one that I will not do is I get a lot of people who want me to do portraits of them. They want me to recreate them, and nobody ever thinks that they look like
Yeah,
whatever it is that they
exactly.
look like. And so
Yeah.
you find yourself like, no, you look just like that, and they're like, no, that's not me. So I back away from stuff like that.
I've
All
had to
right.
learn to say no though too. Like I get so many offers all the time, and I would love to be able to help everyone, but I just can't. I work full time. I freelance. I don't have time to be doing all these things on the side that I don't want to do. But I'm a yes person usually. I'm like, oh yeah, I'll help you with that. But I've had to learn
Yeah.
to say no.
Yeah. I learned that very quickly. I learned it very quickly, Kelly. I really did. All right, here's another question. How long do you typically spend on a project or video? For example, like the ones that we've seen here today. So typically, how long does it take you?
The second one that I did with the women, that one definitely took me a little bit longer. I probably spent about 5 hours on that one. Just because I was trying to like match like edit it all out and make it all match up. A lot of like a keyframe video, I could make one of those. I could knock that out in no time at all. Anything that takes sound effects takes a really long time. The sound effects take as long to find as making the whole video. I'm sure you found that. And like, it's so nice, like with some of these apps now coming out with sound effects, like Luma has it and is super helpful. But when you're doing like animations and stuff, those don't work. I use Pixabay, and you can create some of your own in 11 Labs. But I can knock a video out in the evening usually. But my creation time is in the evening after work. When I'm sitting in front of the TV, I'll make usually a video a night, or sometimes I could make 2 or 3 if I'm doing like keyframes or something. But if I really put some time and effort into it, it'll be about 4 or 5 hours probably.
Are you working primarily on your phone?
No, I'm working on I was using my phone more, but now I have a MacBook Air. So it's still small. Like I just put it on my lap, and I like that. And I can use Premiere on it better. I was using CapCut on my phone, but I don't know. I'm a Premiere person. I'm just really good at it. So
yeah. I'm crash course Adobe Premiere. Very.
Yeah. But
very.
I use After Effects, and
Okay.
I'm like great with Photoshop. That I do Photoshop all day long in my job, and so you could do like a lot of my photos. If they have to fix their hands and stuff. You could I plop them in, or if I need to expand them, I do all that in Photoshop. Fix faces, and I also use for a lot of that. I don't know if any of you guys use Krea, but Krea has the most insane image enhancer. It rebuilds faces and rebuilds parts of pictures. Oh yeah. Sometimes you have to go take the original picture and like add back in things that you don't like, but for the most part, like it crisps it up and gives it details. It's like pretty incredible. It's I find it the best image enhancer of all of them.
So now after you've created your images in Midjourney, are you upscaling like just for your social media? Because I tend to not upscale for social media. Are you upscaling?
No, I sometimes will use Midjourney's upscaler. The only time I was doing like Krea is if every now and then I'll make stuff in Dolly, which is like old school, but you could make some really insane, cool, weird stuff in that. But you definitely kind of have to go in and like fix them, and they all come out square. So I have to like change if I want to change them. But I totally got lost on this question. Where were we?
Yeah, no, we were talking about upscaling. Do you upscale your videos?
I do use Gigapixel sometimes.
Okay.
I have that. I had a version for video, which was really good, but I do if a photo needs something. But for the most part, no. For the most part, my images in Midjourney already come out so crisp. If you have like a good prompt and you could be very specific. You could sometimes say perfect hands perfect features or something, and that really helps sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Yeah, it does. Because like I said, I get that question about upscaling, and my answer to that is always if I'm commissioned to do something and it's going to be shown on a larger screen, or
yeah,
again, it's a commission job, then I will upscale at the end. But if I'm just creating something that's going to be on social media, I concentrate on getting the details right in the image,
yeah,
or
same.
getting the video, getting not the video, but the colors and the depth and all of that, right out the gate, so that once I go into those video platforms, it just makes it pop, So
CapCut has, I was going to say before I forget, CapCut has, their filters. They have so many filters. Like if you have a video that feels a little disjointed color-wise, and you don't want to like go in and like edit each separate video or image in like Premiere or Photoshop or whatever, you could plop that video into CapCut and choose a filter, and it will colorize it instantly for you in a certain different color. So it brings it together. I use that a lot. I think that's very handy.
Wow, nice. Someone wants to know, were you once a fashion designer?
I worked in the fashion business back in the day for a company called North Beach Leather for about 7 years. I did like a lot of, I worked on a design computer and like recolored things. And so I did work in fashion, but I definitely have an eye for fashion. I love doing fashion images. It's one of my favorite things to do. I just make them for myself and don't even post them. It's like one of my favorite things. I wish that there was a way to make the clothes that I make, in Midjourney.
Yeah, I was just saying that. I said that earlier. So at the beginning, when we started, I had one of the judges from the contest as a fashion designer, and I was just saying to her, I'm like, I'll create an image, and the clothes that one, whatever the image has on, I'm like, God, that's killer. That is killer. And then, I was like, maybe I can find a fashion designer who could recreate this. It probably cost me an arm and a leg, but I'm sure I'd be the only one there with that on.
I put it out into the universe all the time. I'm like, some designer's going to contact me. I did actually get contacted by Karl Lagerfeld.
Okay.
They reached out to me in email and said that, but they wanted me to do an AI thing for them. And at first, when I got the email, I'm like, wow, this is so cool. But it actually never came to fruition. So I don't know what they ended up doing. But someday some fashion designer is going to be like, hey, can we pay you to make designs for us?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's already, someone out there looking at that, because I mean, if you want to get new and different, AI is definitely a way that you can do that,
It's finally started paying for itself too, a little bit, like with TikTok and YouTube is the best. I mean, if for all the people out there, if you get a good following on YouTube, they pay the best.
Oh, wow.
And they encourage you to post. It's not like TikTok where they want you just to post like randomly, like once a day or something. No, YouTube, the more you post, the more you get paid. And now I'm like getting paid pretty well on YouTube. I only have about 21,000 followers on YouTube, and I make pretty good money on there. So you guys should all be on YouTube for sure.
Nice. So to round things up, because this has been truly great. I'm so glad that we got the opportunity to chit chat.
Thank you for inviting me. I love this. It's so
cool. No. I'm loved having you here, because as I invited people to come, is like I was kind of like, oh, who do I enjoy the most? I want to hear about their story and what they do, and like, wow. I want to fan out for a minute,
Thank you.
So tell everyone where they can find you, and where they can find you, where they can follow you and look at your wonderful creations.
Okay, on TikTok and Instagram, I'm Kelly _Besh_AI_art, which I'll put in the chat. On YouTube, I actually started using my original YouTube, so it's Kelly ELD 2323. But you could also like search for me, Kelly Besh AI Art. It comes up. Same on LinkedIn, I'm just Kelly Besh, but I'll put all those in there.
Okay.
I definitely have the most followers on TikTok. I have about 357,000 from that bird video that got the 24 million views. That was a trip.
I saw that. I was like, OMG. That was
People
Kelly's
thought it was
video.
real because it happened to come out at a time a while back before people were really like seeing AI. So I just got lucky with that one. It was funny though, but when it happened, it was trippy.
Yeah. But that's the one, that's that video that kind of sent you on your way.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I was already like, I was already kind of going before that, but from that video, I got hundreds of thousands of followers. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Awesome. Okay. So everybody, you know where you can find her. I am so thankful for you coming on today and having a conversation. Guys, you can reach out to her on her various channels and look at Kelly's work. It is phenomenal. And I just want to say thank you one more time.
Thank you
for coming out. All right.
All right.
Cool.
Bye.
Cool. All righty. So, all right, everybody. So we are at I think we're taking a break. No, we're not taking a break. Okay. We're looking at video number 9. Is that it? Okay. Everybody, there is someone behind the scenes named Ellie who, if she weren't here, there's no way that I would be able to do this. So thank you, Ellie. So we're going to take a look at our number 9, our number 8, right? And let's see, 9 and 8. Am I right? Okay, cool. All right, guys. So it's time for 2 more videos. We are counting down. We are at number 9 and number 8. All right. So we're going to take a look at those videos. Number 9 is the first crew on Mars. And that video is by Abby Baleha. Okay. And if I got this wrong, please excuse me, guys. Please excuse me. But first crew on Mars, that is our number 9 video. And it's important to say that our number 10, 9, was it 10, 9, and 8 video, those videos, those creators, they won the Luma subscription. So they have a year of Luma. All right. So this is wonderful. The number 8 video is Harmony, Chosen Warriors. And that video was done by Mr. Malachi Johnson. And then trying to get to it. That's it. So we have our number 9 and our number 8 video. So I'm going to go ahead and let those roll.
Live in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and we're on.
Good evening, Nigeria, and welcome to this special broadcast. Nigeria will be making history today by launching the first manned mission to Mars. Leading this mission is Commander Ayo Adebayo, a seasoned aerospace engineer and former fighter pilot. Joining him is Ibiye Preye, the mission's chief scientist and geologist, with a PhD in planetary science. Next is Amina Suleiman, the flight engineer and robotics specialist. And finally, Chuks Okonkwo, the mission's medical officer and biologist. Celebratory spirit sweeps the country as Nigerians of all ages express excitement about the mission, with vendors selling Mars-themed memorabilia to mark this momentous occasion. And there goes Odyssey 1. The spacecraft has successfully launched, marking a thrilling new chapter in Nigeria's journey to Mars.
We are thrilled to announce that the crew of Odyssey 1 has successfully arrived on Mars. This historic moment was captured by the rover stationed on the Red Planet prior to their departure. Let's take a look at the footage that has the entire world talking. Nigeria has opened the door to a new era of exploration and innovation. Now, nations from across the globe are joining us to build a future on Mars. Many Nigerians can now win lotteries to call the Red Planet home. As the first settlement takes root on Mars and more join the endeavor, we stand on the brink of a new era. This monumental achievement underscores our collective potential and the boundless opportunities that await us among the stars.
Who I am now is not who I've always been. Earth was not my original home. I am from a planet called Athenica. My parents are the king and queen of our empire. Once a peaceful, thriving kingdom, our home world was attacked. By a tyrant queen named Vecana, queen of the Triad Empire. The planet was plunged into war. My mother and father had to make a choice to preserve our kingdom and give our people hope. So, I was sent away to another planet in another galaxy, Earth. Along with twin warriors, Isis and Raquel, we set a course for Earth. But before we reached our destination, the ship was thrown off course and crash landed in North America in the state of Arizona. We were stranded, or so we thought. With the help of my Earth father, Felix Brown, our ship was brought to a safe haven for repair. But it would take time we didn't have. The Triads followed us to Earth. The twins prepare me for the flight that is ahead, along with my humanoid hologram assistant, Arcadia, who possesses infinite knowledge of the universe. Together, we must band together to defeat the Triad Empire and save the kingdom of Athenica. I am more than a princess. I am a warrior. My name is Harmony, and I will defend my home.
All right. Another two really great videos that were shown during this segment. And I see some of the creators are in the comments over on YouTube. Thank you so much for your submissions to the contest. We're going to take a break, but before we take that break, I'm going to remind you that you can still get the swag bag. All right. You just won't be entered into the contest, into the raffle, the drawing, but you can still get the swag bag, which is full, did I say full, of goodies. You can either scan the QR code or you can use the URL that is there to just go ahead and get your swag bag. So those of you who are just joining us this evening, we have had a great time all day. And we've been on since noon, and we still got more to come. So you can get your digital swag bag. And one more thing that I am going to do very quickly, I want to just remind you very quickly, and then we're going to take a break. We're going to take a little bit longer break this time around, and get up, stretch, grab a little quick bite, real quick type, break. And then we're going to come back at 6:30 because we have our top 7 videos coming in at that 6:30, and then we have 2 of our sponsors that are going to be coming on, and I'm really excited for that conversation. So real quick, I just want to remind you guys that I do have a community. I was asked about do I teach or do I have any type of classes that I offer for AI? And the answer is yes. So you can, I'm make sure I get this right here. You can scan the QR code. Listen, just come on over for 10 days. We just started move to this community this week, as a matter of fact. And so we're getting started, getting everything up and running, and moving everybody over here. Live trainings, master classes, private area. It is a private area away from social media. And there is monthly feedback, Q&A sessions, spotlights. A lot of what you see here today, this is what we're going to be doing in that community, because I do realize there is a need for this. So you can scan the QR code. Just come over for 10 days. Not going to hurt you. All right. So, all right. So we are going to take a break, and we're going to come back, and we're going to have our top 7 videos and our 2 major sponsors, our premier sponsor and our editorial sponsor, coming up. All right. So let's go ahead and let's get our next coming back soon screen up there if we can. Oh, let me take this down. There we go. All right. And I'm going to give you some of this really great music that we have here so that we don't get muted. Let's see. Hey everybody, we are back. We are back. We're back. I hope you all had a good break. I had a good break. And those of you who stuck around, thank you so much. You stuck around. That says to me that we are doing something right here tonight. So I want to start this one off with some do's and don'ts, some things that I want to share with those of you who are creators. And then I'm going to show one of my videos. And then we'll lead into the next segment. Well, in between there, I'll show one of my videos. So those of you, I've been getting a lot of questions, or we've been getting a lot of questions with regard to just how to, how do we monetize, or what ways can we monetize, or how do you get yourself out there, how do you get commissions? And I get those questions all the time, and I want to go over about just 10 things. I want to just tell you 10 things, and I'm just going to go real quick. I'm not going to do a whole sermon on each one, but I just want to give you 10 things to think about. These are my 10 tips, my advice for creators who are submitting to contests, all right? Or you're looking to take your work seriously, all right? So, tip number 1, make yourself easy to find and to contact, all right? Make yourself easy to find. You cannot be a secret squirrel, okay? You cannot be, I'm probably dating myself on that phrase right there, but you cannot be a secret squirrel and expect for people to find you, to commission you, or even just to, really admire your work. So make yourself easy to find. Tip number 2, respond promptly to communication, or when someone's reaching out to you, they want to commission you for something, wherever it is that you are, where people need to reach you, whether it be Instagram or an email address or Facebook, whatever, wherever it is, make sure that you're checking that on a daily basis, because you just never know. You might have a really great commission waiting for you in that inbox that you never saw. Okay. That's number 2. That's tip number 2. Tip number 3, always have a bio ready. Always have a bio. You just never know who's gonna ask you, say, hey, I need your bio. I want to, run something on you, or I want to do an article, or I just need it because I'm going to interview you. Always have a bio ready. You just never know when you're going to need it, and always update it as you continue to do different things. Update your bio regularly. Number 4, always include a narrative with your work. Okay. When you create a narrative to go along with that piece, so that people understand what your thought process was with that particular, with that project, with that piece. Have a narrative, even if it's just something really short, 3-4 sentences. Have something that shows that you put some thought, into what it is that you're doing. All right. That's tip number 4. Tip number 5, don't be afraid to enter into contests. Guys, do not be afraid. Do not think that you are, that you aren't good enough, that your stuff is amateur. Don't be afraid. Put yourself out there. You have to put yourself out there. That first time, you're one step closer to winning. If you never enter, you're never any steps closer to winning. Okay? Put yourself out there and do that. Put yourself out there. All right. Number 6, get creative with the resources that you already have. We talked a lot today about every creator that came on here talked about how, if they had a subscription to everything, they wouldn't be able to afford it. Okay. And what we are is resourceful. We are very resourceful. And I subscribe all day to applying for creative partner programs, because If it were not for creative partner programs, I'm telling you right now, a lot of the stuff that I do, I wouldn't be able to do because I can't afford all of, these platforms, but you have to be resourceful with what you have. Okay. So that was number 6. All right. Number 7, treat your work like it's a business. I cannot overemphasize that enough. Treat your work like it's a business, guys. Start if you're going to create images and video that you are selling and film that you are putting out there for commission work, etc. Set up a business, set up an LLC, set up a bank account that is specifically for your business. Treat it just like a business. Get business cards, in the swag bag. There's a deal. There is a percentage off deal, a coupon, so to speak, for a 1-page website. Okay. Get that 1-page website. Get that 1-pager. That's all you need is 1 page. People don't even create those large websites anymore. Just get that 1-page website that has your contact information, a little bit about you, a little bit of your work on there, maybe a link to your social media, and that is great. It shows that you are professional, that you're serious about your work. Contact me at the bottom and make sure you buy a URL that's your website address that is branded to you. Remember, you are the brand. Okay. You're creating a brand. So treat it like a business. Number 8, build a digital paper trail. Okay. Build a digital paper trail. So in other words, save your bios, your headshots. If you do let's say you do a podcast interview or you interview and it's, in a magazine or whatever it is, save all of that. Keep that paper trail. That is your resume. That is your portfolio of work. You want to make sure that you save all of that. And, because that is, again, that is your professional track record, so to speak. All right. Number 9, stay visible. You have to stay visible. Take a break every now and then, but stay visible. If you're serious about this and it's something that you want to do, something that you want to make a career out of, make money off of, monetize, whatever, stay visible. All right. And then number 10, say yes before you are fully ready. I cannot emphasize that more. Say yes before you are fully ready. Because when you say yes, that now you're obligated. And I know that you're not going to not follow through, right? Say yes and everything else will be supplied. I promise you, you will get through it. All right. Okay. So those are my 10 tips for creators. If you want to move forward, if you want to get serious about all of this. Okay. So I am going to queue up a video for you. Someone had asked, I don't know if you're still here. I can't remember who asked about this video, but they called it, the circus video. That's what they called. They called it the circus video. And it was a kind of the circus video. But I call it doomsday. Yeah, I call it doomsday. And, I wanted to, when I created this video, I was mad. I was a little angry. I'm not even going to lie. And I create some really good stuff when I'm emotional. So let me try to get that pulled up here and then we'll get it going. Real quick. Any questions? Does anybody have any questions that they'd like to drop into the chat right here, right now? I'd be more than happy to answer those questions for you while I get this video pulled up. All right. This one I wasn't going to show this one this evening, But like I said, I did have a request, and we had to move a couple things around or whatever. But we're going to show this one. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to get this video going, and then I'll come back and I'll answer any questions that you may have. Hold on, let me stop it and I'll come back. Okay, there we go. All right. So that was one of my creations, and I was like, okay, I need to tell this story and express all of this in 1 minute and 30 seconds. I think I did a minute and 30 seconds. Now, some of you all in mid-journey, some of you all are kind of scared to turn that weird setting on. This video, a lot of those scenes in the boxing ring were with that weird setting turned up. And I was able to really get some really interesting images whenever I want to get that strange, well, for lack of better words, weird, but different look, that cinematic, look. I will use that weird setting. Okay. And I see that comment there about I put a lot of thought into that video. Yeah. Yeah, kind of, sort of, not really, but kind of, sort of. I don't, it just happens sometimes. You get your best work when you are emotional or feeling something. And so that's really what this contest is about, everybody. This contest was about storytelling. Okay. Just doing, storytelling, telling your story and putting it out there. All right. Any questions? Weird. Yes. Leadership Lounge. Weird is a tough balance in mid-journey. Yes, it is. It is. And especially in version 7, it's even more different than it was in version 6.1. Is there anyone out there that uses video uses Mid-Journey, uses the weird setting. If you do, what's your experience with that? How do you feel about that weird setting? For almost a year, I would not use it. I wouldn't use it. And then some kind of way or another, one day I was just like, you know what? Let me try this weird because I'm trying to get this one look and I can't get it. And I was able to manipulate that weird setting to where now I'm very comfortable using it. So yeah. Okay. So Martha, can you explain your thoughts behind that video? Oh, sure, I can. So my thought behind that video, that frustration, that was my thought. My thought behind the video was frustration, and everything that I was seeing going on in, the world and in our political climate to me seemed like a show. It seemed like um, a circus. And so I wanted to take that concept and make it bizarre, make it macabre, make it bizarre. And so that was what you got from that particular video. Okay. Okay, so you haven't really used, okay, so I see where Martha Lowe responded and said that she hasn't really used the weird setting. I would suggest that you try it. Try it at a very low rate in Mid-Journey. See what you get. Change up your style settings a little bit and just see how it fits in there. I've become, like I said, I've become very comfortable with it. So it's been kind of easy. Okay. So here's another comment. Let's see here. You like turning on the weird setting in Mid-Journey when you're pushing past the obvious. Sometimes the best ideas show up in the unexpected. Absolutely. I agree with that. There have been times where so any of you who've worked in Mid-Journey, you know that 4 images are going to come up every time that you prompt through a regular prompt. And using that weird setting, I may have 4 images, 1 images that matches what I'm trying to do right then in that moment. But then there may be 1 really crazy image that it doesn't fit what I'm doing right now, but I definitely don't want to delete it because it's really interesting. And I may be able to create a story around that image. So yeah, I agree with that. Awesome. Okay, so here, let's look at this one. I frequently hide pictures after using the weird setting. Maria, let me tell you. So, I was creating, my best friend was telling me, we were talking about old 1980s videos. And we were just music videos. And we were talking about how interesting they are and how they were different. They were just really different. I don't even know if we do music videos anymore. But I wanted to recreate Grace Jones' video, Slave to the Rhythm. Okay. And that video is like a combination of all of a few of her videos all wrapped into one. But if any of you all know Grace Jones, it's not going to be something that's safe. Okay. And so I had to use the weird setting for a lot of the video, the recreation that I did of the Slave to the Rhythm video. You want to challenge yourself, do something different that's, not along the same lines of what you always do. And with that Slave to the Rhythm video, I almost got banned on Mid-Journey. I got so many community violations recreating that video because those of you who know Grace Jones, yeah, is probably not community friendly. But it ended up being a really cool video. So if you're ever on my Instagram page, go check it out. Take a look. All right. Okay, let's see. What was the number one tip? The number one tip that I gave was make yourself easy to find. Okay, make yourself easy to find. So in other words, if you're utilizing your main form of communication is a text message or a phone number, make sure that you make that known. Or is it going to be an email address? If it is, check your email. If it's going to be a social media profile, make sure that you make that known. But make yourself easy to find and have at least 3 different ways that someone can reach out and contact you. Okay. I have sites. Yes. So here's the thing. When I started out with just period in marketing, period, and in real estate, because I am a realtor, my idea, I needed to brand me. I need to brand my name. I need to make sure that Kimberly Offord is known, is reachable, and you understand what she does for a living. So I have Kimberly Offord as my brand. As AI emerged and I started working with AI, I still was working under Kimberly Offord, but I needed to separate the real estate Kim and the marketing consultant Kim from Kim, the AI image and video creator, which was Playground Pastime. So that's why you'll see 2. However, as we're moving on, the 2 are merging. So that's why you'll see 2. That's why you may see an Instagram page with my name, and you may see an Instagram page with Playground Pastime. But for the most part, all of my AI work is through Playground Pastime. Okay. All right. Let's see now what we got. Yes, Grace. And I am going to see Grace on Saturday. If anyone is in the Chicago area for Ravinia, she will be there. It's my first time ever seeing her. I cannot wait to be graced by Grace. It's going to be crazy. I know it. It's already going to be crazy. I already know. All right. Okay, y'all. So, with that said, I believe that we're going to take a very quick break, a quick 5-minute, just 5 minutes, y'all. That's it. Don't go anywhere. Put your questions in there. We're going to have a coming back. So we're going to put that screen up so you'll know what we're going to be coming back to, showing our number 7, 6, and 5 video. Okay. So we're getting down to the wire here. And thank you for everybody that has stuck with us all day today. All right. Am I correct, Ellie? We got an up next video. Okay, cool. All right. All right, guys. All right. So, I see you guys getting in the chat, getting over there. If you're not over in YouTube, you probably need to come over to YouTube because they're over here exchanging prompts and everything. So it's definitely a party, okay? Definitely a party. All right. So we are going to move on to the number 7, 6, and 5. We are getting close, y'all. We are getting close to the number 1 video. All right. So our number 7 video is it's called The Story of Juneteenth. And that video was submitted by Mo Lynch of the United States in the US. Then after that, we have Broken, number 6 video, Broken, by Chloe Saint Jour. And Chloe is from France, and that video is Broken. That's our number 6 video. And then finally, our number 5 video will be Dream Fall. And that video is by Bright Blue Fulfilled. All right. So we're going to go ahead. And then after we come back, we are going to hear we're scheduled to hear from our sponsor, which She Is AI. So we're going to go ahead and let the number 7 video play.
Granddad, what is Juneteenth and where did it come from?
Let me explain it in a way that y'all young folks can. On New Year's Eve, 1862, the first watch night service took place in the black church. Black folks all across the country gathered to see if the Emancipation Proclamation would take effect at midnight. And sure enough, it did. Enslaved people in Confederate states were declared legally free. Union soldiers, many whom were black, marched all over the South reading small copies of the Emancipation Proclamation, spreading the news of freedom in Confederate states. While our people were celebrating and partying, a group of slaves in Galveston, Texas were still enslaved for another 2 years. After work one night in 1865, one slave checked his email and got an invitation to the Juneteenth party. He was confused. He never heard of a Juneteenth party. He finally got wind that slavery ended 2 years ago. The next day, a mob of Union troops arrived in Galveston, Texas, demanding that our people be set free. And from that day on, our people immediately sought to reunite with their families, establish schools, run for political office, and even sue slaveholders for compensation. We were now empowered to change our lives and our community. Juneteenth is our country's second Independence Day because we weren't free when they declared July 4th as Independence Day. Did you get all that, son?
Yes, thanks, Granddad.
Ouais, je sais ce que tu vas dire. Djibril, c'est vraiment la gueule du suspect numéro 1. Pourtant, sur le ring, c'est un putain de champion. En parlant de champion, tiens, il y a Loïs, le cliché du bodybuilder. Mais derrière ses muscles, il y a un petit garçon qui se faisait taper sur la gueule par son père. Lola, c'est une sale chienne en uniforme, persuadée que sa plaque lui donne tous les droits. Pourtant, quand elle danse, il n'y a plus de plaque, plus de flingue, juste un corps fragile en équilibre. Fatima, elle, bonne qu'à frotter les chiottes et à toucher les allocs, mais ça ne te viendrait même pas à l'idée de te dire que c'est une virtuose au violon. Quant à Nour, tout le monde la traite de kamikaze au lycée, juste à cause d'un bout de tissu sur la tête. Mais au tribunal, c'est pas une bombe qu'elle va faire exploser, c'est ta version des faits. Léo, lui, il avait qu'à rouler moins vite, ça lui apprendra. C'est pas lui qui roulait trop vite. Mais aujourd'hui, il fonce vers la victoire. Jade et Nino, c'est le couple Gaulle. Ils s'aiment passionnément. Peut-être un peu trop d'ailleurs, parce que chez eux, l'amour, ça laisse trop souvent des bleus. Fabrice, c'est bon à rien. Manu, la plus grosse des michetots. Tommy, c'est un sale trans. Boubacar, encore un qui va tout nous voler. Ibrahim, Fatou, Ouria, César, Tao, Hakim, Gabriela, Sacha et Zadig, Carmen, Suzy. Et eux, ils pensent quoi de toi?
Is safe and sound, for a new world is abound.
You have come again. How long will you dream for this time?
It won't be for long. I know I'll awake soon. I saw it. I saw pieces of the new world. We were so happy to escape from the tyranny of our present world. We were so free.
Were?
We will. We will be free. Once I can find this new world and connect to it. It feels so near, yet it's so far. What are we doing wrong?
Are you sure it even exists?
I know it does. My father told it to me. It's one of the last things he told to me. He and others, they created it, but they could never find it. And now it's up to us. But I looked everywhere.
Do not seek it. You do not get there by looking for it.
Then, what do we do?
Wake up.
What?
Wake up.
Did you find it?
No. I mean, maybe.
I knew it. There is no new world. All of this is just an illusion.
It exists. I saw it and felt it.
What did the old man say?
I'm looking at all the comments over here on YouTube. These are some amazing. I told you guys they were amazing videos. Yes. So we asked for some of the categories that we had were marketing and advertising, historical reimagined. So the Juneteenth was in the historical reimagined category, Afrocentric, music video, and I can't think of the others, but there were several different categories. And so as you can see, a lot of the videos in various categories, were up there. And yeah, we had some of my personal favorites were in this category. Well, in this hour, or in this last group, as a matter of fact. But we are now, guys, being joined by our editorial sponsor. So I'm getting ready to bring Amanda to the stage. Hey, Amanda.
Hey.
How are you? What time is it on your side of the world, of the globe?
Midday now. Very reasonable time.
Okay. It's midday. Okay, cool. I'm glad.
We've been watching since 5 a.m. I've been up with a crying toddler since 5 a.m. We've been watching the whole thing.
Oh,
just
nice.
like these videos are incredible.
Oh my gosh, they really are. I mean, and just to think there were over 86 of them. And so we had to look at 86 of them and actually try to narrow it down. It was insane. It was insane. But everyone, this is Amanda Jeffs. She is the CEO of, and she has a couple of other C titles as well. I'll let her tell you about it. But she is with She Is AI, and She Is AI is our editorial sponsor. So let me tell you a little bit. So as a result of the contest, our winner, as well as I believe the top 6, are going to be featured in the She Is AI magazine. But She Is AI is not just a magazine. I sound like ChatGPT now. She's not just a magazine. She Is AI is really actually a movement. And so I want Amanda, go ahead and introduce yourself and just tell us a little bit about She Is AI, because this is a great group that I have gotten involved with, and just so happy because I've been able to talk to people all over the world, about AI and what the impact that AI is making on women as well as just everybody. Okay, so go ahead, Amanda.
Well, thank you, Kimberly. And yeah, I just wanted to compliment everyone again. Your videos are just mind-blowing, stunning, creative, beautiful, and it must have been a very hard job selecting those, but absolutely incredible. And this has been a fun morning. She Is AI is, well, where to start? Like you said, it is a movement. It's actually, guys, turning into one of the larger talent rosters of women in AI globally that we have yet to see. It's turned into an ecosystem of community, media, publishing, agency, consulting, and teaching, and an academy. It's turned into a 5 business arms, 5 business pillars, basically, across those areas. And we've got a few incredible initiatives. Yes, we started as a magazine to highlight and honor the voices of women in AI and celebrate their work globally. That evolved into community where we bring people together to share their expertise with people who want to learn AI. Experts can help share their expertise and do courses, and we share masterclasses. We've got events. Now we're expanding into our academy, which is courses and masterminds, in our agency, which is expanding into now amplifying the actual large talent roster of AI experts that we've got, putting their work out there and consulting and educating people globally. The beautiful team behind us, it's not all me, beautiful team of, myself and Rachel Gaia founded this. She's the editor and the chief creative visionary officer, need to say that right. With the incredible imagery and everything that you see about our brand, she brings it to life and is the creative channel for the brand. Deanna Leonard, our beautiful people connector. She's the little honeybee connector, brings everyone to us. She's a lead of our operations in the US and head of comms. And myself operating as the brand face, partnerships, community CEO, if you will. And we got so busy, we brought in, I don't want to leave anyone out, incredible team. Wayne Morgan's helping me in the background. We've got Maribeth, we've got Mike, we've got incredible, look, we've got about 20 business partners that have come on board. We've got over 90 brand ambassadors, women and men who have joined us globally. We're forming every day, having meetings with people joining us. We've got over about 50 AI expert women in our talent agency ready to deploy and educate and create in AI globally. We're across 28 countries. We've got a couple of hundred women experts in AI on our roster. We've incredible. So we're a large ecosystem. We are heart-led, we are mission-driven, and we're here to make an impact in AI globally. What that means is we want every voice to be heard and represented and highlighted. All of the underrepresented voices. We don't want anyone to be left behind. We don't want the same people to own this space. We want this AI paradigm to be a chance for humanity to get it right and to move forward into a future where every voice is heard and be part of this play, and we're passionate about that. And so, yes, it's about women, it's about every person in the whole world. We have a large part of our business that's focused on youth and celebrating up and coming rising talent and helping them, children and their parents, navigate this era of AI. And we're a new paradigm company, and we are built for the future, and it's looks like we're doing a lot. And how can we do it all? Well, with AI, and everything is fast and amplified, and the energy is fast, and we're built on an incredible community of passionate people, and we couldn't do it without them all. So we're here to celebrate everybody that's involved, welcome anybody that wants to be part of creating a better future with AI to be involved. Incredible level of talent that makes me be very humble every day, the amount of experts that we have globally, including you and everyone else. The level of talent we've got is just mind-blowing, incredible. The passion behind everybody in our network is incredible, and it moves us every day to say that we can just facilitate a movement like this. I don't know what else I can say, Kimberly, but we've got a community on school. We've got the next magazine coming out. We've got our next virtual summit coming up soon. We've got events. We've got new offers coming out. Incredible range. I think we've got our AI Fashion Awards launching any day, which is going to be a global competition where anyone that wants to be involved in using AI to produce fashion pieces, the largest initiative of its scope of its kind anywhere in the world that we've seen. So if you're interested in AI and fashion and design, you'll want to watch your screens for that one.
Yeah. So much. There's so much there that I could speak on right now. It's so interesting because sometimes we operate in a bubble, and what's just happening right here, right now, and especially for us in our country. And an article I just saw recently, or announcement I just saw recently, that the UAE, they are now offering Chat GPT, the plus version, the subscription version, to their entire population of their country. That is huge. And that says where AI is going, or where it's gone, or where it is right now. And just from sitting in on some of the meetings that you guys have had, I've learned more about how, maybe AI is not as progressive in some countries, but in others, it's becoming a requirement. Real quick, where do you see the most, need for AI? And is it in education? Is it in, with children? Is it with adults? What are you seeing?
Great question, Kimberly. And just quickly, definitely after speaking to a couple of hundred people in the last few months, personally, the biggest need is the outside of America. 90% of the world is still not across AI. We live it and breathe it, but every parent that we talk to needs help navigating AI, and their children need help. So education is probably the number one thing that we're leading with, because most of the world still needs education in AI. We're seeing emerging markets. There is, like you said, the Middle East, the Africas, the Southeast Asia, crying out for AI educators. And so we're bridging the talent, like in the US, bridging that with the rest of the world that is crying out for that talent and the education and the access. So we're opening up things in Southeast Asia. They're putting about $1 trillion investment into AI education. Like you said, they're putting billions in the United Arab Emirates and Middle East. Everywhere they're crying out for it. We're doing initiatives across Africa and Europe and all those nations that are crying out for the AI education and access to the talent that is largely in the US and Europe and China. The rest of the world is crying out for that. So number one is education, because when you got 90+% of the world who is still not in the AI game, in the pool, we want them all to be in the AI game and not be left behind. And we'll start there. Yeah.
Okay, I misplaced my button, but yeah, I'm becoming more aware, of that throughout the world, and so I'm seeing here in the chat that there are quite a few people who want to get involved with She Is AI. How would they go about getting involved with what you're doing and the impact that you're making on the world?
Awesome. So guys, go to sheisai.ai. That is our website. You can be involved by be a brand ambassador, and just get involved, share our mission, tell us what your passion is, what your expertise is, how you'd like to get involved. 2, you can join our school community where you can either learn AI or you can share your expertise with others. 3, we allow everyone in our network to have the opportunity to speak in our masterclasses and summits. So to get your personal brand out there, amplify your experience and your talent globally. We do take requests and meeting. We try to meet everybody. If you'd like to be a partner, like Kimberly is partnered with us in different initiatives in different respects, from creative to business to teaching to consulting to in whatever your niche is. We love all of that. We've got an entire ecosystem. We welcome everybody. And so if you're keen, just reach out by email, follow us on socials, join the community, be a brand ambassador, check out our website, reach out to me, see how you can come and play. Yeah, that'd be beautiful. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Amanda. We're going to have to do this again and have you here a little bit longer. We have been here, as you know, since noon. I cannot believe that 7 hours have gone by here. I cannot believe it. But we have been, when you're immersed in great information, it's so easy for time to pass by. And so I personally want to thank you and everyone, Rachel, everybody at She Is AI, because you all have been a very supportive community. You've been very supportive of this event, and that has meant the world to be able to say that we are supported by a global organization. That is huge, and we're looking forward to everything in the future, and we're looking forward to that fashion contest too as well.
All right. It's our honor, Kimberly. Thank you very much. It's our honor too, and you do great work. I just want to add some questions. It is an inclusive movement. We want to highlight the voices of women because they're so underrepresented, but we have male brand ambassadors, we have male partners, we advocate for youth, males, everyone in the world. We're absolutely inclusive, right? The magazine highlights the work of women in AI, but for the moment, we are in a completely inclusive organization. So absolutely everyone is welcome.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you so much, Amanda. And we'll see you at the next event because we're doing everything.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. All right. All right, everybody. So I think what we are doing, we are showing some more. We're showing the number 4, 3, and 2. We're doing it at the same time. Me and Ellie, we are just like here. We are here because we're trying to wrap it up. All right, guys. I know you guys are enjoying yourselves and you want us to be here all night, but guess what? We're not going to be here all night. So what we're going to do, I'm going to introduce our number 4, 3, and 2 video. Guys, we're at this home stretch. So number 4 is Caja de Ritmo. I believe that I pronounced that the correct way. And that video was submitted by Venezuela. And number 3, The number 3 video is I Still Do. And that video was submitted by Petula Pascal. And then let's see. Oh, wait. I think we're doing 4, 3, and 2. Are we? We're doing 2? Okay. The number 2 video was, if I'm not mistaken, the story of Robert Smalls, right? Okay, yes. That was the story of Robert Smalls. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and get started with our number 4, 3, and 2 videos.
Remembers. Yeah. I've walked with weight no one sees. Story stitched in my uniform, pain in the seams. Names never spoken, but they echo in me. Marching through silence like I'm meant to be seen. The world bends, man, it tilts and it sways. Trying to show me truths I've been dodging for days. Blurry lines like glass in the rain, but inside my chest, things look plain. When it's just me, no noise, no mask, no crowd. I see clear like water when the tide calms down. The water don't judge, it just reflects. Hold your face, but don't hold regrets. And even if no one's watching, I know I was here, there, fighting. I mattered, I still do.
We pass down shape our reality, how we see ourselves and others. Some of our greatest figures have been erased from the history books. Heroes and legends, risk takers and trailblazers, role models and rebels. Robert Smalls was all that and more. Born into slavery, he became a hero of the Civil War and served 5 terms in Congress.
But the journey to freedom and what happened after was where my real legend was formed. And I was at a time the most famous black man in the world. I watched and waited for our best chance to escape. I listened to the chatter on the streets and talked to the slaves and the freedmen. War was upon us, and South Carolina was the first state to secede from the Union. We had everything we needed to sail to freedom, but I wasn't ready. The planner was scheduled to move 4 major artillery guns soon. I wanted those guns. It would be a prize for the Union, so we waited until the guns were aboard. Finally, the day arrived. We were assigned to stay on the ship for the night. The white officers were supposed to stay on board too, but broke their own rules and left us alone. In the middle of the night, we got the engine going on the planter and prayed the noise would not attract attention. We raised the flags. My last time ever flying under a Confederate flag. I donned the captain's hat to disguise myself and we were off. First, we traveled further into Confederate territory where the women and children could meet us without attracting attention. There was no freedom without my wife and family. The women made sure slave patrol was nowhere in sight, then came out to meet us. There were 5 forts between us and freedom, and I had the intel on each one.
We were on our way, signaling each checkpoint with the steam whistle. Countless guns and cannons pointed right at us. He navigated us through like it was nothing. If they discovered us, we would use the guns and ammo on board to fight, or we'd sink the ship. Lock hands and go down with it. They would have tortured us something awful if we were captured. 5 Confederate forts, hundreds of soldiers, underwater mines, and patrol boats. We had to navigate a gauntlet to find freedom.
My first and only time working with an all-black crew, and we handled it like the old vets we were.
We couldn't be stopped. God was clearly on our side.
Finally, it was only Fort Sumter that stood between us and freedom.
The most heavily armed fort of them all. The crew wanted to steer wide of the fort, but Robert knew that would only attract attention. We had to stare the cannons in the face if we had any chance to survive. He timed things perfectly. We rolled by Fort Sumter at 4:30 a.m. We gave the signal and we waited. If we were clear to go, we should hear a whistle reply.
And if we didn't hear a whistle, we'd probably be hearing those cannons.
We were clear.
By the time they figured out what was going on, we were outside the range of the cannons. Underestimating us was their first and last mistake.
All right. Well, that was our number 2 video, our number 3 and number 4 videos. And I know it stopped abruptly, but that's because a lot of our videos, they are the first part of a longer video. That's to make you want more. And I know those of you all who saw it, you definitely want to see more. These are some phenomenal videos, you guys. They really are. And I'm looking at the comments. Everybody is loving it. Everyone is saying yes. This is amazing and informative. Thank you. I'm so glad that you all found this informative. And I'm so glad that so many of you stuck with us all day long. My goodness. I'm looking at the timer on there. We've been on for 7 hours and 32 minutes. 7 hours and 32 minutes, guys. So what we're doing right now, we're just waiting for our premier sponsor to come on. But in the meantime, if need be, we can kind of move some things around, Ellie. But yeah, we can do that. So here's what we are going to do. We are going, let me see if there are any really quick questions that we have in the chat. First and foremost, in the meantime, we can, let's see. Let's see if we got some quick questions. Okay. All right. You edited this version. Yes. To meet the 3-minute requirement. So there's more. There's more. So you guys, you can put in, if you are one of the contestants, one of the creators, and there's someplace where everyone can see the full version of your video, drop it in the chat and in the comments section so that everyone can see it. Because this was about showcasing each of you. And you know, hey, next time around, we'll probably have a longer time limit on it. But if you have somewhere where they can check out your videos, please, by all means, drop it in the comment. Drop it in the comment. All right. Okay. So, are there any questions that we might have? Any questions? Any questions? Is this great work or is this not great work that we are seeing here tonight? This is some awesome work. All right. So, we're joined here. We got all right. So, Ellie, we're going to move into our last segment, guys. In our last interview, probably save the best for last. Save the best for last. As you know, our premier sponsor was Code Black. And we are so excited that we have that partnership with Code Black. Again, all of our sponsors were great. Each and every sponsor added to this contest in some type of way or another. And, our premier sponsor really, really added to this contest. And this is going to be a treat for you guys. I am going to bring Mr. Jeff Clanigan to the stage. Let's see here. All right, Jeff. Jeff, how are you?
Good. How you doing today?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Everyone, this is Jeff. Jeff is the founder of Code Black. Code Black Films, Entertainment, all of that great stuff. And Jeff he has his hand on the pulse of entertainment, guys. If there's not anybody else who has their hand on that pulse, it is definitely him. And all the work that he has done over the years. If you Google Code Black, you're going to be very impressed. You're going to see a lot. You're going to be surprised. Your eyebrow is going to go up. And so I am so blessed to have him as a part of this event as well as this film contest. So Jeff, thank you once again for everything that you have brought to the table with this contest. So tell everybody a little bit about Code Black and what you're doing on your side of the industry.
Okay, Code Black I started Code Black, I think 12, 13 years ago. We started in distribution. One of the big challenges in Hollywood is actually controlling your distribution. And I've always been a big advocate of distribution. When I first came to Hollywood, I came in with aspirations to be a producer, produce content, and quickly found out and figured out that if you don't control distribution, you can't control your destiny. So I was at the beginning of the home entertainment business, straight to DVD business, and built a very a pretty viable business on straight to DVD and straight to television. So we've been known as a DVD. Then obviously I moved into theatrical movies, or movies like Tupac, All Eyes on Me, went theatrical, Kevin Hart, stand-up movies. So, dabbled in the theatrical side, as well as, maintain my presence on the straight to home entertainment side. Also along the way, met this young comedian named Kevin Hart before he was big, and been working with him I've been working with Kevin for the last 13 years. So I'm also, in addition to my company Code Black, I'm also the co-founder and president of Heartbeat, which is Kevin's entertainment company, which we do a lot of things there. I think right now what I would say that I'm focused on is distribution again, but it's in the fast channel meaning free ad supported television. But it's when you turn on if you have a Vizio television or a Samsung television and you see all those channels on there, that is the next evolution of distribution, is distribution directly to smart TVs. And that's where people are watching viewership, which is why, if you're reading headlines, you're seeing a lot of headlines about YouTube being now the most streamed and most watched platform. The reason for that is because the shifted, 2 years ago, people were looking at YouTube on their phones. Now they're watching them on these smart TVs. 75 to 80% of the viewership is now coming on connected TVs, which is why you're seeing the big rise in viewership on YouTube.
Yeah. I think the big question that everybody has had here today, all throughout the day, is the impact. Like earlier today, we had a professional musician, professional fashion designer, and they were talking about the impact that AI has had on their particular industries. And the big news buzz, of course, is whether or not, what impact AI filmmaking and visuals have on the entertainment industry. Where do you see that from your perspective? How's AI having that impact? Is it negative? Is it good? Is it bad? What are you seeing?
Well, interesting, and that's a great question. That's probably like the million-dollar question everybody's having. What I'm seeing in the entertainment, right, there is still a lot of resistance to AI, especially from what I call traditional filmmakers, traditional executives. There's still a lot of resistance. There is, and a lot of it is due to not understanding that it's a tool. It's not here to replace, human creativity, but you're still having a lot of resistance. Now, what happens is that when you think about the history of Hollywood has always been disrupted by technology. So when the TV came, then cable came. Cable was going to kill TV, and cable was going to kill radio. And then you have the internet. So there's always been every time there's new technologies come in, there's always been this disruption and this hesitancy. Now, what AI has done, because its impact is so quickly and is growing so quickly, like Hollywood can't get a hold of it. Even like when you think about the government in terms of regulation, and when they're thinking about, are you training these AI models on copyrighted material? It's moving too fast. So they can't grasp their arms around it. They will have to come around because they don't have a choice, because the technology's here. It's not something in the future. People are starting to make good content, and it's as these platforms like Google VO3, which just came out, and Kling and places like that, as it gets better, it's going to get better, and you'll be able to make. Well, I would arguably say you're close to be able to making studio quality content right now. Obviously, there's nuances with acting and things like that, but there's still a lot of resistance. But I would say a quote that Ted Sarandos, he's the CEO of Netflix. He said this a couple months in an interview. He basically said that AI is not going to replace anybody's jobs, but the person who knows how to use AI may replace your job. And that's kind of what I follow, is that Hollywood doesn't have a choice, but there is still a lot of resistance and negativity in terms of AI generated content.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you on that. We have seen a lot of really phenomenal talent here today, from both the people who entered the contest, as well as some of the talent that just came and did interviews. For someone, you and I had a conversation once about how AI could be used, and maybe it's just used as that tool that kicks off that wonderful idea that would move on, as a movie, a feature movie, a film, or what have you. And I thought that was a really, great idea. What would you suggest for someone who has phenomenal talent and are being approached, in that entertainment industry? Because one of the young ladies that was here, she was approached about her content. However, she wasn't happy because because of intellectual property, conversation. So tell us a little bit about that, because you have a lot of creators, but they don't know what they don't know. You know what I mean?
What I would say for creators, in my advice, and I'll kind of tell you the way that I'm approaching it from a production process. Creators should continue to create and not be limited by what Hollywood's saying, and build your IP, because if you can build an IP, and if it's through AI, that's fine, because you're creating IP. The way I look at it is, think about it like this, is that when you look at the comic book industry, you see all these Marvel movies are based off comic books, but those movies originated with comic books. This is no different. So if you're creating and developing IP through AI, which you can do at the speed of light, and you can test it out by putting it on YouTube or social to basically build an audience, you should continue to develop that IP and develop a fan base around the IP, because that will enable you to keep ownership of your IP. Hollywood is quick to want to take your IP and want to own it, and then you'll be working for the studio. So by building audience and building data, this shows that you have an audience around IP. You're in a better position to negotiate if Hollywood or a studio comes knocking. Now, the way that I'm approaching is that we're using AI in a way from a development process where it's really turned our business around in terms of how fast we can develop, how fast we can test. So what I do on my socials is that, I'm continuously testing concepts. And because the audience, social is probably one of your hardest critics. So, but if I'm seeing positive feedback, positive views, positive engagement on stuff, then I might double down on IP. So there's a couple of projects that I actually tested out on Instagram and YouTube, got positive feedback that I took that and pitched that and are now getting ready to do a movie deal on. Now, but the way that I'm approaching it is that I'm not going to make an AI movie. I'm always going to continue to use real actors, but what I will do is build the world. So what happens is that in a typical movie, you go through a storyboard process, concept, and AI can build a world. And there's a technology called Unreal Game Engine. This is what game engines use to build games. And so the process that I'm going to use the AI to build the world. So for example, if we were doing a sci-fi movie, I can build the world, the space, but then I can put the real actors in that world. So I get the best of both worlds. So I get the AI tech, I get the vision, but then I can place real actors in the world using Unreal Game Engine. So that's the way we're approaching it in terms of how we're going to develop movies.
This is so fascinating. This is, this is that era where I said, I don't know if I'll see that day. And it's like, here we are. And we're going fast. I mean, we are barreling through this really quickly. AI is just changing so quickly. So with that said, I'm hoping that those who are watching, and this is going to be on a replay as well, that they're getting the information, that they need. We've been going since 8 o'clock. I mean, no, noon. I'm saying 8 o'clock, Lord. We've been going since noon, and we've had people coming in and out all day. And we've had some people just sticking with us all day because this has been such great information, but they've been able to get this information, Jeff, because you stood behind this project. And I just want to thank you once again for that. Looking forward to whatever the future may bring, and looking forward to all of the projects that you have coming out there. So those of you can definitely find Code Black on Instagram. Jeff, if you want to tell them where they can follow on Instagram or any of the other.
You can follow us on Instagram. It's the tag, it's Code Black Life. That's probably our primary platform. Now, what I will say is, which I'm pretty close, I'm going to be launching a platform. It's at codeblack.com, and the platform is actually to showcase creators. It's to drive traffic and showcase creators. So what I'll do would be reaching out to creators who I think have content and showcase them on the site. I will have a lot of eyeballs on the site, like advertisers, studios, and things like that, but it's going to be an incubation site for creators to develop content, but also have people see the content. So that's something I'm working on right now, and I'll announce it on Instagram once we're ready to go, but we're pretty close. It is going to be, it's not an open platform where everybody they can just put their profile content up. It's going to be a curated platform. I'm definitely looking for creators who are telling stories, not necessarily just putting up beautiful images, but I'm looking for the storytellers, because the storytellers are the ones that really you can look at and get behind and develop IP.
Yep. Awesome. You heard that, everybody. You heard it here first. So all of you awesome creators, those who are interviewed with today, and everybody, you get yourself ready. Get ready. Okay. All right. With that said, Jeff, thank you so much. Thank you for coming, for stopping by. I know you're busy, and but never too busy for me. And I appreciate you. I really do. All right. All right. So we're going to show everybody, we're going to show the number one video. We are going to show the number one video. And also make sure that you're following everybody that we had here today, especially Code Black. And again, those 10 tips that I gave you guys at the top of this hour, you make sure you follow those 10 tips. This is why I told you, this is why I gave you those 10 tips. so that you will be ready when it's time to be ready. Okay. All right. So we're going to first start out with our number one video. Okay. Our number one video, guys, was Pieces by Tiffany Lee. And Tiffany is we wanted her to be here with us today. She was not able to be here with us today. However, she did send a video of her acceptance. So drum roll, yes, drum roll. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. All right. Okay. So if we're ready to roll, oh, we are? Yes, no. Okay, cool. We're ready to roll with her video. Here we go, guys. This is Tiffany Lee. This is her acceptance video. And then right after that, we will play the video that won.
Hey, I'm Tiffany, the filmmaker behind Pieces, and I am so honored to have won this award. First off, thank you to Kimberly for organizing all of this and the sponsors for supporting AI creatives. I've been a writer in advertising for almost 20 years, and for me, the story always comes first. And with Pieces, after talking to a couple of my dope Black guy friends who I feel like give way too much of themselves to other people, I was inspired to tell this story about sacrifice. I chose a very graphic approach to this film because I like to see how far I could push these tools. And I couldn't tell you how many times I was flagged or warned that my account would be revoked if I didn't stop. And I want to say it was like in the 70s. The crazy part to all of this is that the way moderation is set up with these Gen AI tools is that I don't think I could create pieces today, which makes all of this even more special. So thank you for recognizing the story and the heart and the risk to my short film.
Every morning, I stare at the missing pieces from my body. Behind me, Mama and Grandma watch from their frames, their gaze carrying centuries of unspoken burdens. And it begins. The voice wraps around me like chains, binding, demanding.
We need you, Lamar. Everyone's counting on you.
As they speak, I feel pieces of myself crumbling away. I now understand. 3 generations. Grandma, cleaning floors until she was 80. Mama, sacrificing for her hundreds of students. And now, me. At the office, I give away pieces of my culture. My coworkers crave it, their eyes hungry. I give and give and give, that only in the room. Black excellence, built on sacrifice. Every evening I hear Mama and Grandma.
This is what we do. This is what we've always done.
At the community center, he always approaches me. It's the same plea I hear from my people.
Come on, bro, I know you got it.
I give one more piece, one more time. I stumble home depleted. My son sees me, his eyes old beyond their years. He sees the new holes in my chest. The cycle continues. Maybe it has to. Maybe this is our strength, not in staying whole, but in knowing how to break ourselves to make others stronger.
This is what we'll do. This is what we'll always do for our people.
There it is, guys. That was the winning video. Listen, let me tell you again, we focused on storytelling. So in this video, you may not see all the great action moves and all that other stuff because we wanted everyone to tell their story more so than anything else. The visuals, yes, they were amazing. I want to put that up there. You know, amazing visuals. I see the risk. Wonderful storytelling. Bravo. And that's what storytelling is about. It's about taking a risk, whether it's bearing your soul or bearing whatever it is that you need to tell in order to get your perspective out there. What I found is that there were a lot of people who submitted to this contest, and they, you know what, they were even okay with not winning as long as they were heard. And I heard someone, mention that there were some people who were just so excited and had never even entered into a contest, and they just wanted to be heard. And so, there's a lot that we can say. I want to remind you of a couple of things. There's one, if we can put up that, if we can get at some point the one other one for what's coming next down the line, Ellie. So right now, this is your last chance, guys. This is your last chance. Actually, it's not your last chance, but it's their last chance since we're on right now, because we're going to go off at 8:00, just like we said. We are right on schedule. So you can get your swag bag. You could still get the swag bag. Now, we did not do the drawing. I promise you, we will do the drawing, and we will let the winner of the drawing, know who they are. But you can still get the swag bag if you scan the QR code, or if you follow that URL, you can get the swag bag. There's some really cool things there that you can use for your journey with AI. Okay. All right. Oh, look at all these congratulations. Yes. Congratulations to Tiffany. By the way, Tiffany won a 1-year Luma subscription. She's going to be featured in She Is AI magazine, and she won $1,500, you guys. Okay, I think I probably have the highest prize contest in the industry right about now, but that is everything she won. So there's the swag bag. There's the information of the swag bag. One more time, I'm going to in their swag bag, you'll find this, but I do have a community, and I would invite every one of you all to join my community. It is a community that is inclusive of everybody. We just want you to come pure and ready to tell your story through AI. I give you all the tools that you need, and all of my community members are supportive in giving information, because that is the one requirement that I have, is that we are open and that we are supportive of one another. It includes trainings, master classes, prompts, resources, templates, and more so than anything else, conversation and sharing. Okay. And so just come for 10 days. Come for 10 days, and then, you go from there. But that is what we want you to do. And then the one last thing that we had was, okay. Well, before go ahead. That's fine. It's fine. Listen, what's coming up next? What is coming up next? What's coming up next? There's going to be another contest, guys. Fall of 2025. So get ready. We gave you all the resources and everything you need in the swag bag. We talked about it. We talked, and this video is going to be up for you to refer to. I'm gonna probably slice it up a little bit so that you can look at different segments. But fall of 2025, we're going to kick off the next contest. So we're doing this again this year, y'all. Yes, we are. Now, here's the other thing. If you were to go and look up Chicago, www.Chicago AI Film Festival, or Chicago AI Film Fest, I think it's going to take you to a certain website. That would be mine. And so for 2026, we're going bigger. We're doing the Chicago AI Film Festival. You don't have to be in Chicago to submit. It just means that, hey, that's where we're going to have the film festival. Okay. And so that is for 2026. And if you want to get on the mailing list to find out more information about that, you can scan that QR code that you see right there, and that will put you on the mailing list for the future contest. So I cannot end this without all of my thank yous. All right. I'm going to do this really quickly so we can be out of here. I want to thank each and every one of you guys that joined and stuck with us all day today. Those of you came late, early, whatever. Thank you. I appreciate you and I appreciate everything. I want to thank all of our guests, all of the guests that came here today. Thank you. You spent your time and your energy, and more so than anything else, you shared your knowledge with everyone. And I'm so grateful for that. To the finalists and the winners, congratulations. You helped us to set a new standard for what AI storytelling can look like. And when it's grounded in identity, truth, and vision. That is so important, guys. To my sponsors, Code Black Films, She Is AI, Luma Dream Lab, and Topaz AI. Your support was everything, and you helped to create a space for this work that needed to be seen. It was necessary and heard on a global stage. I want to thank all my judges: Kyle Anderson, Carl Ankrum, Nate Austin, Jennifer Bridgeforth, Rachel Gaia, Sherry Henry, Phil Ashley, Shahari Moore, Cassandra O'Neill. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I want to thank my advisory board. I have an advisory board, guys. I don't do this alone. Anita Clinton, Angela Ford, Marky Lemons Rao, Sarah Ware, Sheila Wilkinson Sanders. And last but certainly not least, my partner in crime, Ellie, who doesn't show up. She's that person in the background. She's Robin. Thank you, thank you, thank you for everything, Ellie. And if you haven't already, sign up for the swag bag. And guys, I will see you later. We have just ended on Facebook and we're about to end on YouTube. Thank you, thank you, thank you once again, everyone. Have a wonderful evening. I am going to go and sit down somewhere. No, I'm not going to sit down. I'm going to stand up. It's been 8 hours. Okay. I'm going to stand up. All right. Thank you so much, everybody that hung in there with us. Thank you. I love you all. Thank you. Thank you. Leadership Lounge. Thank you. You all were the best and you hung out with me all day. Thank you so much, everybody. All right. Take care.